I think we're going now. Chris, do you want to welcome us in?
Sure, if we're live on the air. Thank you so much for joining us, folks. My name is Chris Sims. I'm the Alberta Director for the Canadian Taxpayers Federation. I'm here with three of my very dear friends, William, Cosman, and Isaac. Hi. So they're joining us from the metropolises of Calgary, Victoria. Cosman moved to Victoria. He didn't tell me that. And Isaac is up in Edmonton. Guys, we've got a great show for you. This is the True North. It's the pregame show. So before, say, a big championship game, where they do that kind of warm-up show where they go into the locker room and they ask about giving 110%. This is that show right now because we are the warm-up show for the huge, ginormous Juno News special election show. So you don't want to miss that. That is starting at the top of the clock. So for now, we're going to talk about all of the fun stuff that happened during the election, the not so fun stuff that happened during the election, and our brilliant predictions. I'm going to go around the horn here. William, I'm going to start with you because I think you're geographically closest to me. I'm in Lethbridge right now. William, anything top of mind going into today's vote, or do you have a big prediction for the vote tonight?
Yeah, I mean, you just think 12 short weeks ago, the outcome of this election was a done deal. It was going to be a thumping conservative majority government. The Liberals were going to be fighting for third place with the New Democrats. It was going to be, the ushering in of a bold new era. And now, of course, we see incredibly tight polls. We see a photo finish coming. There's lots of reports that the race is tightening in Ontario and that, some people are shy about sharing their opinions with pollsters because media unfairly and unflatteringly portray conservatives. So, I'm going to be big and bold. I'm going to say the conservatives are going to win the election today, that when people actually get in that voting booth, they're going to think, do I really want another 4 years of what I've been having for the past decade? And they're going to say, no, I do not. And they are going to vote conservative.
Okay, I'm going to go clockwise around our Hollywood squares here. Isaac, what's your prediction or your main thought going into today's vote?
Yeah, my line of thoughts much similar to Williams. Obviously, the main question I've been wondering is whether this is going to be similar to what we saw in the United States with Kamala Harris, where she was dominating the polls, but then of course she was decimated in the election. So I think some people are hopeful for that. A lot of people questioning the polls, but unclear why that may be happening. I also want to predict a conservative win, but it's very hard to say. Obviously, it could go either way.
Cosman?
From the get-go, I always thought it was going to be very, very close. I think it is leaning into a liberal minority government, and I don't want to be the one to say that, but that's just my impression. I just want to brace you guys a little bit before tonight's events are over. But in terms of what I'm looking at, I want to see how the electoral map changes compared to the past few elections. Here in BC also, just speaking provincially, we had a provincial election recently. There was a provincial election in Ontario not too long ago. So I'm wondering, like, is there voter fatigue, election fatigue? What's going on? Because in BC, at least, we saw a huge change where the conservative, provincial conservative party that was virtually non-existent or in dormant for a while suddenly surged and almost unseated David Eby. They came within a few seats there. And I just think from the voter turnout, the interest in this election, it's going to be very, very close.
I think it's going to be close to. I'll put it this way. The Canadian Taxpayers Federation is nonpartisan, meaning we don't care what color the jersey is of the government. If they're screwing up big time, we will chew their legs off. So, with that understood, even if this were the blue team that had been in charge the past 10 years, I'm so angry at this government right now, and it's on behalf of working people. They have doubled the debt. They have introduced and jacked up punishing taxes on the basics of life. Till 5 minutes ago, remember, folks, whenever we would say the carbon tax is unfair, it's costing people too much money, it's not helping the environment, how could you punish someone for heating their home or driving to work? Whenever we complained about that, we were called deniers or monsters until it became politically inconvenient for these guys. And now they've reduced the carbon tax down to zero for now, and the law is still on the books, something to keep in mind. So that is why, and we get emails all the time. We have a lot of supporters across Canada, and we personally read the emails from these people. There's a lot of working people who are barely hanging on, and that really makes me angry. And I think average people who don't always come out and vote, who may not be, always watching the politics shows and stuff, they're not part of the Ottawa bubble, maybe they don't answer pollsters' phone calls. I think they're mad as hell. And so I think that there is going to be a change. I do. If it's a minority, then things are going to get real tangly real fast, because I can't see the Conservatives working with the Bloc because they don't want to work with a separatist government. But I can see something happening. William, remember back in 2008 when it was the Liberals and the NDP and the Bloc trying to gang up on Harper, and then he prorogued Parliament and it was a complete kerfuffle. So I think that could happen tonight, but we'll see. I can't remember an election this volatile with this big of topics in a long, long time in Canada. So I'm really grateful to the folks who are listening and watching right now, because we've got a gangbuster of a show tonight. Juno News has got a great show starting at the top of the hour. Make sure you're tuned in for that. If you want to join a super special chat, there is one there just for Juno News subscribers. So, of course, you're more than welcome to join us on our chats on YouTube. We'd love to see your comments there. We're going to have a social media expert that's going to be on the show tonight, starting at the top of the clock. Same goes for Rumble, okay? All those great platforms. But if you want to be part of this special Juno Club, you have to be a subscriber to Juno News to be part of that live stream chat. So head on over to junonews.com. You can sign up to become a member, and then you're part of this really cool Substack chat. I can't wait to go join it. I'm going to follow it for the rest of the evening once we're done here. So folks, once again, head on over that way. We'd love to hear your thoughts. Let us know how you've been feeling the past few years. What's on the line for you? Is affordability a key issue for you? Is censorship a key issue for you? Are you worried about tariffs coming from the United States? We would like to know. We're going to go around the horn here because we have a lot of topics to go over. Who wants to kick us off here on the fact that we have seen Mark Carney kind of eating the lunch of the Conservative Party? I'll start off quickly with the carbon tax. Now, straight up, Taxpayers Federation, super happy anytime taxpayers save money. So if you reduce that carbon tax down to zero, you're saving people about 20 cents per liter at the pump. That's about $13 per fill up on a minivan. That's a big deal. So I've noticed that right down to the bed of the pickup truck yesterday, that the Carney team was taking a few pages out of the Poilievre playbook. Who wants to kick off on some of the other elements that we've seen similarities with?
Yeah, I mean, I have to laugh, right? Here's Mark Carney taking over this tired Liberal government and, immediately adopting some of the things that Pierre Poilievre and the Conservative Party have been talking about for years and years, saying, oh, they're a great idea. And then the Liberal Party saying, look, vote for change, vote Liberal. As if not 15 minutes before Mark Carney showed up, they were standing up in the House of Commons and saying anybody who opposes this carbon tax is a planet killer. I famously remember Mark Holland when, people talked about rising gas prices and the carbon tax on fuel and how it's going to make going on family road trips so expensive. And he said, well, if you take your family on a road trip, then you just want to watch the planet burn. He roared in response. What a lunatic response that was. And so, he's the change agent representing a longtime incumbent government. Only, in my opinion, in liberal land does that kind of logic make sense. The example I have, which, there's no question, if there's an issue Pierre Poilievre has been talking about from day one, apart from maybe the overall cost of living, I think it's about housing. He's talking about homes. He's talking about building new homes, put out a mini documentary about why housing prices have gone up and why so few homes are being built. And one of his big, bold policies was to scrap the GST on new home purchases. So if you're buying a brand new house for the first time, you don't have to pay GST on it. Well, lo and behold, thieving Mark Carney said, well, that sounds like a great idea that my party deeply opposed, but who cares what they think? I'm in charge now, and this is what I'm going to do. And he literally introduced the exact same policy. And, you have to laugh if it weren't so incredibly frustrating, I think, for the Conservative opposition who spent so many years talking about this issue and focusing on it. I can only hope that why would you vote for the guy who only jumped on board with the policy 15 minutes ago when you could be on board with the guy who created the policy, put it forward, and loudly defended it for the past 3 years?
Well, to be fair, William, he just touched down. So, give the guy a break, right? Go ahead, Cosmin.
I just want to jump off William because I don't think they just opposed it. I think they voted against it in the House of Commons when it was introduced. I think it was Melissa Lantsman introduced a private member's bill to axe the GST, and the Liberals voted against that policy. And here they are adopting it as their own, dressing it up as completely original when people who pay attention obviously know it's not. And I think it really speaks to the Liberal Party's chameleon-like ability to shape itself into anything that they think will get them into power. Because when it boils down to actual principles and real values, I don't think they have any. They just do what's convenient to get power and get back in government. And we see it with the shift that Mark Carney has brought with the narrative of his party. But we also see it with what they did with the NDP. With the coalition Jagmeet Singh got in with Justin Trudeau, he basically gave his policies to the Liberals. Now the Liberals can run on, we introduced pharmacare, we introduced dental care. Jagmeet Singh gave all of the NDP policies to the Liberals, and I think that's why they are successful, because they shape and mold themselves to whatever they think will achieve results without actually standing on serious, solid ground.
Isaac?
Yeah, a few things I wanted to coattail off there. Firstly, Cosmin, of course, did a series where he examined the values of Mark Carney in his book Values, which he's largely contradicted. For example, the carbon tax. He said politicians who abandon the carbon tax should be held accountable, but here he is abandoning the carbon tax, or at least temporarily, because the Conservatives said, and they'll remind you that, of course, the carbon tax still exists. He just lowered the price to zero for now, and we'll see what happens if he wins the election, because he could easily just raise it back up without parliamentary approval, as he did lower it to $0. And then just touching quickly on the housing policies, once Carney copied Pierre's $1 million GST-free on-tax homes, Pierre, of course, raised it to $1.3 million. But another thing interesting to add is Carney's copying the same thing Trudeau was, which is essentially giving these fairy tale numbers about housing builds. And we saw housing starts decrease under Trudeau year over year. But he said, we'll build 500,000 a year. We just have no possible way of accomplishing that. I'll get into this a bit later, but Carney might actually accomplish it through mobile homes. So that'll be the new home ownership dream for Canadians. You can live in a trailer.
With no parking space, I was reading.
Chris, you have to laugh. You wonder if the same numbers that they're pulling for the new housing builds is the same place they got that number for how many trees they were going to plant.
I was going to say that.
How many trillions of trees did they promise? Quadrillions of trees, a tree every meter in the country. And of course, they ended up planting like 62 or something like that.
William, that's the magical lumber that they're going to use to build the magical houses out of.
I just didn't piece it together. Yet, when I was in school, if someone was caught copying another student's homework, the student caught copying was given a 0. And I really hope that that's what voters are thinking of doing today. They're looking at the copycat Carney and they're saying, this guy deserves a 0 for copying other people's homework. We shouldn't reward bad behavior like that.
There's so many things here. Number one, people need to read the details real close on those housing promises, because they were manufactured homes, and nothing wrong with that. I've lived in a trailer park. I absolutely loved doing so. My son was born there. But if it's a government-owned mobile home with no parking space, that's getting really big government-y, control-y, and expensive and terrible in my mind. You got to really read the tea leaves on that. And I really must stress, Cosmin, thank you so much for reading that book, because I really don't think that enough folks did. So I read his book. I read Mark Carney's book, especially the chapters on climate change, on the ones on carbon tax. The ones on COVID, frankly, were making me too angry, because he was praising lockdowns. He thought it was a great idea to have that kind of control. So I read the areas on the carbon tax. Folks, this dude is married to carbon taxes. He describes them as a cornerstone to his worldview. He says repeatedly that we must have carbon taxes and they must constantly increase. On top of that, he states in his book that he wants 80% of oil and gas to remain in the ground. So when he starts telling you energy superpower stuff, he's talking about like reflecting sunshine down a pipeline or something. He's not talking about oil and gas. He also says that he believes that 90% of our energy needs can be met with wind and solar over the next few years. So it gets real wild. So I just wanted to call you out there, Cosmin. Thank you for covering that book. More people need to understand what he's got in store here if he does become an elected prime minister. Do we want to still go along with some of these conservative policies that are showing up in the Liberals? Do we want to talk about the apprenticeship grants or building infrastructure and supporting economic growth?
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's just the sheer volume of how much they took, which basically says the Conservatives were full of good ideas. We were just so pig-headed that we wouldn't listen to them for the last, 10 years. And now that we've realized we're in deep political trouble, we're going to steal every last one of them, slap a red cover on it, and claim they're our own. And it's the height of arrogance to suggest that somehow this represents real change. I mean, and I really hope voters think about that. I really hope voters carefully consider, are these just things they're saying right now in this election period because they know they're politically in trouble? Or do you genuinely believe that this longtime Liberal government woke up at the beginning of the election fundamentally believing different things than they have believed in the last 10 years? So I really hope that that is something that people think about when they're going to vote today. And by the way, anybody who followed the legacy media only during this campaign wouldn't even really know about the level of copycatting that went on, because they've just given Mark Carney and his government a free pass on this issue all along. And thankfully, we have independent media. We have Juno News, we have True North, we have other brave, industrious, independent media out there who are doing the heavy lifting on shedding the truth on this. But don't be fooled for a minute that the legacy media would have helped bring any of this to light. They had to be dragged kicking and screaming on some of these things to even report on them at all.
And in fact, they were kicking and screaming at the leaders' debate, but we'll get into that a bit later.
Yeah, that was something. And just speaking of kicking and screaming, I do need to hammer this home. A huge chunk of what we would call legacy media or mainstream media are now on government payroll. I think this is the first time ever that this has happened. I know that my video just went out. I'm just going to fix it up really quick here. But this is super frustrating because we've got the CBC, okay? The CBC that cost taxpayers $1.4 billion this year. And on top of that now, we have got the so-called mainstream media that is, again, largely dependent now on government funding, which is taxpayers' funding. And I'm going to lay this down because I just finished speaking with Tristan Hopper about this, who's a very good guy. He's over at the National Post. And he points out himself, hey, my organization is getting some money too. And it really bothers him. Even if you are the best W5 journalist, you are speaking truth to power, you are holding them to account, you are asking the really tough questions, it's the perception of bias that is the problem with trust. This is where it gets so unfair for both taxpayers and for the journalists on the other side, where it's not up to them whether their company takes money. I've said it before, even if it were, God rest his soul, Rex Murphy, okay, reading the news on CBC, with Don Cherry reading the sports, I'd love watching that. But taxpayers shouldn't be paying for it. So this is the first big federal election, I think, where a huge majority of the mainstream media has been on government payroll. And so I think that's something for folks to keep in mind while they're watching the results roll in, which is also why you should make sure that you get all your friends and neighbors to stay tuned and make sure you're watching the Juno News special. It's kicking off in about 40 minutes time. Candice is hosting it. She's got a plethora of really cool guests. We've got reporters in Ottawa, Toronto, and Burnaby for some reason. William, why did we send somebody to Burnaby? What's possibly happening there, are we expecting?
Yeah, well, they lost the bet. No, I'm just
They're hanging out at BCIT where I went to J school. Yeah.
One of the interesting stories of this election is quite late in it. Mr. Singh came out. Jagmeet Singh said that he knew that what he was doing was going to cost his party seats. It was going to hurt his party politically, but he just needed to stop a conservative majority government. And that is why, instead of collapsing the Liberal government in the fall, he held on and waited. Now, coincidentally, of course, in that time, he also qualified for his very generous taxpayer funded MP pension. But, even just keeping Mr. Singh at his word, he said, I would rather have stopped the Conservatives than my own party win more seats in this election. And that's got to say something to the Democrats. So now, not only are the Democrats clearly not going to win this election, the question will be, can they even retain enough seats to hold official party status? It's unclear if Jagmeet Singh will hold on to his own seat in this election. He is very much at risk of losing it. So we do have a True North reporter in the New Democrat headquarters. He's going to be reporting, attempting to report from it. The New Democrats, like the Liberals, aren't super friendly towards media who don't just ask pre-prepared questions or tell them how wonderful they're doing. So we're going to do our best to cover it, but we're definitely covering it from either inside or outside the venue, depending on how the night goes. And possibly we'll see if Mr. Jagmeet Singh is one of the Canadians looking for work in the morning.
I spent a lot of time growing up on Vancouver Island. I've known a lot of New Democrats, including professionally on Parliament Hill. Knew Jack Layton pretty well, talked to him quite a bit. I don't understand Jagmeet Singh. I don't understand his thinking. I don't understand his strategy. And I've heard from lots of former Layton type staffers that are just like they don't get it either. So that'll be really interesting to follow. I'm glad we have somebody stationed in Burnaby. Godspeed to them getting in that building. Do we want to move on to the polls and what happened with the Trump factor? A friend of mine earlier today likened what has happened to the Conservative huge lead in the polls. And I've always said this before, polls don't matter outside of elections, folks. But they had this huge lead in the polls without the Trump factor. And the friend of mine said, yeah, it's like having a really great crop in the ground. It's growing amazing. You're getting ready to harvest. And then a hailstorm hits you. Mm-hmm. And you don't know what's going to happen next. You might be able to save it. You might have crop insurance. You don't know yet. Who wants to kick this off on the so-called Trump factor and what's happened with the polls this time around?
Yeah, Chris, I can kick this off because I covered an article I wrote an article that covered a poll that really showed, I found this to be one of the most important polls of the electoral period because it really showed why people were supporting the parties they did. This was a Leger poll between April 11th and 14th with a sample of 3,005 respondents, a margin of error no greater than 1.79%. But it showed that Liberal voters were voting Liberal for a specific reason and the same for Conservatives. So this, and the majority in each instance, interestingly, 6 out of 10 Liberal voters said they were supporting the party because they were motivated by fear of President Donald Trump, and they felt that Mark Carney was the best person to deal with this, probably because the legacy media told them so. And conversely, of course, 76% of Conservatives were voting for the Conservative Party primarily based on hope because they felt that Pierre Poilievre was the leader who could best provide a better future in Canada to live, work, raise children, raise a family, really make Canada its own prosperous nation. So, I mean, that poll really broke down the election, I think, in showing the reasons that people are supporting these parties. I mean, what do you guys think?
The key thing I was looking at is the generational divide. I mean, who would have thought that the 18 to 35-year-old vote would swing conservative? And I've seen multiple polls as I've been watching this election where that voter group actually outnumbers for the Conservatives over the Liberals. The NDP aren't capturing it either. So it's astounding, right? Like we're seeing a whole change when we're talking about generations. People used to think of conservative voters in such a specific way. They were usually older people, right? More established people. But that's not the case. And it really tells us something about what people see in Pierre Poilievre, especially young people. And as Isaac mentioned, they seem to be voting for hope that they will have a future, that they will be able to afford homes and live the same life that their parents and grandparents had in this country.
Yeah, it is very interesting. I think we've now reached the point where there are two very different Canadas. There is a Canada if you are retired or very secure in your work. So maybe, for example, working for the bureaucracy of a government in some capacity. If you own your own home or purchased it when it was a lot cheaper, and therefore, as the cost of living goes up, as mortgage rates increase, it actually doesn't matter so much if your mortgage is tiny. If you only have a very small mortgage, you're insulated a bit from that. And so there's that Canada that I think really does line up with where a lot of older Canadians happen to be. And for them, I don't know if they really understand what it's like for people who aren't in that situation. They don't understand what it's like for new graduates who spend it used to be I couldn't find a job for a few weeks after graduating to I couldn't find a job for a few months after graduating. Now it's I can't find a job for a few years after graduating, and I can't move out of my parents' house, and I can't afford to put a down payment on a home. I can't even save up enough for a down payment because prices escalated so quickly, and I can't afford to start a family because I know both me and my partner now have to work around the clock in order to just cover our bills. So I think for the cohort of people, this is a very different election, and they do not see hope in Mark Carney. They see hope in Pierre Poilievre, not only because he looks a lot more like them, he's got a young family. He's recently, you could see him having to face some of these issues much more than international WEF globalist banker Mark Carney, who frankly doesn't know how much anything costs in a grocery store. And in fact, I'm pretty sure he doesn't even buy his own groceries. So,
No.
that's the real difference. And, the vote shift is so fundamental. Another great example is, there's a decent chance Elizabeth May will lose her seat in this election, which, given the part of BC she represents, is not a traditional conservative heartland. And a lot of young voters, particularly who didn't like the liberal conservative vibe, parked their vote with the Greens. And now they're saying, well, Elizabeth May says we should have higher taxes to give more money to international countries because of Trump's foreign aid cuts. And they're like, we can barely afford to buy groceries and pay rent, and you want to raise my taxes to send the money out of Canada? That's lunacy for that. And I think, she's going to face the same judgment that a lot of people maybe in that age bracket are, that they just do not understand what a huge portion of this country is going through when it comes to jobs, houses, bills, and the cost of living, and being able to move your life forward, being able to move into the next stage of life rather than being stuck where you are right now.
Yeah, it's
If
a
I
huge.
may,
Go ahead.
yeah, if I can hit it off, I think this was perfectly encapsulated in what some people are calling the meme of the election. And I'm sure all of you have seen the photos of the so-called Brantford boomer. There they are. We've censored a bit of it because we're not so sure YouTube would like that, but everyone was talking about it, and I think there's a reason. It really hit the nail on the head in terms of how young people particularly feel that older generations view their circumstance and situation. And I'm not saying that people who are older, seniors, established people even, all are like that. But liberal voters have shown a disregard by wanting to re-elect essentially the same government that put us in this situation. And when you look at the poll numbers and the breakdown, the support for the Liberals comes from that age group.
If I may, a couple of things here. To your point exactly, Cosman, not all seniors or boomers are in that position. I just got off the phone a couple of days ago with a senior citizen, and I don't know why. I didn't ask personal questions, but he and his wife, he's in his 70s, are still paying rent. So they don't own a house. And so they're getting rent evicted like real soon. And like, he's a guy that used to work on cars all the time. Like, he worked in a body shop, and he's older now, and his hands hurt so much that it's hard for him to hold tools. Sorry. It's just upsetting hearing from these people because the cost of living is just getting so out of hand for so many people. So number one, my heart goes out to those folks too. Number two, There is a big rain cloud for boomers here. It's called the home equity tax. And I really need to flag this hard because this is something the Canadian Taxpayers Federation has been investigating now for a couple of years. And we have caught this Liberal government red-handed, okay? Really looking hard at taxing the wealth of your home equity. So your primary residence is government speak for the house you own and live in, okay? Up until now, since the 70s, you do not pay tax on the income, the profit you make from the sale of that house. That is why so many people have used the house that they own as their nest egg, especially if they don't have some big government golden pension to rely upon, okay? Someone who's running their own business, somebody who's in the private sector, often puts their investment into their house, imagining that when they're old, they'll sell, they'll downsize to a teeny tiny apartment or move in with one of their kids and use the rest of that money to live out the rest of their lives. Well, guess what? That's worth, I think, in the more than $1 trillion for the wealth across Canada. And this government is sniffing hard. So there's 3 elements of evidence here, okay? Number 1, the Liberal government made you start reporting the sale of your primary residence on your tax form. If they're not going to tax you on it, why are they asking you that? Number 2, they have funded almost $500,000 worth of studies through the federal government to investigate home taxes, including a home equity tax. 3, they denied meeting with these pushers of the home equity tax, but we filed freedom of information requests, and guess what? The PMO staff on at least 2 occasions met with one of the biggest pushers of home equity taxes in Canada. And this is where it gets weird. You guys have been in the game long enough. You know that usually if you mention something and a party wants to run away from it fast, they freak out and they deny it right away. Like even on a weekend, they'll come out and deny it. No, nothing to see here. Crickets. We've raised this during the election campaign, folks. Crickets. Nothing coming from the Liberals. So that's something to watch. And you guys were mentioning the disparity between the have-nots, right, and the so-called have-yachts. This is a report that's from the Privy Council, okay? That is basically the bureaucracy that manages the PMO. So there's the permanent government, the swamp of government, that's the bureaucracy, and there's the politically elected people, the staffers and the politicians. This is from the bureaucracy, warning that on the current trajectory, we are going to wind up with great disparity between property owners and those who don't own property. So again, these policies are up for grabs. Anybody who wants to grab a brain and change them is a good thing to do, but it's a huge element that is looming large here. Do we want to go around the horn here and talk about the most significant policy announcements? Who wants to kick that one off?
Sure, I can go first.
Give her, Cosman.
I think it maybe not the most significant, but the most brazen, so to speak, it was when Carney floated a CBC increase to their funding, essentially a bribe, dumping tax dollars into CBC's annual budget. And I'm not sure exactly what the current figure is, but the last time I checked, it was about $1.4 billion.
It is.
Yep. I think it's gone up significantly. Mm-hmm. And Chris, you might be able to speak more to that, but it just goes to show right before the election day, you're willing to do that. And there's so many questions, as we've discussed, about the impartiality of the legacy media during this election, especially because they're funded by the government and the CBC, most chiefly because we're the ones who are getting our tax dollars sent to their budget.
All right, I can go next. And I think this, for me, is the most significant policy announcement, especially for anyone who cares about economics or fiscal responsibility. And somewhat unfortunately, we saw Pierre not release his platform until about a week ago, which I just want to say is because Carney, as you'll all remember, allocated this election to be the shortest time frame possible, which was 28 days. And then Pierre might have wanted Carney to come out with his costed platform first, because we've seen no matter what policies Pierre comes out with, Carney seems to copy them. So he kind of had to wait until Carney came out with his. But just quickly into the numbers here. So they both came out with their costed platforms from the baseline deficit that the parliamentary budget officer provided, which was $141.7 billion between 2025 and 2028. And Poilievre's costed platform would see the deficit fall to just over 100 billion, whereas Carney's would see it rise to almost $225 billion in new debt. So Carney wants to add $129 billion in new spending, some of which is on climate initiatives. And we saw other ludicrous things in Carney's budget, such as a carbon tariff on other countries. Oh, you guys don't have a carbon tax? Well, you have to pay this carbon tariff. And his whole platform is against Trump's tariffs, but now he's implementing his own. I mean, it's just, the more you look into it, the more ridiculous it is. And I could go through this policy for an hour, but just, I guess, highlighting a few more things. We already pay Canadians $1 billion per week in interest on the federal debt, and those charges would rise by over $5.6 billion over that 4-year period under Carney. But with Poilievre at the helm, they would fall $2.4 billion. So, I mean, this is ridiculous. And by the way, the $1 billion we pay weekly is more than Ottawa spends on healthcare payments to the province. You might want to comment on this, Chris, because I know you're really involved with it too.
Well, it's just maddening. I remember, so straight up, when I heard Carney bring out his costed platform, I thought I was mishearing it. Because for a normie, not us, okay, political psychopaths who have to obsessively watch things, okay, for a normal person, I think they kind of perceived him as the money guy. Like, oh yeah, he's a banker, he's good with money. And then he's like, nope, I'm going to put more money on the debt than the drama teacher. Like, the banker's worse with money than the drama teacher. I did not see that one coming. So I think he lost a lot of traction and a lot of credibility there. So crazy amount of spending. You're absolutely right, Isaac. Hidden in there is what they call border adjustment mechanisms, which is government talk for a tariff. Folks, we've heard all this tariff talk about Trump. Carney's going to hit you with a tariff, his own tariff. It's a carbon tariff. It's different from the industrial carbon tax. Why is he going to do this? Because he believes so fervently in carbon taxes that when he looks around the world and finds a country that doesn't have a carbon tax, that upsets him. That upsets him so much, he is going to punish that import into our country with his own carbon tariff. And so that means that stuff, I just did a little shopping trip. We all know Windex is made in Wisconsin. Guess what? Wisconsin in the United States. United States doesn't have an industrial carbon tax or a federal carbon tax. So guess what? That's going to have a new tariff on it. Same thing goes for my kids' pajamas. Same thing goes for the bananas coming from South America. A lot of countries around the world, the majority of them, don't have a national carbon tax. So this carbon tariff, thank you, Isaac, for pointing this out. It's right in there. And they're guesstimating at the start, it's going to cost us about $500 million with a B. Just that one tariff. And we know with government, they always take in more money. They always waste more money than they say they're going to. So probably double that. Man, oh man. William, did you want to have a kick at this?
Sorry, Chris, can I just add one thing? Because there's 100 things I missed, obviously. But this perfectly highlights the lunacy of it all. Look, when Freeland was about to release the fall economic statement for former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, we expected the deficit to be about $40 billion. Of course, it was $62 billion. She resigned the day before because it was so bad. And here Carney is now doubling the debt. So he's saying, oh, Freeland, it was so bad that you resigned. I'll do you one worse. I mean, it's just insane.
Thank you for pointing that out. Let's repeat that. Okay, real slow. Do people remember this drama that was happening? It feels like a year ago, but it was only like a couple months ago. And Freeland was supposed to come out with this terrible, steaming bag of a budget. Okay. She was only supposed to go $40 billion over budget, only a $40 billion deficit. But then she was told to come out with a $60+ billion deficit. So spending way too much money. And the narrative goes that she made a principled stand and she said no. And that apparently Trudeau wanted to hire this guy, Mark Carney, to be the finance minister instead of her over this kerfuffle. And now, exactly to your point, Isaac, he's the leader of the party and he's putting way more money down on the debt than what they were saying before. It truly is mind-bending. Oh, last thing there on the costed platforms, if I may, for the Conservatives, I don't know if you wanted to get into this, but we were really, okay, number one, we would like them to balance the budget in the 4th year of their term. Based on what they're planning to do, I think they can actually do it. So I'm actually quite optimistic that they will be able to make that a good news story at the end. Second, super happy to see them come out with a Taxpayer Protection Act. Like those of us here, I think there's 3 of us here sitting in Alberta, okay? We don't have a sales tax because we have a Taxpayer Protection Act that shields us from it, okay? That is why we have lower taxes here. For Poilievre to say, you know what, I'm going to take this national and say, if I create a new tax or raise your current taxes, you'll have to give me a say-so. I'm going to ask you first in a referendum. That means a lot for taxpayers. So we were happy to see that one in there too.
I can just jump in. We got a super chat from Wayne here for $100, and I wanted to thank him. Thank you, Wayne. It's very generous of you, and I'll just read it out. He said, I'd like to put my cards on the similar election dynamics as the USA in 2024, but I'm about to start holding my breath. An election for similar policy and breaches with the same cabinet is a lose-lose solution to our future. Well said, Wayne.
Thank you, Wayne, so much for participating. And folks, remember, we are in a countdown mode right now. We are about 19 minutes before the top of the clock. That is when the Juno News election special kicks off. Candice Malcolm's going to be hosting. It's going to have all of your fan favorites, lots of reporters out in the field, including in Ottawa, Toronto, and Burnaby, to find out what's going to happen in Jagmeet Singh's riding. Lots of contributors all through the night. We're going to be here. We're going to have that ticker across the bottom that shows you that really stressful seat count that drives me crazy, but I can't look away from it. So if you want to be part of this special chat group, okay, feel free, of course, to participate on Rumble and on YouTube and online. But if you want to be part of the special Juno News chat group, that's for subscribers only. So you've got about 18 minutes left to head on over to junonews.com, subscribe there, and you can then join the election night chat because they're going to be here all night. William, did you want to get into your most significant policy announcements, or Isaac, do you have more Timbits for us?
No, I could go on, but William should definitely speak.
No,
Sorry,
I don't
William.
think you should go on, Isaac. I think we're going to move to my thing now. Just kidding.
Poor William is falling asleep. I'm babbling here.
I would say, first of all, you don't have to join the live chat right at the very beginning. If at any point in the night you want to become a Juno subscriber, you are free to do so. So don't want to make everybody think that they only have 17 minutes left to get that done.
You're losing my pressure wedge, William. Come on.
For the rest of the night. Yeah, in terms of my biggest issue, again, I feel it's one where the Liberals sort of tried to steal it from Pierre, but they didn't do a great job of the heist. And it is the idea that Canada could once again become a country where we could actually build things and have them become economic generators in this country. And, as a Calgarian, as someone who has talked about this issue for decades now, making me feel old, building new pipelines was something that we have lobbied for forever. We said Energy East is a great idea because it means we don't only have to sell our oil to the United States. We can supply oil for our domestic energy needs, because a lot of Quebec's oil was coming from places like Saudi Arabia at the time, which maybe I'm biased. I think Alberta oil preferable to Saudi Arabian oil. And we could get it to refineries on the East Coast in places like New Brunswick, where we would then have the opportunity to export it to Europe, to lots of places who are in need of energy. And, you had Quebec saying, oh, there's no social acceptance for pipelines and anything like that. And then mostly you had the Liberal government passing bills like Bill C-69 that we call the No More Pipelines Act, which was, we're going to make it so slow and costly and difficult that nobody will ever want to build a major piece of infrastructure in this country again. And, I did read a Toronto Star article a day or so ago, and after I took a shower.
I was going to say, are you okay?
And recovered from that disturbing experience. The basic premise was, Albertans have no gratitude. We bought them the Trans Mountain Pipeline, and they haven't said thank you once. And the point is, we didn't want Canada to buy the Trans Mountain Pipeline. We wanted the government to get out of the way so that the private sector could build the Trans Mountain Pipeline. We don't want government building infrastructure. We want the private sector to have an opportunity to create economic growth create jobs, and create opportunity for the rest of the country. And it's so frustrating that, you look at this expensive budget. By the way, how bad do you have to be to make Justin Trudeau look like the fiscally responsible one in this situation? That's a remarkable achievement. But you've got Mark Carney saying, "Oh, we're going to invest in infrastructure to build Canada." Well, no, you're not, because you're gonna wrap the same regulations around it, the same red tape. You're going to say, "Oh, we've discovered this rare species of bird, so 2/3 of British Columbia we can never build in again," and it's just going to lead to the same failed projects and anemic economic growth. So, sorry for blasting off on that one a bit. As someone who lives in an energy center, it just really annoys us when we see government getting in the way of what we all know to be good nation building projects.
You don't need to apologize. You're among friends here, William. we hear you. I'm going to pick up where you left off there, because I really think this needs to be hammered home. That Toronto Star thing that you didn't even say thank you, like, that perfectly encapsulates the tone deafness, the language barrier that I'm noticing here between the Laurentians, I will fondly call them, and the rest of us, including working Canadians who are often in Ontario. It seems like, I don't know, the force field of language misunderstanding, I don't know where to put it. Maybe it's in Thunder Bay, maybe it's in Wawa, I'm not sure. But they don't seem to be able to understand this. To William's point exactly. Okay. There was a private company. It was the Kinder Morgan pipeline. They already owned the pipeline that ran from Edmonton, Alberta, all the way through the Rockies out to Burnaby. It was their property. They wanted to twin it, meaning it's already in the same place. They're just digging next to it in order to get more of Alberta's oil and gas out to market. That's what was happening. Kinder Morgan, the actual private company, was going to spend its own money to hire Canadian people to work on the pipeline, okay? To give you an idea of how much money we have lost out on just in federal income taxes over the last 10, 15 years or so, $13 billion. Just in the income taxes that would have been taken from the workers that build these pipelines. I'm not talking royalties. I'm not talking even about property taxes. It's mind-blowing. So Kinder Morgan wanted to twin this pipeline. They got green lights, a lot of yes, 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 yes for years. And then, to your point, William, the yeses slowed down. They slowed down so much that the company finally gave up and walked away. Then the federal government came in and said, let's spend, what is it now? It's close to $30 billion of taxpayers' money on this thing. The idea that the Star would want us to thank them for that dumpster fire is remarkable, but I think it perfectly explains it. I will quickly point out that as far as these policy announcements that are coming from Carney that are making me hit the alarm bell the most, it's the industrial carbon tax, because this sucker is going to be big, okay? We don't know how much it's going to cost us because nobody ever asked him directly. Unfortunately, how much is your industrial carbon tax going to cost? But to give you an indicator, the trade union workers of the pipe fitters in Hamilton in the steel industry are so worried about this industrial carbon tax that trade union is endorsing Poilievre. I've never seen this before in my life. The Boilermakers are endorsing Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives. Like, tradesmen are doing this out loud with their face and on paper. They're saying that this industrial carbon tax is going to decimate the steel industry in Ontario. I will point out, I heard nothing from Premier Doug Ford about this. Not one bit. I didn't hear him taking on Carney, saying, hey, how much is your industrial carbon tax going to screw over my steel industry workers? Not one bit. So I do want to flag that as far as a policy goes, that right now Carney tries to say that, oh, we got rid of the carbon tax. There's a lot of underlines there. He's changing it. He's going to hide it as the industrial carbon tax. Folks are still going to pay, but it's definitely still going to cost you. Do you want to quickly here? We got about 5 minutes left. Do we want to take a look at what happened during the leaders' debate, and in particular?
Just before we do, we have Cosman. Another super chat from Stefano for $139, actually pretty much $140.
Thanks.
And Stefano says, appreciate you guys. I'm predicting a conservative minority. Legacy media has manipulated the truth manipulated is one thing, but brain dead is another. Very true. Who in their right mind would vote for higher taxes, censorship, crime, DEI, net zero, etc.? Very well said, Stefano. Thanks again. And yeah, I think we should play at least the clip from the debate because to highlight True North's work, we were at the debates on the ground there. We got to question Mark Carney directly, and our reporter Alex Zoltan pretty much tripped him up. Carney was hard pressed responding to his questions, so I think we have the clip ready here to go.
Alex Zoltan with True.
Oh, that was a brief second of it.
Zoltan with True North.
Okay, well, in the meantime, what he essentially asked Mark Carney was how many genders there are. And Mark Carney begrudgingly actually said, well, in terms of sexes, there was two. And then he also asked whether Mark Carney believes that women should have a right to their own spaces free from biological males, like changing rooms, shelters, etc. And Mark Carney had a very fumbled answer. He started saying, "This is Canada, etc. We're accepting. Everybody has a right to be themselves," but he didn't really answer the question directly. Now we know after that day, because this was after the French language debate in the post-debate media scrum. In the follow-up debate, the English language debate, the commission, there's a leaders debates commission, that's a government appointed body that manages these things. They suddenly decided to cancel the post debate scrum abruptly, like in the middle of the debate itself. They made the decision and it was suddenly canceled. It was outrageous, and there was a whole kerfuffle going on within the actual debates and where the media was gathered in the media center. Now, do you guys want to go off a little bit more? Because I was watching it from home and I was just astounded how they behaved themselves.
It's genuinely, mind-boggling how the legacy media went to pieces when independent media came and were allowed to ask questions. And this is, by the way, we jumped through hoops. We filled out forms. We sent in photos of our journalists who were fingerprinted or eye scanned or some process. Maybe it was just their driver's licenses. But ultimately, we went through the same credentialing process everybody else did. And then because we had the temerity to ask a question that CBC and others, but mostly CBC, did not like, they had a tantrum about it. And that meant that nobody got to ask questions the next night of the leaders' debate. CBC would rather that nobody gets to ask questions than independent media get to ask questions that they were uncomfortable with. I mean, if that doesn't tell you why CBC needs to be defunded, I don't think there's another clear reason.
Isaac?
Yeah, if I can just give you guys a quick perspective into the eyes of a journalist working for True North, it's just so frustrating. For example, I go to these press conferences and I don't get a question, but the legacy media do, and every single question they asked, I could have stood up there and answered. It's like, what is the point of this? We want to ask challenging questions of the leaders during the electoral process that the voters want to know, and you're asking things that have been commented on 1,000 times. I mean, it's just insane. Like I said, I could answer these questions, and that's what the legacy media for some reason wants to do instead of challenging the leaders, poking into their values. What do you really believe? How do you really feel? What are you really going to do to the Canadian voter base? I mean, it's just shocking to me.
It really is. Folks, I've really appreciated your input here on our special True North pregame show, which is, of course, teeing up the Juno News election special. William, Isaac, Cosmin, all of our viewers, all of our listeners. Wow, we've got an awful lot of people watching live right now. All of the folks who are in the chats, thank you so much for staying with us through the show. Be sure to stay tuned. At the top of the clock, starting in just 5 minutes, you're going to start watching Juno News' special election coverage. And remember, this is where you can get the other side of the story.
Tired of platforms Tired of platforms silencing your favorite creators? Want a place where your voice actually matters? It's time to switch to Rumble, the video platform built for free speech and real engagement. On Rumble, you get access to exclusive content, viral videos, breaking news, and live streams from top creators, all without censorship or hidden algorithms controlling what you see. No more suppression, no more content being buried. Just the videos you want, when you want them. Join millions who are already making the switch and take back control of your feed. Download Rumble today on the App Store or Google Play and experience video the way it was meant to be. Rumble, protecting a free and open internet.
Juno News Election Special has been brought to you by Unsmoke Canada, which is dedicated to helping Canadians who are looking to quit smoking understand the full range of options available. Despite decades of government programs and increasing regulations, today nearly 4 million Canadians still smoke cigarettes. Nicotine pouches, like other quitting tools, help smokers quit. But unlike gums and lozenges, pouches can only be sold in pharmacies. This needs to change. It's time to put nicotine pouches back in convenience stores to help smokers quit. Learn about how a smoke-free future can be achieved at unsmoke.ca.
You're watching Juno News, Canada's fastest-growing independent news network. Our team works day and night to bring you nationwide coverage of the issues that matter. Honest reporting of the stories that put Canadians first. From far and wide, Juno is doing the work to turn the dial in the right direction, bringing you the news from the field and in the studio. Wherever it takes us, we get the job done. For you, for Canada. Subscribe today and help us replace the CBC. Go to junonews.com to join the fight.
Hi, I'm Candice Malcolm, and I am pleased and delighted to be joined by my Juno News co-founder, Keean Bexte. Keean is in Alberta. I believe you're at your father's campaign watch party. So we have a great show for you folks. I am so excited. I am so delighted that you are joining us today. Thank you for being with us. We have been working nonstop for the past 72 hours or longer, just working on every little element of this show, bringing you the best broadcast that we possibly can. We have an audacious goal. We want to replace the CBC. We hope that Pierre Poilievre will become prime minister just so he can defund the CBC. But when the CBC goes, we need something to put in its place. And that is why we are building Juno News. We are building the future in Canada. The politicians cannot do it by themselves. Pierre Poilievre alone cannot take on the establishment and all the gatekeepers and all of the elites that want to hold on to their power. We need to do it together, folks. We need your help. We need help from everybody across the country. Have your voice heard. Join our movement of independent media. Head on over to junonews.com and subscribe. There is so much that you get from that subscription. And we're very pleased tonight to be offering an exclusive chat for Juno News subscribers. So over to junonews.com, subscribe and join the chat. You can talk live to myself, to Keean Bexte, and we have a decision desk tonight. We're going to be talking about that a little later on and introduce you to our decision desk team and analysts, really some of the smartest people in politics, part of this broadcast this evening. So I'll give it over to you, Keean. How are you feeling right now?
You know, I'm feeling nervous. Who knows how this is going to go? It's going to be my prediction. Well, I've given a more detailed prediction in the chat that people can join by scanning the QR code there in the bottom left of the screen, where we're discussing with our subscribers live what we think is going to happen, specific ridings that the decision desk is looking into and calling. But overall, I can just say and I think this is probably not that unrealistic, but my prediction is that it's going to be razor thin. Whatever happens, I think, and maybe I'll eat my hat later, that it will be a minority government. I think that whether it's liberal or conservative, it will almost certainly be a minority government. Will Mark Carney pull through? That's the question of the night. If you asked someone 2 months ago, you would say that there was no way in hell that would ever happen, that the Liberals would secure a fourth government. Maybe it'll happen tonight. We don't know. We thought that Pierre Poilievre was going to run away with this, but after Donald Trump said what he said at the start of the election, which we could have predicted that, but we couldn't have predicted how well the Trudeau regime would capitalize off of that. So I guess we'll see what happens as polls start closing. We will have live results. You can see here on the bottom of the screen the seat counter that we have created. Our decision desk, which as Candice mentioned, has some of the most we're going to introduce them to you. Some of the smartest people when it comes to politics in Canada are sitting behind us in the back room with computers, double checking everything, looking at the numbers. They've been polling for us for weeks now throughout the campaign. They've been producing our now famous Juno neighbor poll, which has predicted the Conservatives will pull through here. So, I'm excited to see what happens. And our decision desk, like I said, some of the smartest in the business, they are going to be lining up this list here: Conservative, Liberal, NDP, Bloc, Green, and PPC. Depending on how tonight pans out, you'll see those numbers go up and down. And Candice, can you remind us what is the actual number that we need to get, that any party needs to get to secure a majority government?
I believe it's 170 because they added a whole bunch of new ridings. So I believe the number is 170. We can get our decision desk to confirm that later on. Now, before we get any further, we have a guest joining us right off the bat here because he's unavailable later on. Hopefully later in the night, he'll be coming back. He's got an event and dinner to come to. This is one of those interesting evenings, folks, where the longer the night goes on, I think the better news, right? If the polls are right and there's a huge majority government for the Liberals, we'll know the results by 9:00 p.m. Eastern time. So the longer the night goes on, the better. So I think we should all be hoping for a long night, not just because it's going to be entertaining and fun here, but because the longer that we wait, the more likelihood of a very tight election and the polls being completely wrong. But anyways, I would like to introduce our first guest of the evening, who is David Knightleg. David is a frequent guest of the Candice Malcolm Show and a political commentator in Alberta. David, welcome to Juno News' election night broadcast.
Great to be here.
Hey, David, how are you doing?
Hey, I'm good. And here's to your dad taking Bow River. I can't wait.
I
Absolutely.
think that he might pull through. I think there's a solid chance that the most conservative riding in the country is going to turn out conservative this
I wish
time
the rest
around.
of the country had the wisdom of the people of Bow River in every way. And
You
what a
know,
friendly bunch, too. I wish they were as nice as the people of Bow River in every way.
that's so true. The people in Bow River are some of the best in the country. They are always willing to lend a hand if you need help with branding or harvest or
Yeah.
taking your kids to soccer. Neighbors lend each other hand whenever they can, and it really shows. It's way better to live in a conservative riding than a liberal one. Liberal ridings are metropolitan and dehumanizing. If you come out to the country and you see what real Canada is like, I think most people would enjoy it and want to move here.
Well,
You know,
I was a city slicker,
I was
and
going to say the same thing.
the solution to any kid with attitude is to let your friend in Bow River take him branding, and 2 days later, all your attitude was gone. It does.
Yeah.
I won't go into what happens in the branding parties, but you come back just feeling lucky not to be a future stake, and also you come back either being tough or knowing that you're not.
Yeah, that's a great point. My
Well,
first job actually was working at a feedlot. I'd have to wake up at like 6 a.m. to feed the cows, and we'd
Yeah.
be working till sunrise, before sunrise to sunset. And I've never had a job as grueling as that. So
Yeah.
just the jobs that the people in Bow River do are some of the toughest jobs in the world, but some of the most important. The farmers that work in this riding feed not just Canada, but the world. And when I've been speaking to them, this campaign has been going on, and I've been speaking with my neighbors and my friends. The issues that they have are deep, deep issues with the way that Liberals have been governing this country for the last 10 years. One perfect example is the tariffs that are on canola right now. China has issued tariffs on canola products, which are devastating canola farmers in this part of the country. And they're doing that because the Liberals installed tariffs on electric vehicle parts. So they're actually retaliatory tariffs against us that were completely unprompted because the Liberal government wanted to prop up this electric vehicle industry. And as a result, the collateral damage has been sent directly to canola farmers. And for some reason, no political party in this country has been talking about canola tariffs. It's been an absolute disaster for canola farmers, and nobody is speaking out for them. And it's really frustrating. And I think that I know why. It's because there's no canola farmers in any swing riding in this country. The only swing, canola farmers vote Conservative, and the Conservative Party and the Liberal Party have just been completely disinterested, because if they start talking about canola tariffs, they have to own up to the fact that they're putting these unprompted tariffs against China to prop up a industry that really shouldn't, should be able to sort its own issues out, whether they're competitive or not against China. It's not the problem of canola farmers, but they're putting canola farmers out of business as a result. So there's been a lot of discussion in this election campaign about, and sorry if I'm going on long-winded here, there's been a lot of discussion about a lot of issues, and too much of it, frankly, has been about Donald Trump. Donald Trump is not the number one threat to Canada, despite all of this frankly blatant lying of people who think that he's seriously going to occupy this country and take over this country. It's a joke on our part that we're taking it seriously when we have so many other issues that we've been dealing with after a decade of Liberal destruction.
You nailed it, Keean. I mean, I think that's a $45 billion industry, which is basically principally a China demand industry for Canada. It's not like we have multiple markets. It's a critical industry. And we're fighting it on something where we are, I think, number 19 or 20 in terms of whether Canada creates another electric battery or not is almost totally irrelevant. And in the planet, and that whole thing was propped up with the $50 billion that we didn't spend keeping our NATO or NORAD promises or doing any of the things that would have put us in a much better position with the Americans. But you're putting your finger on something I think really important about this campaign, and it's been a feature of this campaign. The amount of sort of armchair quarterbacking, and I don't mean that in a negative way. I just think a lot of us have been asking, what exactly was the tactical point of stepping back from making certain things critical points in the election. And one of them, to me, has been, why has China been getting a free pass this entire time by both parties? Why hasn't there been an outright, just an explanation of why we're tariffing certain Chinese goods? I think we did it in collaboration with the Americans. Why have we left certain tariffs on the Americans? And why aren't we, sending an emissary to deal with this canola tariff? Doesn't seem to me that it's done anything to protect people. And to your point, real nations don't prosecute their trade and security issues off the back of who happens to form their best favored voting bloc. It's not the way it's supposed to work. Those farmers are supposed to be protected by one government of one nation. And I think the sentiment in Alberta, which is one of the themes for me, and maybe Candice, with apologies, maybe it's just because I'm out here, but I can tell you tonight, if it's anything like the conversations I've been having, and this is not some fringe group, this is in some of the skyscrapers downtown here. People are just saying, you know what, maybe it's time for divorce. Seems like they walked away from us a decade ago and they're not walking back. So, I think things like what happened with canola and other things have started to test the patience of people to still believe in a federal system if there isn't a real re-architecting of what's going on coming out of however this vote turns out.
Well, I think depending on how the night goes, that might be a conversation that we have to revisit and go much, much deeper on. David, folks, you'll see at the bottom of our screen, we are already reporting that the Conservatives are winning. The polls closed in Newfoundland at 7 p.m. Eastern time, so that was just 13 minutes ago, and we have the first result that has already come through. So, like I said, throughout the night, we are going to be announcing the seats as they come. We're going to introduce you to our decision desk shortly, and we will be bringing you the results as they come in. So the next major poll that closes is in 27 minutes, 17 minutes. The polls close in the rest of Atlantic Canada. And at that point, we will go to our decision desk who might be able to give us some more answers. And David, just to pick up on one of the things you were saying, why weren't these tariffs from China a bigger issue? I mean, why wasn't Chinese election interference a bigger issue? The fact that some of the things that Mark Carney got accused of or got stung with during the election campaign, and I don't want to sit here and play like, what about, because the idea is that we know that the legacy media is so stacked against Conservatives that it's not a level playing field whatsoever. So it's hardly even worth sitting here and noticing and complaining over the fact that they don't play it evenly. But if there were reports from CSIS, if there were open, WeChat exposés showing that, for instance, Republicans in the US or the Russians or any foreign government was interfering to promote the Conservatives and Pierre Poilievre, we know that would have been a theme of the entire election. We would have heard from it every single day, every single moment from legacy media. That happened in this election with Mark Carney and the Chinese. They openly were interfering and promoting him. The legacy media lied and said that Mark Carney was being targeted by the Chinese. They were not targeting him in a negative way. They were promoting him in a propagandistic way. And he even had to fire one of his candidates. Well, didn't fire him, actually. He quit because Mark Carney refused to fire him. I'm talking about Paul Chiang in Markham Unionville, because of that candidate's close ties with China, because that candidate made a absolutely despicable, un-Canadian comment, saying jokingly or whatever, but saying on a microphone to a room full of people that they should turn his opponent, his Conservative opponent, over to the Chinese consulate and embassy for a bounty, because that candidate had been an outspoken critic of the Chinese government. Chinese government put him on a hit list. All this to say is that this is an unbelievably big issue in this campaign. I interviewed Sam Cooper, investigative journalist, many times on my show. We'll have him join the broadcast later tonight to talk about this issue. It's really unbelievable that it wasn't featured more heavily in the campaign.
Yeah, and Candice, to your point, the gentleman that went on to replace Paul Chiang, if I'm not mistaken, was then someone who had been invited to a military parade in Beijing and attended it. If I've got the person right, I think Canada has a big problem here, and the problem is not that there aren't reasons why foreign adversaries might be playing games with who they target and how they target it. The problem is there's a distinct lack of media interest in chasing these things down and getting to the bottom of them for the sake of Canadians having a sense of how reliable their elected representatives are, and whether or not or why they could be bought off by foreign interests, and what those foreign interests are. And I think when you look at that, the two RCMP officers that released the report on the 9 sitting members of Carney's current cabinet, you just think, look, that for their sake, as much as for the sake of the country, that should be dealt with openly by intrepid journalism. It can't continue to go on like this, where we just sort of ignore it because they're the favored party of the journalistic class that depends on them for money.
100%. And I mean, there's so many issues like this. Is frustrating. But even with Mark Carney and this whole idea, I mean, the entire election narrative was built around this idea that Mark Carney is the one that will stand up to Donald Trump. He is the one that can negotiate on our behalf. It's not a true narrative. It's not based on fact. It's wish casting from the legacy media. And yet, when we learned about what actually happened on Trump and Carney's first phone call, it turns out that the version that was reported in the legacy media, the version told to us by the Liberal Party and by the Prime Minister, was a fabrication. And he didn't have Trump's respect. Trump didn't say that he respected Canada's sovereignty. Quite the opposite. Trump said that Canada was 51st state, the exact same jab that he made at Justin Trudeau prior. And in that call reportedly now, Mark Carney even said that he believed that Donald Trump was a transformative president and that he looked forward to working for him. In other words, he was kissing the ring, right? This is something that I wrote earlier in the campaign, that one of Mark Carney's probably personal friends, I'm talking about Ian Bremmer, who runs the Eurasia Group. The Eurasia Group employs Mark Carney's wife. It employs Gerald Butts, who's an advisor to Mark Carney. It employs one of his star candidates. Anyway, what he said was that after the election, he suspected that the Prime Minister of Canada will quietly fold to the Americans, right? Yeah. This entire thing has just been a show. Behind the scenes, what the Americans are being told and what is being communicated in these professional circles is literally that the Prime Minister of Canada is acting tough. Mark Carney is acting tough for the election. And as soon as the election ends, he will quietly fold to the Americans. The fact that that wasn't, again, a feature of this campaign, that wasn't spoken about, wasn't exposed more broadly than just here at Juno News and on YouTube, it's really a disservice to the Canadian public. Most Canadians probably have no idea that happened and that will happen if Mark Carney is to form a government here.
Yeah, and the collusion cuts both ways. What happens if that's the case is Mark Carney knows who's buttered his bread. And so partway through the campaign, he offered an additional $150 million to the CBC on CBC channels. So you just, when I express these things in other countries, I spend most of my time overseas with some clients. People think that I'm, maybe a conspiracy theorist. They're not sure that could be true. You just like imagine you're in a Scandinavian country and you just say, look, all of the press that is being funded, any alternative press is being taxed under the guise of misinformation. And the government itself works very closely, and in the middle of a campaign just made an announcement to offer another 9 figures to the principal media platform, which they're promising to fund as they fight an election that's being prosecuted over that platform to Canadians, right? And so I think on a whole host of things, Mark Carney's economic credentials, the fact that he kind of played third string for a couple minutes of hockey when he was in college, and that he's a hockey player. These kinds of things are just the sorts of things that if a conservative tried it, wouldn't make it to the press would call it out instantly, and justifiably in many cases. If somebody's playing games, you get called. But I think that this fundamental problem of what's happening with media and free speech is at the heart of Carney's campaign. One of the things to keep in mind is he's the one that wrote the very ugly and I think deeply crass and totally intentionally misaligned use of the word sedition when he talked about freezing bank accounts, finding foreign funding, etc. He was the dog whistle to Chrystia Freeland and the total violation of the Constitution of Canada, total violation of civil rights. All that's been found to have been a total violation of the Constitution by our federal courts, thankfully, one of the few cases where the judicial lean towards progressive left didn't take place, and yet he's got a free pass from this, from the press.
Well, I just want to jump in on that, David, because he gets a free pass on so many things, right? He's come in the minds of many Canadians, fair Canadians who might not pay close attention to politics. The way he's being portrayed is a middle of the road, competent, centrist banker. But the reality about Mark Carney is that he has adopted many of the most hard left radical positions when it comes to the environment, when it comes to woke gender ideology, even this, what you're talking about, supporting the Emergencies Act and being as extreme as you could possibly get when it comes to COVID mandates and COVID lockdowns, right? So just imagine a world where a conservative person who, is a successful bureaucrat or business person steps into politics and basically tells you to ignore all of my positions for the past decade, ignore all the extreme radical positions that I've taken. Imagine if it was on the right, and just accept me as a centrist banker. And the media go, okay, that's fair. We won't ask any questions about your radical climate plan. We won't ask any questions about your gender ideology and your belief when it comes to the idea that boys can be girls and girls can be boys. And we'll just accept you at face value and go ahead. And I mean, it's just such an absolute slap in the face of Canadians, a total abdication of their responsibility as journalists. Sorry, I interrupted you. You can continue.
No, not at all. I mean, you're putting your finger on I think what is the critical issue of this campaign, which is the corporate rebranding of the Liberal Party under somebody that's actually an extreme progressive, but wears a suit and happens to have been a technocrat banker. And that the first step, of course, was to try and rebrand this around being a crisis instead of having to respond to the problem of the last 10 years of misrule under this government. The second part of the rebrand was to take the most popular conservative policies, eliminate the proposed capital gains tax increase, eliminate the carbon tax, talk and act like conservatives on all of the mainstream policies that had strong, broad-based support across the country. And then ensure that you could dress up or just run from the things that were obvious misalignments with the population at large. The industrial tax is being framed in a way that will try and keep the population from knowing what they're talking about. So is this bizarre idea, which doesn't hold water economically at all, that you can separate fixed operating costs and call them investments, and then use that to run up a planned $250 billion additional deficit on top of the already $1.5 trillion debt. That will mean that the next generation's we're already carrying $62 billion a year in debt funding, debt servicing, which is more than we have for federal health transfers to the military. And Mark Carney's been at the heart of this print money, tax people and spend it, tied to climate alarmism. It's the worst possible cocktail that you can put into a modern economy. It's crushed the UK. And to the extent that the Liberals have been following his advice the last 5 years directly, and before that indirectly, it's crushed Canada. And it's reduced us to the worst in the OECD and the worst in the G7 on almost every factor, but certainly in terms of the GDP, which is our ability to actually pay for our government and to pay off the debt that our government's run up for the last 10 years.
It's really, really unbelievable. Well, folks, thank you so much for tuning in. I'm really pleased to announce we almost have 15,000 live viewers across all platforms. So we're well on our way to replacing the CBC. If you could just do me a quick favor, go ahead and like this video. It really helps us with the algorithm, both on X, on YouTube, and we're streaming over at Rumble as well. So just give us a like, it takes a second, and help us get this stream bigger than the CBCs. That is our only goal. That is
it's crazy how effective likes and comments are at overwhelming the algorithm. And the CBC, they often turn their comments off. If it gets too rowdy in there, we're not going to be doing that. But if you want to see some rowdy comments, I do recommend people do scan that code in the bottom left to join our private chat room. It's not being moderated by YouTube or even X. It is just straight to business. We're discussing things live with the decision desk there, where we're just sort of having backroom conversations about what's going on. One of them, for example, I just want to point out, and hopefully I'm not running over time here, Candice. I just want to talk a little bit about the first riding that we're hoping to look at and get results from tonight. It will be sort of a bellwether riding to explain to us and viewers and Canadians if the Conservative Party is having a good night tonight or if they're having a bad night tonight. And it's going to be St. John Kennebacus, I believe is the way to pronounce it. It's a riding in New Brunswick. We expect that the Conservatives have a chance of holding the Liberals to a minority if they do pretty well there. The Conservatives need to get over 40% in that riding. If they get over 44%, then it will be an exceptional night for Pierre Poilievre. If they get below 40, well, that's going to be a red flag, literally, that the Liberal Party might be doing better across the country if it is below 40% there. So we're going to be keeping an eye on that. And the polls close in exactly 2 minutes and 50 seconds. So once those results start rolling in, we are going to be feeding you guys that information live, both in the chat room there on the bottom left and, of course, on screen. You can already see the Liberals have taken a bit of a lead in Newfoundland in the polls that have closed there. As votes are being tabulated, we're going to start declaring ridings. That's what our decision desk is going to be doing. And once they do start declaring ridings, you'll see in the right-hand side of the screen a candidate slider, we're calling it, where candidates who have been either defeated or have become victorious will be displayed there on the screen for you so that you, in your own riding, might see your own candidate there, and you'll see whether or not your riding went Conservative, Liberal, or less likely NDP, Bloc, or even Green. I don't think the Greens are going to have a very good night tonight. I think that one of their co-leaders might even lose their seats, but I guess we'll have to see. It's going to be a very long night one way or the other.
Well, it's interesting, too, because it's hard for Conservatives to watch the results come in Atlantic Canada because that's not necessarily where the party is strongest. So just keep in mind that the Conservative Party currently holds 8 seats in Atlantic Canada. And holding on to those 8 seats will be a good night for the Conservatives. And so it is a bit of a guide. We will have our decision desk joining us very shortly. David, I know we only have you for a few more minutes, and we are hoping to have you later on in the night.
Yeah, I've got another 25 now. I just got a note from our good friend.
Okay, well, great. Well, I was going to ask you for your quick prediction, but I guess we don't need it to be quick. So why don't you tell us what?
Well, to be, we can't talk about the state-run media being fast and loose on the facts. So I just looked up the point I was making earlier. So one of the ridings I think we should watch is Markham Unionville. This is the riding where the bounty hunter was replaced by the new gentleman whose name is Peter Ewan. Let me just give you some facts about Peter Ewan. So Peter Ewan is a former police officer. He joined the board of something called the NOIC Academy, which the Canadian Secret Intelligence Service flagged as an important part of the foreign interference inquiry. He has also been a member of the Chinese Confederation of Canadian Organizations in Toronto, 2017. That's considered a prominent Chinese influence operation. He's a member of the Jiangsu Commerce Council of Canada, again, directly affiliated with the Chinese Communist Party. He attended, and this is the one that's sort of the most obvious one, the one that I knew about from friends in Hong Kong. In 2015, Yoon attended a military parade in Beijing at the invitation of the United Front Linked Office, which is a tactic by Beijing to cultivate ties with ethnic Chinese leaders abroad. Now, I lived in Hong Kong for about 15 years. What I can tell you is it is impossible to go anywhere near a military parade in Beijing unless you're favored by the state. The fact that Mark Carney, at the end of a scandal where his candidate had to step down because Mark Carney wouldn't fire him for his overt playing up to the CCP inside Canada by referring somebody to secret police and a bounty, both of which exist against dissidents in this country. To replace somebody that horrible with this guy is just a smack in the face of democracy. And it's
okay, David, sorry to cut you off. I just have to make a quick announcement, and then I have a very special guest, and I will get back to David and Keean in just a moment. So hold that thought, please, David. So the polls are now closed in Atlantic Canada. So following my next interview, we're going to go to our decision desk and hear more about what that means for the election. But first, I'm very pleased to be joined by our second guest of the evening, very, very special guest here on the program. And I'm talking about Anna Poilievre. Anna, welcome to the Juno News Election Night.
Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here with you.
It's great to see you. So how are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling very good. I think that my husband and the entire Conservative Party of Canada ran a very good campaign, and I feel very good about it.
So I'm just wondering, when you first met Pierre, when you went on your first date, did you ever think that you would be here on an election night in the situation that you're in right now?
Yes and no. No, because it's definitely not just with Pierre, but with me. My background is, Pierre and I, we come from very humble beginnings. So everything feels surreal. At the same time, I would say yes, because I've always believed in the potential of Pierre. So in that sense, I'm not so surprised. So it's good to be here.
Well, it's funny because there was a feature in a magazine from like 25 years ago when he was a 20-year-old young man talking about what he would do if he was prime minister. So I guess he was one of those people that wanted to be prime minister from a very young age. So why don't you just tell us about your day? What have you done so far? I presume you voted today, or did you vote in the advance polls?
We voted today. So this morning, well, first of all, we got home last night very late. So this morning, we woke up very eager to see the children for the first time in about 2 to 3 weeks. So we spent time with the kids before they headed to school, and then we went to vote. And after that, we just went to see our team in the war room to, thank them for the hard work. And then it's been rather a quiet day after that. It's like the eye of the storm, where it's quiet. There's nothing much for us to do. It felt a bit weird. But we're in a hotel room, and we're going to be with our children, Pierre and I, just the four of us, quietly awaiting to see what Canadians are going to choose for this election.
Well, what a tremendous campaign, and what an experience to get to travel around the country, see every part with your husband in this role, and with your children too. I have to say, Anna, it's brought me a lot of joy to see your children on the campaign trail. And I caught an interview that you and Pierre did where I think your son would see the people lining up to the rallies and say, "Oh, those are Daddy's friends."
Yes.
Isn't it wonderful to have children to sort of like take you away from the stress of politics, because you spend time with them, you see the world through their eyes, and it's a great way to sort of break up the stress of politics. How's it felt to have them around?
Absolutely. I think it was a very natural decision for us to keep the family together as much as we could. It's something, it's also a value that I want to pass on to the children, that we're a tight family, and whatever one of the family members chooses to do, we tackle it as a team. And so that's been really wonderful to do. And, they're very young. So I don't know, as you know, our daughter Valentina, she has special needs. So she's nonverbal. So we don't really know what she's taking in. And Cruz is 3 years old. But we believe that, one day they will remember, they will talk about this experience. And we're going to be very glad that we decided to bring them on board with us.
Well, it's just such a nice relief. Like, even for me, and my life is 1/10 as demanding as yours. You sometimes you have a hard day or a busy day, and you go spend time with the kids, and it's like, all the stuff, all the politics, everything that might be happening online just kind of disappears, and there's such joy in being around children. So it was really nice to see them.
Always put things into perspective, whatever you hear, like, do you tune off the noise right away, because it put things into perspective that what truly really matters is our family and, the future of our children, which is our purpose and why we do this as well, for everybody else's children as well.
Well, exactly. I think so many people were casting their ballots today, thinking about the future, thinking about young Canadians. And it's so interesting to see, I think my whole life in politics, there's been like an adage that if you're conservative when you're 20, you don't have a heart.
That's right.
But if you're not a conservative by the time you're 40, you don't have a brain. And
Yeah.
yet in this election, it seems that older Canadians are the ones that are voting, or at least if you believe in the polls, might be leaning more towards doubling down on the last 9 years, and it's conservatives, the younger generation, the under 34 votes. So tell me a little bit about how you think the Conservative Party and Pierre Poilievre have been able to capture that younger crowd and that younger vote in this election.
I think it sums up to the word hope. My husband has restored hope. We have an economy that has been weakened. And if you don't already own assets that inflated through inflation, then you're really, really starting behind. And so that's what happened with our youth. Our youth don't own homes. They're dreaming of owning a house. And so they're starting at life really, really way far behind compared to our parents. And Pierre is restoring that hope. But, it goes beyond the economy. It goes with crime as well. I think that this generation children, they can't play outside like the way we used to. I don't know about you, Candice, but I remember at the time that we had no cell phones, no nothing. We could play outside, go to the park, and just tell mom and dad we'll be back at 5 p.m. right on time for dinner. And our parents didn't have to worry about that. I don't think that parents today can do that. And so we see that big gap. You see that our youth and young parents, they're thinking about that a lot. And my husband has restored a lot of hope.
Well, he's one of the only ones that is willing to talk about these issues, is brave enough to talk about them. I mean, I have to tell you, Anna, everywhere I go, people are talking about carjackings and home invasions. Those are things that I never would imagine would happen in Canada. You know, those are the kind of things that I imagine might happen in South America or like South Africa or something like that. The fact that that has become like normal, shockingly normal in and around Toronto is just so outrageous. The fact that that wasn't the number one campaign issue is still, unbelievable to me. But it was fantastic that Pierre was the one that was talking about that, and early too. He's been talking about this issue for a very long time. I mean, how do you feel about the rising crime levels in Canada?
Well, you're absolutely right. This is something that you would see in South America. I was born in Caracas, Venezuela, and I remember growing up, my mother will take the 4 of us kids, and she will always tell us to hold tight to her little belt so that she can feel that all 4 kids are holding onto her, because, children could be taken away and that level of crime. So one of the reasons why my family was looking for better opportunities and came here to Canada was because of the safety, how safe Canada used to be. And now we're in a situation where we don't really recognize the country. My father and my stepmother, they own a pharmacy in Toronto. And they have a video of 4 men with masks pulling into their driveway. And they were coming to do God knows what. And it's so sad, but my dad had already prepared for that, where he had a system where my stepmother can automatically lock that door. So you can just imagine the fear that my family lives under and all of Canadian families are living under. And it's just so ironic, because one of the reasons why my family left South America, Caracas, Venezuela, was because of that reason. And so it's unfortunately, you're right, Pierre's the only one who's been talking about these issues. I think other parties have been trying to distract, because they know that Pierre's the one who's been connecting with the real issues. He's been traveling for 3 years. So there's hope, because we can bring safety back by changing our laws and giving all the tools that the police force needs. And as you know, Candice, the police associations have endorsed Pierre, and there's a reason why.
Absolutely. I just want to ask you a question about, during the debate, each candidate was asked what their sort of regret of the campaign was. And Pierre Poilievre almost got teary when he was talking about how he regrets that he can't spend more time on the ground with individual Canadians. And it seems to me that this is like one of the things that really helps him as a leader, because and like you said, for 3 years, he travels and he talks to people. He actually listens. He hears about the things, that I hear about when I go out, that you hear about with your friends. But I mean, imagine hearing about it from tens of millions of Canadians all the time, and being one of the first people to really understand those issues. And so I'm wondering, like, you've traveled with him and you've gone on these campaigns. I know it's hard for him to be able to leave, but like, what is it like to go to a rally with him?
Well, I was with him every single day of this campaign, and you're absolutely right when you say that my husband listens. Actually, whenever I go on my little solo tours and I give a speech and I talk about my husband, I'd like to tell people that, everybody knows Pierre Poilievre as a very good, articulate man, very good debater, good communicator. But actually, his best and strongest quality is that he listens. And so he has a good pulse on what's happening on the ground, and he loves people, and it shows, because he stays for hours after rallies, so that he can hear the people, listen from there directly, and that's how he knows what's happening on the ground. And that has really created a strong movement of people that feel that have been left behind, that their voices have not been represented in Ottawa. So Pierre's bringing their voices to Ottawa rather than the other way around. And you're right. I can't even describe the rallies. I don't know if you've had the chance to come to one of those, but the last rally that we had was last night in Pierre's riding. And I got very emotional, because this has been a 3-year culmination for us. And to think that it was our last rally, and being with all of the people, they share their stories, their pains, their struggles, and we're doing it for them. And it's an honor. It's an honor for us.
What an incredible service you provided to your new adopted country, and to be on this journey with Pierre. Well, our thoughts and our prayers are with you and your family, and we're really just hoping that tonight goes well. Is there anything specific that you're going to be watching out for tonight?
I'm just going to be thinking of the people. I'm going to be thinking of the people that hugged us and with tears on their face shared their stories, and we're doing it for them. And no matter what happens, we're standing strong, and we're going to continue fighting for all of them.
Absolutely wonderful. Well, Anna Poilievre, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for joining us at Juno News. We really appreciate it. We'll be respectful of your time. So we'll say goodnight, but wishing you all the best tonight.
Well, thank you for having me. Good night.
All right. Thank you so much. Wow, what an interesting discussion. Well, Keean, David, I've got you back on. So what did you think of the interview with Anna there?
That was fantastic and so generous of her to lend her time to Juno. I mean, I think it speaks to the fact that Juno is really the fastest growing news outlet in this country. I think that we've had a huge impact in this campaign, and part of having a huge impact in the campaign in terms of turning the dial and shedding a light on the stories that the mainstream media tries to brush under a rug, you build an audience really, really quickly. And as a result, people like Pierre, one of our first interviews was with Pierre himself. And now this interview with Anna, I think you did great. Seeing the other side of the personal side of these politicians is really an interesting thing, I think, to the viewers, to understand what it is to be a politician in the highest offices in this country. What does it do to you? What does it do to your marriage? What does it do to your family? How do you change throughout the campaign when you speak to so many people and you become a lightning rod for their issues? Some people criticize politicians for crying on the campaign trail, but I've been on a few campaign trails now, and you see these candidates, they take in so much from people who are struggling, and they're dealing with some of the most painful things you could ever imagine in your life. And the people they look to solve those problems are people like Pierre. They were people like Justin Trudeau and Mark Carney. So these politicians, whether they're liberals or conservatives, they take in a lot, and it changes a person. Going through these campaigns, going to these rallies that are so huge, it's like going to a rock concert where people are putting not just a fun night into your hands, they're putting their hopes and dreams for a better future for themselves, for their aging parents, and for their children. It really is a crazy thing to be a politician in this country. And some people don't have a lot of sympathy for them, but when you see interviews like that, I think that it's pretty clear that they are in this for the right reasons. And it gives me a little bit of hope, because some politicians aren't in it for the right reasons. They haven't been quite on the campaign trail in the same way that Pierre and his wife have been. I've been impressed that she's followed him across this campaign almost 100% of the time. That is a very rare thing. Even Donald Trump's wife doesn't do that. Mark Carney's wife certainly hasn't, and Justin Trudeau's wife obviously didn't either. So it's an interesting thing, and I think that Canadians are going to see that, and I think they're impressed by it.
No, they're quite the power couple, and you can tell that they really rely on each other for that emotional support. I mean, politics can be a very draining, challenging sport or profession, and you live it. It's your career, but it's your life, and it's who you are. And I think Pierre Poilievre is very lucky to have a woman like Anna Poilievre by her side. What do you think, David?
Yeah, look, I think one of the things that's noticeable, I actually hosted Pierre and Anna in Hong Kong back in the day, and I think they're just genuine. They love people. It's very genuine. When you run a campaign, things have to be scripted. They're very tight. You run things by sort of half minutes. And Keean's seen this up close. And I have. And I think one of the things that's hard to do is just maintain that kind of level of connection and empathy and intention. And he's carried it, and it's incredibly grueling. One of the things that people don't understand is the sleep deprivation that couple is under right now is probably extraordinary, because it's not just that your pacing of your campaign is that intense. It's that every 15 minutes, some candidate somewhere says the wrong thing, and it becomes a crisis of the moment that requires the leader to weigh in on it. And then the next morning at 5:30 in the morning, somebody who's supposed to have something done, didn't get it done. The plane needs to be fixed. You're going to miss that thing, and there's no way to get a bus out there. It's constant. And I think they're probably just they're probably almost hallucinating. They're so tired, but surrounded by people who love them. And they've left nothing on the field. I think they can be very proud of the campaign that they ran. I think there's going to be a lot of, this campaign in particular has already had some litigation of the strategy and tactics. And I think that's an incredibly hard thing for a campaign. I was very sympathetic to what was going on when you had that debate between the team conservative in Ontario and team conservative federally. And that's been a feature of this campaign. It's something we're going to have to talk about.
Yeah, I would love to hash that out right now, actually, as someone like you who knows this business really well. What do you make of it when you see internal Conservative Party factions, or maybe I shouldn't say Conservative Party, because Corey Tanaiki, for example, is not a member of the Conservative campaign, but he is ostensibly a Conservative in Canada. What do you make of it when these factions within the same party clash like this so publicly at such a crucial moment?
It's unfortunately, Keean, Alberta politics. I came back to work on Jason's campaign, and we won a historic landslide and had an incredibly united, recently united Conservative Party, UCP. But it wasn't united for long. And I think it's in the nature of the Conservative movement that people are very factional. They think they know best. They're independent minded. And there's something about that DNA that's actually good, and it forces a constant renewal and a constant reckoning and an accountability. And there were things we certainly needed to be accountable for. And no one's, wilting violet there, but there's a point. And I think what you're seeing happen right now, unfortunately, is that we do our laundry in public, but we don't do it in a constructive way. It's not put out there in a sense of like, look, we've got your back, but we sure wish you were building better bridges with the local teams in terms of data, running the campaign better in our space. It was sort of being prosecuted, I think, with a lot of history in the air that's probably not worth going through on the air here, but the history between the campaign managers, and I think some of the background, and I think mistakes have been made, and prices get paid for mistakes that get made. You have to be a realist, and you have to be a little bit Machiavellian when you're going to win. But I do think that as a party, we've got to get a better grip on what our overall tactics and strategy should be, because the strong, enduring sense across, I think, the spectrum of the players involved is that we should have won this clearly and cleanly. It shouldn't be close in the way that it's close. And
well, and it's so unforgivable. Sorry,
David,
tough. Just to jump in here. It's so unforgivable when I see potential Conservative candidates that would replace, like the pre-positioning that's come on by some 100%. Sort of prominent Conservatives. It's just so inappropriate, and to me, it's like such a unforgivable sin to do during an election campaign. Like, I still believe that Pierre Poilievre has a very good chance of becoming prime minister tonight, and the fact that there are some campaigns and some politicians that are already pre-positioning to try to elbow their way in to lead this party is gross. And I'm glad you're calling them out on it. It needs to stop. And let's all be in together, and we can do a postmortem after the election, talk about what went right, what went wrong. But you don't do that during an election. All right, folks, we have been talking about this since the broadcast began, but I'm very pleased. I want to introduce you to our Decision Desk host, Matt John. So Matt he's the executive at Crestview, which is a public relations firm in Ontario, and he is going to be the one breaking down all the numbers for us. So as you can see in the bottom of our screen, we do have some results coming in already. They're slowly trickling in. The polls closed in Newfoundland at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, 5 p.m. Mountain Time. 7:30, the polls closed in the rest of Atlantic Canada. That's 5:30 p.m. in Alberta, 4:30 p.m. in British Columbia. And so we are starting to see results trickle in. Like I mentioned earlier, the Conservatives only held 8 seats going into this election. So yes, the early numbers coming in will always look a little disappointing for the Conservatives, but just so that you know, conservatives aren't expected to do any kind of a blowout in Atlantic Canada. So if we can
I
bring,
will just note, Candice, that while we're bringing him in, that the Conservatives are leading right now in 4 ridings. One of them is just one poll reporting, so it's not really much, not even worth mentioning. But of the ridings that have currently, the non-incumbent is leading. 2 of those ridings are being taken by the Conservatives, which means Anthony Germain right now is being upset by 300 votes. That's almost 7%. That's in Terra Nova. And then again in Long Range Mountains, Don Bradshaw is being beat right now. He's the incumbent, Liberal incumbent, is being beat by over 1,000 votes right now, which is 20%, with 45 out of 250 polls reporting. That's actually crazy right now that we're seeing. The Liberals are, the Conservatives not currently lost any of the seats that they held, but Liberals have lost 2 seats already. They're not been called, but they are trailing in seats that they are the incumbent in. And actually, more polls just came in Bradshaw's riding, and he's now trailing even further. So so far, it's looking good. Without speaking too early.
well, you don't want to jump ahead of yourselves too much with it. Again, Atlantic Canada, not high expectations necessarily, but really interesting context. And we are going to be going to our decision desk, and Matt John, who's going to be, he's our numbers guy. I'm actually so impressed by this. So one of the things that we did here at Juno News is, first of all, we created, there's Matt John. Hi, Matt. Welcome to the show. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hi, Candice. Good to be with you.
Okay, so tell us about Juno News' decision desk. I'm so excited about this new announcement that we're making.
Yeah, it's really exciting. I think as the folks who've been following in the chat would note, we posted some updates on the model that Juno has developed. And I would note that model should give us a good indication of where things are headed tonight. If you took our model and put the Juno polling into it, you would see that would give us a seat count of about the CBC a seat count of about 150 and the Liberals about 165. Your listeners would probably note that that's a pretty different seat count than what some of the publicly available polls and seat counts are showing, where they're showing more like 180 seats for the Liberals and the CPC closer to 130. So the difference between our model and polling and the publicly available polling is a good indication overall of where things are headed. I would also just say, as you guys have noted in in Newfoundland, early results are actually really encouraging for the Conservatives. There's probably at the most 3 ridings there that I would call accessible to the Conservative Party. One that they already hold, which would be a must hold. That's the one in central Newfoundland, where currently Clifford Small is leading by almost 1,700 votes, or with 65% of the vote. I'd note that's only with 21% of the polls reporting. And I would also this is going to be something I'll probably say a lot tonight, but with the number of advance votes that are out there, you have to kind of wait until some of those come in before you can really have an idea of what's going on. So just to give you a note, in central Newfoundland, that's a riding that had over 8,000 people vote in the advance polls. And you'll note right now only 5,300 votes have been counted there. So that until we see that advance vote come in, it'll be difficult to really know what's going on. But very encouraging results for the Conservatives early on in that riding.
Can you tell us of the ridings that we're about to start seeing results in, which ones do you have your eyes on the most?
So I would say Nova Scotia, I'm going to look at the Conservatives holding those ridings. So I think you noted there was one Conservative lead. I think that's in the Rick Perkins riding. That's going to be an interesting one because there actually isn't an NDP candidate in that riding. And so the fear of the NDP vote consolidating with the Liberals to oust a Conservative could be realized there. And then the next one I'd look at is I think you mentioned this already on the broadcast, but St. John Kennebasis in New Brunswick. That's a riding that if the Conservatives are having a good night, or even a night where they're on track to hold the Liberals to a minority, that's a riding that you might see the Conservatives do well in potentially and win it. So that's what I'll be looking at early as we see these results coming in from the Atlantics.
And so, Matt, can you tell us in your model, how many seats do you have the Conservatives winning in all of Atlantic Canada?
In Atlantic Canada, we would have, sorry, I'm just going to pull it up. I'm looking over to my left here at my other screen, so just so I can get a good look at at that. So in Atlantic Canada, we would have the Conservatives winning the 8 that they currently hold, and then potentially another 3 or 4 beyond that. So that would be, I think you guys mentioned already a couple of those ridings in rural Newfoundland, St. John Kennebassis that you already noted. Those would be the ones that we would see the Conservatives picking up if they're on track for a minority, holding the Liberals to a minority this tonight.
And maybe you can fill me in on this. How does the advance polls, when are they calculated? When are they added in? Like, why wouldn't they be the first votes that are counted?
Yeah.
Why do they hold them to the end?
That's a really, really good question. I think you saw some news reports recently of Elections Canada starting to count advance votes early. There has been certainly a tradition here that you wouldn't start counting any votes until the polls are closed for obvious reasons. I think with the volume of advance vote that we now see from 2019 to 2021 to today, you're going to have to see more and more the Elections Canada starting the vote count on advance votes early so that they're ready to release them closer to when the rest of those votes are getting counted. You're going to see a challenge. If they're not able to pull that off, you are going to see some ridings that will look, they're trending one way as the election day vote comes in, and then a huge amount of votes come in and potentially swing that riding.
And do we have any indicator whether, I think there was an Angus Reid poll that showed that the advance polls were going very heavily Liberal, which I have a hard time believing that, because to me, if you're so motivated to get out and change the country, it's because you want change, right? And my husband and I went in advance, voted in the advance poll. We went super early, like the poll, we were literally the first people there when the poll opened, so we didn't really get a good impression of who else was there. But I have heard, like, anecdotally, that people who did go to advance polls, it seemed to them that the people around them, the people that were voting, the ones that they spoke to, were in fact voting for change and voting for Pierre Poilievre. So any indication of which way that advanced voting may be going?
Yeah, I saw that Angus Reid poll. I mean, the problem with polling that is you're going to get a very small sample size and a large margin of error, and it's probably not consistent across the country. I also would, I think general political wisdom would tell you that the more motivated voters are going to show up in the advance polls, and that generally tends to be the voters who are looking for a change. I would only note, to temper some enthusiasm around that as potentially being good for the Conservatives, that a lot of the public polling that I've seen would indicate that there is a chunk of voters who think it's time for a change, who are voting Liberal. That's perplexing to a lot of us, but that some of the polls have been showing that. And so I think if you were the Liberals, you'd probably be spinning that those voters are showing up in the advance polls, and that's going to have a good night, make it a good night for you.
Okay, well, Matt, John, you are manning our decision desk, and we're so excited to have you. So, folks, if you head on over to Juno News and subscribe, or if you scan the QR code on your screen, you will be taken to our Juno News chat. And in there, you can ask Matt John questions live, and he will be responding. Ask him about your writing, ask him about the data. We also have an exclusive spreadsheet that Matt and his team have created. It's really interesting. If you are the type that likes pouring through data, looking through numbers, we have made this available to all of our paid subscribers. So all you have to do is go over and get a subscription at Juno News. You get access to the exact same spreadsheet that Keean, Matt, and I have open in front of us that we're going through to learn about every single riding, who currently holds it. We have 2 different models that we're basing this on. So this is really interesting. We have our Juno polls that we connected throughout the campaign with One Persuasion. And then we also used our Juno neighbor poll. We pioneered the neighbor poll. Abacus Data followed suit and did their own neighbor poll. So you can see our different projections and models based on those 2 polling. So I encourage you to go over and do that. Matt, we will be back with you again shortly. So thank you so much for joining us.
Great.
And speaking
Candice,
of...
I'll just mention something quickly here.
Sure.
I'm looking at the live watch numbers for our competition in the mainstream media, from the Canadian Press to CPAC to CP24 and the Canadian Press. We are currently exceeding all of them for views. We have 3 times as many views right now as the Canadian Press, 10 times as many views, live viewers, as CPAC. The legacy media is going to have a reckoning after this election is over. I think when people realize exactly how they've hoodwinked this country. We currently haven't exceeded the CBC, but we are almost about to surpass CTV. And if we can do that, I would consider it a huge win. So I just want to remind everyone to make sure to hit the like button. It plays a huge role in making sure that regular regular everyday Canadians who maybe aren't tuned in as much as you are fed our stream and our news by YouTube and by the Google algorithms and by X as well. We want to make sure that they're hearing the honest truth about what is going on in this country and what is going on tonight, because the stakes have never been more high, and we cannot trust tonight in the hands of the CBC. So I encourage you to leave a comment. If you do that, it'll help us out immensely. And then scan the QR code at the bottom left-hand corner of your screen so that you can join our private chat room, as Candice was mentioning. But Candice, I think we do have a commercial break coming up.
Okay, yes, and we'll be joined after the break by some new guests. So let's hear a quick word from our sponsor, then we'll be back with more analysis and updates.
Tired of
Well, so we look maybe about an issue there. So if that is not ready, we can continue to go. And Keean, I would say, to the audience, don't just like the video. Send it to some friends, right? If you know that some people in your family or parents are sitting at home watching CBC, let them know that that's not your only option. We don't have to be held hostage by the legacy media any longer. We are pulling all the stops and trying to bring you the most professional broadcast we've ever done here at Juno News. So send this to your friends, send this to your family, encourage them to support independent media. We don't take money from the government, so we're not influenced by the government. We tell you the truth, how we see it, and it doesn't matter how much money the Liberal Party is offering to the CBC or to the newspapers or even to digital startups. They created this fund, they shook down Google and demanded that Google give them $100 million. And then they started distributing it to media companies, including digital startup companies like Juno News. We will not take that money. We will not take the government's money. We are funded entirely by our viewers. And, interestingly, we launched on Substack. And we quickly became, I think, one of the largest, if not the largest Canadian news site on Substack. Hundreds of thousands of people have subscribed. We get millions of page views a month. I think we're over 9 million for this month.
It's been quite the ride over the last month, seeing the growth that Juno has had. But while you, Candice, I'll give you some time to talk with our backroom about that commercial break. I want to talk about Terra Nova and the Peninsula, as it's called. It's a riding in Newfoundland, as well as its sister riding, Long Range Mountains. These are two really interesting ridings to me. I don't know if we'll be able to bring it up on the screen or not, but I do want to talk about them. So these form the largest part of the landmass of Newfoundland, and the incumbent in Long Range Mountains, Dan Bradshaw, was a huge Trudeau acolyte. He loved Justin Trudeau and took his marching orders every morning. He was one of the most loyal people in Trudeau's caucus, and he, as a Liberal incumbent, is now trailing by more than 1,000 votes. So this would be a huge upset for the Conservative Party. The Conservative candidate there is Carol Ainsley. If she wins, that would be a big win and take home for the Conservative Party. I'll talk about the other one, Terra Nova, the Peninsulas. That's Jonathan Rowe. He's the Conservative candidate there, and he's fought a long campaign. That riding is a tough riding for Conservatives to win in. Anthony Germain, as many of you who follow the House of Commons in question period will know Anthony Germain. He is losing not by as huge of a margin, but this incumbent is still losing by 400 votes. So it's tight. It's 5% of the current reported numbers that we're seeing here. 78 out of 270 polls are reporting there. So almost a third have come back now. And there is a solid Conservative lead in that riding. And as I mentioned earlier, the Liberals are holding on to most of their seats. The Conservatives have not lost one yet that I've been able to find. Every Liberal win that you see on the screen there, you can see they're currently, we just see one more to the Conservative Party now, but all 16 of those that we're seeing from the Liberal Party have been seats that they were already holding going into this election.
Wow, that's super interesting. Okay, Keean, I'm going to bring in some guests here. We are very pleased to be joined by Ashton Arsenault and Deirdre Tinsdale from Crestview. I believe they are standing by, so we would like to welcome them to the broadcast. Hi, thank you so much for joining us. Sorry, I know you were waiting a little bit. So Ashton is a partner at Crestview Government Relations firm based in Ottawa. He's a former political staffer on the Hill and worked in the PEI legislature. So a great person to be talking to as the polls are closing in Eastern Canada. And then Deirdre is a vice president at Crestview based in Quebec. She was previously a senior staffer in the Harper government. So let me go first to you, Ashton, since you're from Prince Edward Island. What are you seeing so far as the results come in, and how are you feeling?
It's very interesting. We were exceptionally hopeful, and I will say, just because I think I should mention it, I have a younger brother that's working on the campaign for the Conservative candidate in Natalie Jameson in Charlottetown Centre. And, there was a point in time where we thought it was plausible that the Conservative Party could flip up to 3 seats in Prince Edward Island. That's just a few short months ago. And now it looks like that's going to be a long road to hoe. And I think if there is one seat in play in Prince Edward Island tonight, it would probably be Cardigan. That was formerly held by longtime Cabinet Minister Lawrence MacAulay of the Liberal Party. He's not going to be running again this time around. And so it's sort of a wide open concept with a really, really good candidate for the Conservative Party in James Aylward, somebody that I've had the pleasure of working with previously. So that's the one I'm watching. But to the point that's already been discussed, I am looking for those incremental pickups in Atlantic Canada. If we can pick up 3, 4, 5 even, then I think that tells me that it's not going to be a blowout. Perhaps we can relegate a Liberal government to a minority, and who knows, maybe even a surprise or two.
Well, what would you say would be the campaign, like the ballot box issue in Atlantic Canada? Did you think it was a similar one that we were hearing in Ontario, or was there something more distinct happening out there?
Yeah, definitely a lot of what's happening in Ontario. So quite frankly, the leadership question and, of course, issues south of the border with President Trump. One thing that I'm struck by in Atlantic Canadian politics is, not dissimilar to Quebec, the vote is fickle at times, and the population is aging in Atlantic Canada perhaps faster than you would see in some other areas of the country. And as we've known through public opinion polling, that's unfortunately skewing towards the Liberal Party of Canada during this election. And so you look at Atlantic Canada, it is a remarkable pivot in a few short months. I mean, there was a point in time where the Conservative Party was up, 17, 18, even 19 points in Atlantic Canada, which look, I've been doing this for long enough, not as long as others, to know that a 19-point lead for the Conservative Party of Canada in Atlantic Canada is basically unheard of. So,
It's too good to be true, I think.
yeah. And it turns out it might just be, Candice. It turns out it might just be.
Well, so what do you think in terms of the campaign that was run? Like, how are you feeling about your confidence towards how Pierre Poilievre ran the campaign, how it was run, the issues that they focused on, the platform that they ran on?
Yeah, I thought he's run an exceptionally, well-defined campaign. The reality is there are some circumstances that popped up along the way that were more or less out of his control in terms of his own personal performance, in terms of the performance of, the candidates that the party was fortunate enough to nominate. I think they've done an exceedingly good job. Let's see what the results say tonight. Obviously, everybody's trying to avoid a blowout here and, best case scenario, an upset, which I'd love to see the media coverage tomorrow in the event of an upset. I do think there will be a good amount of open questions that need to be asked, should be asked, coming out of tonight. What, if anything, could have been done differently? Should the messaging have pivoted a little early? Should it have pivoted at all? Should additional resources been sent to certain ridings? I mean, these are serious questions, and any serious campaign does had an election happened at that time, the NDP actually could have formed the official opposition. So the malpractice of ragging the puck and protecting the Liberal Party of Canada while it was failing and otherwise doomed to fail in the next election is really unforgivable. And quite frankly, Jagmeet Singh is going to pay for it with his job. There is no chance that he is able to retain the leadership post of that party coming out of this evening. First of all, I don't think he's going to win his own seat. Second, I don't know if it's possible at this point they actually get to official party status with 12 seats. Let's see. I think that's one of the stories of the evening. But either way, this is Jagmeet Singh's last night running under the banner of the new Democratic Party.
Well, that might be the best thing that happens today. Hopefully other good things happen. Hopefully Conservatives do better than the polls are suggesting. But I think that Jagmeet Singh getting fired and losing his own seat and potentially losing party status is exactly what he deserves for after what he has put Canadians through for all these years. Well, Ashton Arsenal, I really appreciate your time and your insights. Thank you so much for joining us here at Juno News.
Thanks, Candice. Have a good evening.
Thanks, same to you. All right, folks. Well, I think we might have had some technical difficulties, but hopefully we've got all of those ironed out. We still have a lot to get to this evening. And so one of the things that we are doing, there's Keean Bexte. One of the things that we are offering is a live chat over at Substack. So you can join the chat. You can send us your questions. We're going to be answering some of them live on air. Others will answer in the chat. You can ask questions to Matt John. He's sort of our data nerd for the night. He has all of the information at his fingertips. So if you have specific questions about certain riding, what the projections are saying, what the polls are saying, what the numbers look like, just feel free to punch some questions right into that chat and we'll have them answered. Keean, how are things looking over on your end?
Yeah, so we are getting some results now in PEI and in New Brunswick. In St. John, Kennebacus, which is the riding that I said, the Conservatives needed to get more than 44% in to have a good night. Right now, not to blackpill everyone, but the Conservatives are... As I say that, the results updated. They were at 30%. They just spiked up to 36%, which has closed the gap a little bit with only 4 polls reporting out of 159, which means that if this increases, if this gap continues to shrink, and those could have been advanced poll numbers that were coming in there that caused that huge number for the Liberals early on, where they were almost at 70% of the vote. Now that is coming down 10% by 10% as more polls come in. So it could still be a good night for the Conservatives, but right now, with a few polls reporting, that bellwether riding, which could determine how the rest of the country plays out, is not looking good for the Conservatives. That is despite the fact that Conservatives, for just the Maritimes reporting, having 12 seats right now, and the Liberals with 18, it doesn't look too bad. But that one riding, which we had honed in on, thinking that it would be a bellwether for the rest of the country, is not looking excellent, is my prognosis right now.
Well, that is very interesting. And we are going to take a quick break and head over to our sponsors. Really appreciate the sponsors that we have that help us make this broadcast possible. So let's go to our sponsors, please. Okay, maybe.
Tired of platforms silencing your favorite creators? Want a place where your voice actually matters? It's time to switch to Rumble, the video platform built for free speech and real engagement. On Rumble, you get access to exclusive content, viral videos, breaking news, and live streams from top creators, all without censorship or hidden algorithms controlling what you see. No more suppression, no more content being buried. Just the videos you want, when you want them. Join millions who are already making the switch and take back control of your feed. Download Rumble today on the App Store or Google Play and experience video the way it was meant to be. Rumble, protecting a free and open internet.
Juno News Election Special has been brought to you by Unsmoke Canada, which is dedicated to helping Canadians who are looking to quit smoking understand the full range of options available. Despite decades of government programs and increasing regulations, today nearly 4 million Canadians still smoke cigarettes. Nicotine pouches, like other quitting tools, help smokers quit. But unlike gums and lozenges, pouches can only be sold in pharmacies. This needs to change. It's time to put nicotine pouches back in convenience stores to help smokers quit. Learn about how a smoke-free future can be achieved at unsmoke.ca.
You're watching Juno News, Canada's fastest growing independent news network. Our team works day and night to bring you nationwide coverage of the issues that matter. Honest reporting of the stories that put Canadians first. From far and wide, Juno is doing the work to turn the dial in the right direction, bringing you the news from the field and in the studio. Wherever it takes us, we get the job done. For you, for Canada. Subscribe today and help us replace the CBC. Go to junonews.com to join the fight.
Hey everyone, sorry about those technical issues that we are having. This is the first live broadcast that Juno News has done on an election night. It's a big night for the country, it's a big night for us as well, so I appreciate you guys bearing with us as we do this. So I want to go back to the numbers because this is really the important part of tonight is not what we're saying or who we're talking to, but it's what Canadian voters are deciding when they went to the ballot box today. Of course, polls are closed across the easternmost provinces in this country, and we're seeing a not too bad turnout for the Conservative Party as it stands right now. Now, some ridings have been called. Certainly, some have just been, we're just reporting leads or those that are trailing. But the riding that I want to speak about in particular is the bellwether riding that we have been going back to time and time again. As more polls come in, St. John, Kennebacus is turning out to be exactly what we expected it would be, which is an outlier in the region, but potentially a bellwether for the rest of the country. St. John Kennebacus is Wayne Long's riding. You probably know Wayne Long if you do watch Question Period. He has been a longtime member of Parliament, and he has been a huge supporter of Justin Trudeau and then Mark Carney as Mark Carney has taken the reins here in Ottawa. So Wayne Long is sitting at 3,100 votes, and Melissa Young, the challenger, the Conservative challenger for that riding, is at 1,900 votes. So she's coming up on 40%, but as we predicted, if that riding does not exceed 40%, it's going to be a massive issue for the Conservative Party. Now, not many polls have been reporting yet. We're at a very small number of polls that have completely reported. So we're going to go over to the Newfoundland ridings, which we have officially declared Central Newfoundland to be a Conservative get. It is Clifford Small. He's the Conservative Party candidate in that riding. And it's looking like the neighboring ridings beside that, Terra Nova and Long Range Mountains, are trending in a similar direction, with the Conservative Party upsetting both of those two Liberal candidates. Now, we're not declaring those two ridings yet, but we are saying right now that it is likely the Conservative Party will be taking those ridings from the Liberal Party. We're going to go see. We should have some guests coming on the stream here soon. We're just speaking with the green room to see exactly when that is going to be happening. But we are going to continue going riding by riding to see exactly what is going on in these first few ridings that have been called and declared. The Liberal declarations that have come out so far are the riding of Labrador. It's a huge riding in Newfoundland, and Philip Earle, who is the Liberal candidate there, is an incumbent. It is being declared that that riding will go Liberal, which was expected, but it is one of the few that is fully in the bag for the Liberals right now. Acadia Bathurst is another one that is coming out 70% for the Liberal Party of Canada, which is a little bit surprising that they're doing that well. But depending on how the rest of the ridings go in that area, will determine how the Conservatives do, and how the Liberal Party does in the easternmost ridings of this country. Paul Connors in Avalon, he is doing exceptionally well as well, with 53% of the vote. Steve Kent is looking like he's going to struggle. That's the Conservative Party candidate there. He's going to struggle to upset that riding. The Conservative Party really hoped that would be happening, that the Conservative Party would be able to break through a little bit there, and it's turning out to just not be the case. We're just waiting for some more results to come in here, with more ridings closing in 30 minutes. We're going to have more coming on here soon with updates from our decision desk that we will be relaying to you guys shortly. I do want to mention, you'll see me a little bit looking at my screen. I am chatting in this live chat room that we have on Substack. Juno News is hosting this exclusive chat room for subscribers. And in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, you'll see this QR code, which if you scan it, you will be able to see the spreadsheet that I'm looking at as results come in from Election Canada, and as we're able to report them. We are chatting with our subscribers. We're chatting with our subscribers about what is going on in this country. So we are just waiting for our next guest to come on the show. Barbara Kay should be the one that joins us. She's a reporter with the National Post. We're just waiting for her to come on the screen now. Oh, there she is. There's Barbara. How are you today?
I'm fine, Keean. How are you?
Not
Busy.
too bad.
You're
Yeah,
busy.
it has been a busy day for sure. I
Yeah.
was just wondering, I wanted to ask you, how are things? You're out east right now.
Mhm.
How are things looking out there from the voters that you've spoken to today?
In Montreal, or in general?
Yeah, yeah. Well,
Oh,
in general, but in Montreal specifically, we're curious. It's, as someone out west, it's hard to understand exactly what the political zeitgeist is out there. There's just so many more moving parts out there than there is out west, with the Bloc, with the NDP, with the Liberals and the Conservatives. What is going on there from your perspective?
okay. So I think the NDP are out of it totally. So it's really the Bloc, the Liberals, and the Conservatives. And Conservatives, I think, they're hoping to get 9 seats in the province. In Montreal itself, they probably won't get seats. It's in the Quebec City area where the Conservatives have had strong showings in the past, and where they may have. It's really the Bloc that we're watching, because the Bloc traditionally has been stronger in the past, and would have been stronger without the Trump effect. And if the Bloc had a strong showing in Quebec in general, it would really work to the Conservatives' advantage in creating a minority government, with and they would be very supportive of some of the conservative ideas. So um, they have to get 32%, break through that 32%.
Yeah.
And none of the pollsters that I've seen are willing to predict, because it's too close to call, or it was too close to call a while ago. I haven't seen any movement so far. That's
Can you
the
describe for Western viewers, basically anyone outside of Quebec, where is it that the Conservative Party would hope to break in Quebec? They don't have a ton of incumbent right now for the Conservative Party, but if they were to do well, what would it look like, and where would they be?
It would be in the Quebec City area, and further north in Jonquière. There are some conservative areas. What would look good for them is I'm trying to think of the magic number that they have to break through, but they'd have to get, like, I think 30 seats or more to do well. In Montreal, the Liberals, in the Anglophone sector, and even in the Francophone sector, it's pretty liberal, pretty darn
Yeah.
liberal. My own riding was Mark Garneau's riding, and before that, Lucille Robitaille, was it? I forget. Anyways, it's very, very, very liberal. So I voted my protest vote to make sure that, the population numbers at least, recorded a few votes for me and my husband. So
Yeah,
Barbara,
I will.
if you don't mind me jumping in here, Keean, great to see you, Barbara. I was off, but I'm back on the feed. One of the interesting things about watching the debates was how well Yves-Francois Blanchet performed. He seemed to be talking about the issues actually that mattered to me. He was the one that was hardest on immigration, really hammering Mark Carney on conflict of interest and accusing him, rightfully so, of saying different things in different parts of the countries, in parts of the country in different languages. So when Mark Carney was in Alberta, he was talking about building pipelines. When he was in British Columbia, he said he was going to use the Emergencies Act to build a pipeline. 2 days later, he's on French CBC saying never going to happen, never going to happen.
Yeah, I thought he had a really good night on election night. He was also the only person to mention the word Islamism, but nobody else took him up on it. And I thought that was too bad, because that is one of the many issues that have not been discussed in this election cycle, and that really should have been. There are just a lot of issues, cultural issues, that Mark Carney doesn't want to go near at all. So people like him. He's sharp-witted, but he, if it weren't for the Trump effect, I think he would have had an extremely good night. You know, Quebecers are funny. They're very nationalistic, but they got thrown by the Trump effect, and they're still federalist at heart when it comes to stability. They want that stability, the old story about wanting to be an independent country within a strong Canada. That's the that's been the usual. There's one riding that I follow with extreme interest, and that's um, uh, Mount Royal, which was Pierre Trudeau's riding, and it was Irwin Cotler's riding for many years, and it's one of the strongest Liberal ridings in the country, and the most dependable. However, since October 7th, it went up for grabs, because the Carney government is the same as the Trudeau government in that respect. Very little interest in stepping up to the plate on combating anti-Semitism, and very strong on keeping Muslim voters satisfied and respecting their wishes. And so Anthony Housefather, who's had that riding for many years, he's a very nice guy, very decent guy, but he's had zero impact on the government. Trudeau made him his special advisor on anti-Semitism to give him, a kind of symbolic role, but he has no power, and he never did. He was briefly parliamentary secretary to Anaida Anand. What's is it? And I forget her name.
Anita Anand, yes.
But then he supported Chrystia Freeland for the leadership. So he has zero influence, and he'll never be a cabinet minister. But the guy who's running against him, Neil Oberman, is a very strong guy. He's a lawyer who was successful in getting some of the encampments at McGill shut down, and he's been running a very good campaign. The Jewish residents of the riding are, I think, the second most densely Jewish in Canada. The most Jewish is Thornhill, I believe, in Ontario. But here we have, something like 25% of the riding is Jewish. And if they all come out and vote one way, it's definitely they are able to swing that riding. So it could go conservative. And so we're watching that. And that would make it the only conservative riding in Montreal. Because if he gets conservative ridings at all, it won't be in Montreal, it'll be further north. So having a conservative base in Montreal would be very important to Poilievre, and I think Neil Oberman would for sure get a very good position in the government, and he would have influence. So that's the
I
one.
just want to interrupt here and let our viewers know that we are calling 2 ridings now officially for the Conservative Party. Carol Ainsley of Long Range Mountain will be the next member of Parliament, one of the newest member of Parliaments for Newfoundland and Labrador. She has now exceeded 10,000 votes, over 54% of the popular vote in her riding, which is absolutely surreal for the Conservative Party in that area. They knew that they were going to do a little bit better in this part of the province, but they're doing exceptionally well there. Not too far behind it is Terra Nova and the Peninsulas, which will be another upset. If they do secure that, that will be the second handover from the Liberal Party to the Conservative Party tonight, and it's still just early hours of the campaign. What we're calling for the Liberal Party, just to run through them super quickly: Avalon, Labrador, Acadia Bathurst, that's Serge Cormier's riding, and then of course I'm not even going to try to pronounce it. It's Bezjor, I think. It's Dominic LeBlanc's riding. Of course, that was going to go Liberal, and it did. It went resoundingly Liberal at almost 60%. That has now been called as well. And just as I'm reading this, there is another declaration for Tobik Medikak. I am sure I'm butchering these terribly. You'll have to forgive me. But Richard Bragdon, the Conservative Party candidate, has secured that seat. He was an incumbent, though, unlike the two Conservative ridings that we've already called. That is an incumbent seat secured for the Conservative Party. So right now, I think it is too early to say whether this is going well or not. I think we'll bring our decision desk back soon to actually give an authoritative statistical analysis of whether it's a good night or a bad night for the Conservative Party, as we're just projecting into the evening. But right now, you can't be too upset with two upsets of big Liberal names.
Wow, this is so interesting, Barbara. Like, I want to get your thoughts on this, because it seemed that the pollsters were all pretty unanimously saying that this was going to be a huge Liberal blowout tonight.
Yeah.
And I don't know that this is any early predictor. It could just be a few anomalies, but I'm deeply skeptical of the polls. I know a lot of our audience is as well. What do you think of the polls and the way that they've sort of all followed each other as a pack, like kind of mirroring what each other is saying?
I every election lately, I have less a kind of confidence in the pollsters. I think what happened in the United States at the last election just blew my mind, how far off the mark the pollsters were. And so I have taken the ones who say it's going to be a Liberal blowout with a grain of salt. I don't think I ever came around to thinking, okay, they're so far off the mark that it's going to be a Conservative blowout. I don't think that, but I mean, I have a very, I think it's a very well-founded hope. And hearing about these seats that Keean just told us about seems to me a very good sign that.
Well, I can add some color to that. Long Range Mountains for the Conservatives, our Juno News decision desk modeling was projecting that the Conservatives would win that by 47%. And for context for everyone, if you just want a little bit of hope here, they're now winning it by 54%. So that's exceeding it by almost 8% of our models, which were already aggressive given how we were, our Juno News neighbor poll that we had been relying on already showed better results for the Conservatives than pretty much any other pollster in the country. And now with our models, with that aggressive Conservative polling, I shouldn't say conservative, but with that aggressive polling for the Conservatives, they're exceeding that in that one riding. So it's just one note, and it could be a regional difference. Up to 5%, you can say it could be caused by a good or bad candidate. Of course, the majority of voters vote based off of who the leader is. It goes leader, party loyalty, and then it goes down to who the candidate is, whether they're a good candidate, have they been a long-time community advocate, volunteer, or whatever. Maybe they're a star candidate. That would only change the actual results by about 5%. And that could be what we're seeing here. But, we're not, you can't discredit yet that maybe this is just turning out to be better for the Conservatives than expected.
I certainly hope you're right. I've just The last couple of days, I've been so antsy and jittery. I can't settle down to anything. So I'm so glad this is going to be over in a few hours, whatever. But
It's been a whirlwind for a few months now. Ever since Justin Trudeau announced that he'd be stepping down, we knew that it was time to put the seatbelts on because it was going to be a bumpy ride. And now we are at the point in the night where results are actually starting to come in for Quebec. So the Bloc Québécois has received and reported their first votes. If you could see the riding name that is in front of me right now, you would understand why I'm not trying to pronounce it. It is like 18 syllables and it's all in French. But Alexis Deschamps, I think is his name. They are. It is already pretty clear that he is going to run away with this. It is. 2 out of 300 polls. So maybe it's just polls that are favorable to him. But he is now sitting at 46%. That is with a split across. That is with the split with the Liberals. The Conservatives are trailing in that riding. That's the first riding being called in Quebec.
what is the name of the riding?
I am not even going to try to pronounce. Not even going to try
Tell
to
us.
pronounce this one. So we will see as the night goes on how that goes. But polls are going to continue to close, and as ridings get called, I will just chime in here and hopefully not interrupt too much as we actually have decisions on each individual riding.
All right. Well, thank you for that, Keean. And thank you so much for your time, Barbara. This is Barbara Kay from the National Post. We always appreciate your insights. And we will be watching that Mount Royal riding now in Quebec. Thank you for that added insight. I hope the Conservatives manage to pull up a big upset there. That would be really interesting.
Thanks.
Right. Thank you, Barbara. And we are going to just go right into our next guest. I'm super pleased to be introducing Sam Cooper, who's an investigative journalist. He runs the page called The Bureau on Substack, and he has just been phenomenal in feeding stories that are completely counter to what you find in the legacy media, exposing mostly the work of China and the interference that they run in our elections, the deep integration that they have in our country, really alarming stuff, things that you would expect a free press to be reporting on, and yet they don't. So do we have Sam there? Sam jumping in? Hey, Sam, welcome to Juno News' live election broadcast. Great to see you.
Glad to be with you tonight.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. Like everyone, I've been chasing this campaign in my own way where my expertise is strong, and I'm enjoying your coverage. And it looks early on like we have a real race here. So we'll all be up, tonight, and I'll be following ridings of my special interest, and that is where China is interfering in ways that no Canadian should accept. And, I'm happy that I've been able to lead stories that were then jumped on by New York Times and the Globe and Mail. And there's just like really serious interference going on from the top, support of Mark Carney, to the bottom. And when I say bottom, I mean physical intimidation of Canadian election candidates, especially in the Toronto area.
And so what specific ridings then are you looking at? Obviously, we're talking about Markham Unionville, where Paul Chiang was the candidate and he was removed. What other ridings do you think have been, had China's thumb on the scale?
Well, I start out in Richmond, Steveston. That's where Kenny Chu lost, as everyone knows. It's proven that a very egregious attack because, he's a Hong Kong Canadian. Interestingly, I think a Christian background. And Beijing doesn't like that. And so he suggested a foreign agent registry and was attacked through all vectors. And I believe, although it hasn't really come out, I think physical security was a concern there. He was beat by Parm Bains for the Liberals, who was, I believe, the subject of the NSI COP report in terms of a person benefiting from textbook foreign interference. And I won't get into the weeds too much, but very simply, Mr. Bains was asked on a Beijing intelligence-linked media channel, what he thought about foreign agent registry. Mr. Bains jumped right in and said it's basically racist. And what do you know? He's supported by Beijing. So I'll be looking at the candidate Zach Siegel running for the Conservatives to see who gets the support there tonight. And as you said, in Toronto, two ridings, Markham Unionville, where Peter Yuen is running against Michael Ma, the conservative, and Don Valley North, where Joseph Tay, another Hong Kong Canadian democracy advocate who, as you know, has been deeply attacked through cyber operations. And as I reported, was to the extent where he was advised not to campaign door to door this week, to put a pause on appearing in person. And the New York Times followed up on my report, confirming all that information. So Mr. Tay is running against Maggie Key for the Liberals. And all my indications are Maggie Key would be getting the same types of people friendly with the Toronto consulate, supportive of her, as probably would be supportive of Peter Yuen, as probably will be supportive out in Vancouver consulate types of Parm Bains.
It's interesting to me that after what we found out about the 2021 election, which was that there was a coordinated WeChat campaign that they targeted certain seats held by Conservatives, specifically against Aaron O'Toole. We had the report in Parliament. They studied it. They looked into it. And that here we are in the middle of a federal election. It's happening again. And Sam, I would say, aside from your wonderful, intrepid, independent reporting, it really didn't seem like a major issue on the campaign. There was some coverage of it early on, and then we kind of just moved on, knowing that China had, active interference campaigns, that they had a plan to paint Canadian conservatives like Trump that was released, and yet it was happening. And it seemed like the legacy media just didn't mind. They just allowed it to continue. What do you think about that?
I agree with that. And, to start with the I would call the air war narrative that Pierre Poilievre would be a Trump-like candidate. As you know, that was the Liberal Party campaign, front and center. And as I reported, and also the site task force, which really came to life out of my previous sort of exposure, they said controversially that Mark Carney was targeted in a Beijing, cyber operation, when you and others would have noted that really Mark Carney was boosted by a WeChat narrative that he will be sort of, if I'm just paraphrasing very bluntly what this Chinese intelligence high-level narrative was, Mark Carney, rock star economist, will be a strong, fighter against Donald Trump. And this is where I say, I don't think I'm even out on a limb saying that I see consistently, election to election, an overlap between the Liberal Party the Liberal Party campaign talking points and what I see as, and now confirmed, Chinese intelligence narratives. So you're right. I have the expertise to drill down into actual sort of WeChat message boards because I have great sources within the Chinese Canadian journalist community that can translate and can flag those issues for me. So I think I had reports almost every day of this rolling interference. And again, I would report something next week. The site task force would essentially confirm it. And you're right. We did, I would say, the Globe and Mail followed some of my reporting and had a few good stories. My former employer jumped on the bandwagon a few weeks later and pointed to some, flag saluting from Peter Yuen at Toronto, at the Ontario legislature, saluting Beijing's flag. And so, look, as I say, all of this stuff is out there in plain sight. And you're right. If the New York Times, followed my reporting and confirmed its accuracy, I suppose, maybe other Canadian media such as CBC might have to do something in the aftermath. But I think you're pointing to, one, we have deep institutional concerns where the issues I exposed have not been addressed. And also, that cascades down into Canadian media, which, as you know, a lot of it is, let's just say, quite friendly to the Liberal Party of Canada and not very willing to be very curious about digging into interference from China and also other countries.
I want to make a note here of some live action that we're seeing in the betting markets. The famous Poly market that predicted Donald Trump would win had a lot of conservatives concerned early on in this campaign and throughout the end, especially when the conservatives ended up with a 20% likelihood of winning. You could put 80 cents on Mark Carney and get $1 back. You could put 20 cents on Pierre Poilievre and get $1 back if he won. Right now, those odds are converging. Actually, there's been a huge spike in the likelihood of Pierre Poilievre being the next prime minister of this country. It went from 20% to 28% just in the last few minutes. There's been a huge spike. So that doesn't mean anything necessarily. Obviously, those are not the votes that are being counted in the ballot box, but they were accurate when Donald Trump ended up winning. So seeing those converge here in the early hours of election night, it is definitely got to be, the war room is certainly watching those numbers, and they're probably pleased to see that convergence happening. I would like to ask Sam a quick question. Sorry, if you want to mention
Well, I just wanted to ask, because I've heard rumors, and maybe Sam can confirm this, and you could ask your question too, Keean, but I've heard rumors that the poly markets are being manipulated somehow by China. That's part of their Chinese interference. It's just a rumor, but I'm wondering what your thoughts on that were.
Well,
Sam.
I was going to jump on Keon's point there. I mean, I saw the snapback. As soon as we see some early polls come in, it's almost like those wide odds snap back together. And, I had the benefit of being, welcomed to Taiwan for some reporting in 2023, as I knew they're the absolute test case of a democracy standing against, deep, repetitive decades of interference. And those intelligence officials in Taiwan disclosed to me, I'm paraphrasing the story that I broke. They said there's a classic method of election interference from China. They will feed underground betting markets, or I guess we could call them above ground crypto-based betting markets, and they will skew the odds in such ways that they will, offer the odds to people that can pour big bets into a candidate. And Beijing is trying to get the impression that this will be the front runner. And they hope, everyone knows people can be manipulated and influenced by polls. And so that's the strategy from Beijing. And that I've been the leader on exposing how China uses organized crime, uses gambling, uses underground casinos. And the Taiwanese officials told me they are very aware of that tactic. They didn't name Poly Market, but they probably for legal reasons, they said certain markets are offered. Beijing manipulates them to try to manipulate the election. So was that happening here with Poly Market? I and others noticed, some very interesting activity. And the proof could be in the pudding here that, we see those odds snap back as soon as there's some real votes coming in. So I would not. It's incredibly fascinating. And what it says to me is, look, I've talked to US government officials, Canadian government officials. They say, Mr. Cooper, you're doing good work exposing, but even we in the US government do not understand the many deep and clandestine ways that Beijing interferes. So it's not beyond a stretch of imagination that Beijing would be skewing those odds markets.
I have two breaking news statements to make here. The Juno News Decision Desk has just called St. John, St. Croix, and Fundy Royal as conservative holds, with MP John Williamson and Rob Moore, he's been a longtime conservative, on track to return to Ottawa. They have been re-elected officially. That's the Juno News Decision Desk. And secondly, the CBC is currently on pace to hold all 8 of their Atlantic seats. This is huge news, folks. They will be very happy if these numbers hold. Every single one of their incumbencies is so far looking good for them, which is I think better than they could have hoped for Atlantic Canada, given the polls, given what we've seen. That's the news. CBC leading in all of their incumbent seats. They have even turned over 2 seats now from the Liberals. So it's shaping up to be a good night in at least Eastern Canada. We'll see how Ontario, and then I've been waiting to say vote rich Ontario. We'll see how Ontario turns out as well. But right now, you can bet that the Conservative Party war room is pretty thrilled with these results.
Wow. I mean, I saw a post earlier that said that if the Conservatives get 8 seats in Atlantic Canada, it's a precursor for potentially a Conservative blowout. So I'm not saying it's happening. That was just one projection, but really overperforming. And that brings me to the polls, Sam. Curious what you think of the polls, whether you think they're accurate, and what do you make of the whole sort of pollster polling industry?
Well, very early on, I saw, one notorious pollster jumped out with, outlier polls suggesting that Mark Carney or the Liberals were racing into majority territory. And of course, I was very skeptical. And so, obviously the sort of Trump trolling narrative did take hold, and there was, the Liberals were doing well. But again, if China can skew polls, and they do, as Taiwanese officials tell me in their election interference, I wouldn't put it beyond Canadian political parties to be involved in getting, shady pollsters to throw out numbers, and then you get some clustering happening. So I did suspect that could be an issue here. And maybe in these early numbers, we're seeing that people were not so very ignorant to question the polls. Another thing, that occurred to me was that as the numbers started to roll forwards, there were people that said we need to question the polls, and other people were, stabbing back with, oh, this is kind of, American populism making its way into Canada's election again. And that snowballed into the whole, okay, Mark Carney is the one to combat Trump 2.0 in Poilievre. So I just find, as an expert on foreign interference and political manipulation, I think we're at a place where Canadians, are fair to question whether polling is accurate. And I know Juno pointed to the sort of ask your neighbor poll, or rather, what's your neighbor thinking about? And that points to whether there is kind of a shy conservative vote, in the same way that the Trump vote was shy. And I think that pointed to concerns around immigration. So quite possibly there are Canadians that I think would be shy to admit that Conservatives would be a little stronger on immigration, and that we could see that tonight, I do believe.
Interesting. All right, we're bringing on some new guests. We have Jasmine Lane, host of Over Opinionated on YouTube, and Mario Zalejo, Canada's #1 TikToker. Welcome to the program, guys.
Thank you.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good. How are you feeling, Mario? How do you think the night's going so far?
Really good. Like very, very good. I think I echo a lot of what Sam was saying before. I think I was probably potentially one of the most vocal people against the polls, and I called out a lot of bias. I found out from a particular Liberal MP that one of the owners of the poll was one of his campaign managers, and he's like, he was my guy, and I was like, really? He's like, oh, this guy bleeds red. And seeing the swings go from Liberals up 15, that would mean that you would have to take maybe, I think, a double-digit numbers away from the Conservatives, which to me makes absolutely no sense because, I don't want to overly generalize, but I think a lot of Conservatives are very strong in their beliefs. And I don't think it's one of those things where, oh, wow, Mark Carney's in the picture, a bunch of us are going to leave. And I was always very, very skeptical. And so I think some of the early results are very promising.
Well, I'll be perfectly honest. I was very confident for the Conservatives heading into the weekend. I thought there was a couple of really strong signs. Sam mentioned our neighbor poll. We've been doing a neighbor poll throughout the campaign, where rather than just asking people in a poll, who are you voting for? We ask who their neighbor is voting for, because I think that's kind of a more interesting tell. This has been helpful in other elections, helping get results that others miss, including the recent election in the U.S. But just based on what's happening in your neighborhood, how many lawn signs are you seeing? What are you hearing on social media? What are your friends and family talking about? What are you hearing at work and around the water cooler? And the neighbor poll consistently showed Conservatives ahead. Now, I don't think that by any means, we know what's happening. We've only had polls close in Atlantic Canada, so it's still a long night ahead. A lot of those results are going to be coming in the next half hour when the Ontario polls close. Jasmine, I'll ask this question to you. Do you think that the poll? Well, I'll just ask you the basic question. Do you think the polls are right? If you think they're wrong, how wrong are they? Are we talking about 1 or 2%, or is it going to be like they're off by 10%? Is that possible?
I would say that I think the polls are right, and they're wrong in the fact that they will kind of judge what Canadians are thinking and feeling based on a poll that has a sample size of anywhere from 800 to the most I saw in recent weeks was 3,000 Canadians. And somehow they can say that means the Liberals are going to win by a landslide. So they're right in that the people answering them are likely answering truthful, but wrong in the way that they are conducted and how much they're used to represent a far larger demographic than they actually do.
Well, and it's so interesting because Canada, I mean, we pretend that we're one big united country, but really, like, each region is almost distinct into of itself. Like, I don't know that the polls are accurately capturing Quebec at all. Because it seems to me the Bloc is doing really well, and the Bloc leader is, hitting on a lot of major cultural points that all the other parties are afraid of, and yet polls show that the Liberals are doing really well there. So I agree with your skepticism. Mario, I want to change gears a little, and maybe I'll bring Sam in on this as well. I've been noticing you have been talking about some sort of voter irregularity, some concerns you have around election integrity with regards to Elections Canada. Can you help us walk through the story of, I think it's someone on the ground reporting they saw campaign workers taking advanced polls home to their house, and then Elections Canada saying that that's a regular practice, that they allow that? Walk us through that story, and then Sam, if you have any comments on that, I'd love to hear your thoughts too.
Yeah, so when I first heard the story, it completely blew my mind. I was like, "There's no way people are taking ballots home. Like, this is crazy." Because I get a lot of messages, and I'm sifting through it, and I said, "There's no way." I mean, I saw a video. I saw a video of someone actually taking the polls home, and I initially posted the message that I got, and I got actually a message from someone who's worked in the elections in the past, and they work currently for a campaign, and they basically ran me through a high-level process of they do it. It's weird, but it's normal. And when they do it, I guess they have some sort of a seal. I'll call it a seal system, where they seal it, they sign off on it, and when they comes back in the morning, that seal is still in place. That they did communicate to me that he felt that there was very, very, very low chance and low probability of tampering happening. But I think all Canadians can basically agree it's a very weird thing to be able to take ballots home with you. I find it very strange. I think it's something that definitely needs to be changed. There needs to be a much better process for it. I don't like it whatsoever. Despite, my concerns being relatively alleviated based on what this gentleman told me, I simply just don't like it.
What do you think of that, Sam?
I have no awareness of the allegations that actual polls in themselves could be tampered with, or that officials could be carting them around. Certainly, we're blessed now that we have open source evidence and people able to capture, evidence on their phones. So if there's something there, let's get to the bottom of it. What I do know is, my expertise in the greater Toronto area, we've had ridings. I reported and broke the news that Bob Soroya, the incumbent in that Markham-Unionville riding, according to my senior sourcing from the O'Toole campaign, CSIS had shared with the campaign that Mr. Soroya and his team were being followed around by Chinese agents, and that, there appeared to be suppression efforts. That is, the community, the diaspora, being intimidated to the extent where officials may follow a campaign around and then go knock on the door a few minutes later. And you can imagine what kind of fear could be filtered in that way. I also know, I believe it's public, that Leona Alisev, in her Toronto riding, I think she filed some affidavits. Certainly, I've heard the allegations that there were concerns that actual Chinese proxies or officials could be in the polling stations, again, raising the concern in 2021 that community members would feel fearful to even vote for, let's say they wanted to go against the wave of the Chinese intelligence propaganda and vote Conservative, they would feel that they couldn't do that. So that's what I know I can say with confidence. I do think those concerns could be continuing in this current election. I think there's more to come on that question.
Well, it's interesting because I know that during the US election, when they were dealing with all kinds of weird ballot issues, advanced polling and digital counters, I kind of took solace in the fact that Canada did it the old-fashioned way, where you just mark a ballot, it's a piece of paper, someone's counting them, but there's scrutineers watching. And then, this time around, it just seems like there's shenanigans at play, and it makes you a little nervous about the integrity of our election. But obviously, we have faith in the system. I want to change gears a little. I mean, I'm speaking to three of the most sort of influential people in the new media space. So Sam Cooper is an investigative journalist who runs one of Canada's best Substack pages. Jasmine Lane has a huge audience on multiple platforms. She hosted the Over Opinionated podcast. You recently had a very exclusive sit-down interview with Anna Poilievre and Pierre Poilievre. And then Mario, I jokingly introduced you as Canada's #1 TikToker. I think you are. I think you showed that you had 100 million views over the last, 90 days. You're so much more than that, though, because you're really kind of a journalist in your own right. Reporting news, you get tons of tips sent to you. You're informing an entirely new generation of Canadians that get their news from places like TikTok, but you also have a huge account on Instagram and X as well. And so I'm wondering, I'll go to you first, Jasmine. How do you think that the new landscape of independent journalists, influencers, content creators, there's a whole group of people that are really tipping the needle, a lot of young people and a lot of people who are much more, I would say, conservative than the establishment media types?
There's so many points that I could make on that. One in particular, I read this. There was an article published by the CRTC, which is who essentially governs all mainstream media. And the CRTC had actually done some research, and they found that it was somewhere around 76% of Canadians did not trust the mainstream media anymore, which for them you would think would be a massive wake-up call, right? To maybe change gears and be more relatable, more trustworthy, possibly. But as a whole, I'm fully expecting to see Vashi Capellos on YouTube in another 5 years. I really do think that this is just the very beginning of it. And it goes to show the passion and the hunger that Canadians have for multiple perspectives. And it's, I always say it's fine to have a bias. Everybody has a bias, but the difference between people like myself is that I give you my bias right up front, and you can then make your opinions and judge with that in mind, versus being under the impression that I'm giving you a full story, to which you just think is absolutely the truth, when it simply is not. I'm telling you, I'm not biased. I'm a really good, middle ground, and then proceeding to tell my bias in everything that I do and say. So I think it really just goes to show how hungry Canadians are for trust, transparency, and honesty on so many different levels. And I'm really happy to see it. I really am. I think it's a beautiful thing that so many people who, it's not like you went to school to get all these big degrees, but you did care a lot, and caring a lot caused you to say what you think and to do your research and create a wonderful community, where people genuinely just really care about the future of our country.
Oh, that's so interesting. 100%. I mean, I think the biggest difference between myself or yourself and someone like Rosemary Barton is that I'll openly say that, yeah, I lean conservative. My values are conservative, and that's where I stand. And you know that about me. And now I'm going to report the news. I'm still going to tell you the truth. I'm still going to tell you the facts. But I'm not going to pretend that I'm some arbiter of truth, or that I'm some completely neutral person, and then quietly sneak my bias in and pretend fact check people in real time, even though the facts aren't there with her. Talk about Rosemary Barton. Mario, I want to ask you, one of the things that U.S. President Donald Trump did in 2024, and I know you were a fan of him back then, I don't think so much anymore, but he went out there and met people where they were, right? He really captured that young male audience by doing podcasts, by going out and hanging out with influencers and doing things that were really non-traditional for a politician. I know we had Pierre Poilievre join Jasmine Lane's show, and it was fantastic. I kind of wish he had done more of that. What do you think of the campaign that the Conservatives have run, and do you think that they should have maybe tried to get out there a little bit more?
Well, I think part of the sensitivity around Donald Trump, and just in general, America being painted as now our, quote unquote enemy because of the tariffs, created a problem for them in the campaign. I think the strategy for them was to basically avoid a lot of the major podcasts, including Joe Rogan, Patrick David Betts. And so I think that was done with precision and with intent. And I think they avoided it. And in a way, and like both of you have mentioned, like I'm very explicit about my bias. And I think people are okay with it because I like to focus on facts. I like to focus on truth. I, have the facts right behind me. I love using, TikTok's ability to have a green screen behind you and speak to those facts. And I basically read through, analyze, and interpret. And I give my interpretation, and I like to go through it in a logical manner. And I think that there's, the reason that's important is I felt as though I was trying to reach that audience that maybe the Conservative Party couldn't reach themselves. And I think, having influencers like, myself and Jasmine and, just in general, many others that have this wide reach does bring some yin to mainstream media's yang. And I truly believe mainstream media is extremely far right reaching. I believe it creates a massive problem. And the at Pierre's rally in Oakville, the consistent messaging I heard was, "I wouldn't have voted conservative if it wasn't for you." I had a gentleman, a young guy. I think he was probably in his mid to early 20s. He's like, "I drove for 5 hours to see you." And he's like, "I came down for this event to see you." It was absolutely mind blowing at how many people, I'm able to reach. Since the start of January, I'm at, I think, 250 million views. And I focus, and this is across the three platforms. And,
Amazing.
and there's a rawness to what I do and what I say. And the rawness is, I was approached at the event, "Hey Mario, we'd like to do a sponsorship with you. Are you interested?" And I said no. Like I don't take sponsorship. I don't take money. I don't promote anything. I will never have anything online. And I think that creates this level of trust, and people know that what I'm going to give them, I'm not selling anything. The only thing I'm doing this for is for change. And literally my whole, and this is I think the funniest part of the whole thing, is I built my platform criticizing the Liberal Party, just criticizing all of the corruption, all the scandals, everything that has happened over the last year and a half. I mean, for years. And I'm just outlining it to people. And I think that the funny thing is, I had a chuckle with my wife, is if the Conservatives, do pull ahead and they do win, I kind of created this self-destruct mechanism on my account because that's what the whole account was created over. And, in a way, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, you're gonna run out of content. Well, hopefully not. I mean, I was feeling pretty good about ourselves here, Mario. I think we have like 12,000 live viewers, or maybe a little higher actually. And then you go and drop your statistic about 250 million views, and it's like, okay, it's like a drop in the bucket. I will say I avoided TikTok for a long time. Sam, you could probably speak to this. I was worried that it was basically Chinese spyware, and maybe it is. And I also felt like I was too old for TikTok because I'm like an older millennial, and I'm like, let the kids be on TikTok. I'll have a YouTube show. And then I met Mario. Mario is like incredibly popular, and he looks young, but he's a dad. And he told me that he's like, "Oh, I moved to Canada 40 years ago." I'm like, "How do you look like you're like 25, but I guess obviously if you moved to Canada 40 years ago, so I figure, hey, Mario's older than me, so if he can be a TikTok star, then I can too." So you inspired me to start a TikTok account. Sam, what do you think of TikTok?
Wow, that's a question. I have never used it myself, and I'm not against it by any means. If I'm being very honest, I'm under certain sort of I could say that, like Joseph Tay, I get certain recommendations from Canadian police and intelligence of things that I shouldn't do. And probably if someone like myself that has very clearly been, I can tell you, I can share with you here that I've been told I shouldn't travel to China, then probably, if people care enough, they can find a backdoor through anything. But there's certain apps that probably a little bit easier to get a backdoor into. And I'm not criticizing, anyone. Mario, obviously.
Well, Mario, you've had your account shut down, haven't you? Talk a little bit about that.
Actually, yes, I'm on my second account. So my first account was shut down. I was at 186,000 followers. It was just snowballing. I literally had to start from scratch, and people don't understand how hard it is to start from scratch. Like, it's very, very hard. And my luck was that I had a very engaged following, and they found me. And so when I started putting out my content, I said, "Hey guys, my account got, shut down." immediately it started just snowballing again. I created a backup account for my new account, and I did it because I was going to get that second account already banned. It actually got banned last week. And so from what I've been told, I got hit with a mass attack, and it got my account shut down. And there's certain videos I would just talk about just facts. I'm just saying, this is information I received. This is what's happening. I get a strike, and I'm already headed down that path again. And so it's just I got access to my account again, but it's a very tricky, tough thing because you're battling. And what I have seen, and I know Jasmine will probably be able to attest to this fact, is I've seen so much bot farming on TikTok. Like literally 4 months ago, you would never see liberal content. You would never see people being like pro Trudeau, pro liberals, peer pop. As soon as Mark Carney stepped in the picture, you could say Mark Carney is better than Pierre Poilievre, and it has like 1,000 likes. You would never see that ever, ever, ever in the history of TikTok. And then all of a sudden, you see all these comments being upvoted. I have a feeling, and my opinion is, CBC is heavily being infiltrated. Their TikTok account, because they have over 2 million followers, it is so incredibly pro-liberal. That never existed. You can go back in history and check some of those videos. That stuff never existed. That's what's happening right now.
Interesting. Sam, do you have any comments on that? I don't want to put you on the spot because you said you don't know TikTok that well, but it just, to me, it seems a little fishy. I don't know.
I mean, we can just look at the Joseph Tay case, and I broke the news that our site election task force has disclosed that Douyin, which I think may have some relationship, WeChat, Facebook, a number of entities, most of them Chinese, were used, one, to amplify attacks on Joseph Tay. So you would search, we were told that Real News, that is Joseph Tay's platform, Pierre Poilievre's platform, would be suppressed on these entities that do have control in Beijing. And on the other hand, the message that electing Joseph Tay would make Canada, what do they say, a fugitive's paradise. That's the message from Beijing. And by the way, that was kind of the message that Paul Chiang, Liberal MP, amplified himself. So your question was, is there a danger from apps controlled from China? No question. So I know, Mario, you got to get a couple burner accounts and some backups and keep your game rolling. And, I just wanted to speak to your point. Look, in terms of the trust gap of Canadian media, there's a big lane opening up for investigative reporters, influencers to grab that trust and also be open. I'm like the rest of you. Look, I break stories about the Conservatives, I break stories about the Liberals, but I've said in this campaign, voting for the Liberals will be opening the door wider to the destruction of our democracy because they're the party that China wants to win. So I'm very open with people. I say vote wisely or we're going to lose what we have here in Canada.
100%. All right. Well, Sam Cooper, Mario Zalejo, Jasmine Lang, really appreciate the conversation. Great to have you on. I wish I could have you on for longer. We do have to throw to a commercial break. Folks, when we get back, we will be talking to our decision desk. We have a couple of big breaking news announcements when it comes to the seats and the votes rolling in. So you're going to want to stick around for that. First, let's hear a word from our kind sponsors.
Tired of platforms silencing your favorite creators? Want a place where your voice actually matters? It's time to switch to Rumble, the video platform built for free speech and real engagement. On Rumble, you get access to exclusive content, viral videos, breaking news, and live streams from top creators, all without censorship or hidden algorithms controlling what you see. No more suppression, no more content being buried, just the videos you want when you want them. Join millions who are already making the switch and take back control of your feed. Download Rumble today on the App Store or Google Play and experience video the way it was meant to be. Rumble, protecting a free and open internet.
Juno News Election Special has been brought to you by Unsmoke Canada, which is dedicated to helping Canadians who are looking to quit smoking understand the full range of options available. Despite decades of government programs and increasing regulations, today nearly 4 million Canadians still smoke cigarettes. Nicotine pouches, like other quitting tools, help smokers quit. But unlike gums and lozenges, pouches can only be sold in pharmacies. This needs to change. It's time to put nicotine pouches back in convenience stores to help smokers quit. Learn about how a smoke-free future can be achieved at unsmoke.ca.
You're watching Juno News, Canada's fastest growing independent news network. Our team works day and night to bring you nationwide coverage of the issues that matter. Honest reporting of the stories that put Canadians first. From far and wide, Juno is doing the work to turn the dial in the right direction, bringing you the news from the field and in the studio. Wherever it takes us, we get the job done. For you, for Canada. Subscribe today and help us replace the CBC. Go to junonews.com to join the fight.
All right, folks, welcome back to Juno News' live stream broadcast. Really excited to have you with us. We had some technical issues, so we dropped off on X. So if you're watching on X right now, do me a favor, give us a like. It really helps with people discovering. The more people are watching it, the more people will see it. So it's always good to just, like the video, share it, get your friends to be watching it as well. If you're watching on the YouTube channel, this is great. I'm so excited by the number of people that we have watching. It's great to have you with us here. Give us a like, give us a share. And if you have friends and family that are sitting at home watching the CBC, just turn the CBC off. We're trying to replace the CBC. And, Pierre Poilievre cannot do it alone. Yes, I hope he wins. I hope he wins the government just so that he can do one thing, and that is defund the CBC. But we have to have something to replace it. We have to have a professional, serious news organization that can do the work. That is what Juno strives to be. That's what we're trying to build here. And we need your help. We want you to help us build the future. So if you are interested in Canadian politics and news, please head on over to junonews.com. Consider becoming a paid subscriber. Get all the news emailed to you every morning. Get all kinds of exclusive content and podcasts as well. And tonight we're offering a very special feature. You will see in the bottom corner of my screen, there's a QR code. You can scan that and get access to a live chat where you can talk with myself, with my co-founder, Keean Bexte, with our decision desk, Matt John. Ask any question that you might have about the election, about your riding, how votes are coming in, what the polls are looking like. Any question that you might have. We have also exclusively to our paid subscribers a spreadsheet. A spreadsheet. Why am I trying to sell a spreadsheet? Well, this has got all of the data. If you're a political nerd like me, you want to know all the numbers. You want to see all the ridings, all the seats. You want to see what the projections are saying, what different projections from different models are saying. Where did the vote go in 2021? You have all that data at your fingertips. We're offering it over to our paid subscribers. So head on over to Juno News. There's a tab on the page called Chat. You can just go ahead and hit the chat button, and the chat will appear for you on Substack, and you can join the conversation. We are having a lot of fun on there making our predictions. Keean Bexte gave a very specific projection on there earlier today. And I have to say, when I saw it, I thought, this might be a little bit too optimistic. from our friend Keean Bexte. You know, his dad is running as a candidate in this election. He's going to become the MP in all likelihood down in southern Alberta. And so I thought, you know, maybe Keean is just seeing the country through rose-colored glasses. And yet here we are, after the results came in Atlantic Canada, Conservatives are performing above expectations, blowing those polling numbers out of the water. So if you're like me and you were quite skeptical of those polls, I think you've been vindicated. That's not to say that this election's in the bag and that the Conservatives are definitely going to win. There's still a lot of the night is yet to come. We have a lot of results that will come in, and you know, will this whole election come down to the 905, the area around Toronto, Greater Toronto? I'm not sure. I think a lot of it will also depend on what happens in Quebec. I think that in order for there to be a pathway for the Conservatives, the Bloc must overperform, and I think they might. I thought that Yves-Francois Blanchet, I didn't know much about him before this campaign, but he did really impress me during the debates. I thought that he had the most pointed jabs at Mark Carney. He did the most damage to Mark Carney. And he raised cultural issues like immigration that seems like a lot of the other candidates didn't want to touch. So I'm still holding on hope. I'm still optimistic. Let me know what you think. Let me know in the chat whether you think that the polls are right, whether you think the polls are wrong, and how wrong, right? That's the other question, because the margin of error on any poll is 2 to 3%. So the poll could be off by 2 to 3% in either direction, meaning if the poll has the Conservatives at 39 and the Liberals at 42, the Liberals could be down 2 to 3 points, so down to 39. The Conservatives could be up 2 to 3 points, up to 41, meaning it could be either way. And I have Keean Bexte back on the line with us. Keean, how's the night going for you? Any news to report?
The surge that we had, we have some updates. The surge that we saw Pierre Poilievre have on Poly Market has now crashed back down to the baseline that we saw from this morning at about 20%. But that's not all. There's actually some good news for Pierre and supporters of the Conservative Party. In Central Nova is a riding that I think is quite interesting to take a look at. It is coming up here with it's Sean Fraser's riding for background. There, he is a huge Liberal Party brand standard, even of Justin Trudeau's cabinet. I think he was one of the fellows who wanted to go spend some time with his family, and then he came back, but he might not be. I don't know about that. But Bryson Jenkins, the Conservative candidate running against him, this stalwart of the Liberal Party, he is actually set to upset Sean Fraser. So by over 400 votes, it's just 2%, so it's razor thin margin. But we're seeing with 150 out of 229 polls reporting that the Conservatives are leading in Central Nova. We're not going to see a call on that specific riding made until far later into the night, because in that situation where it's so razor thin and it's an upset, something that wasn't, I don't think, predicted even by the Conservative Party themselves to happen. They're going to wait until the advanced polls are in and the last poll is called so that they can actually be certain, is Sean Fraser just going to be shown the door by voters, even though he wanted to come back in a Mark Carney government? It looks like voters are showing him the door. It's a little bit early. It hasn't been called by Juno. It hasn't been called by the CBC decision desk either, I should note. So we will see how that riding goes specifically later in the night. That's one that I'm definitely going to be watching. Along with St. John Kennebacus, that is the one that we were trying to watch the numbers on early in the night, saying that if the Conservative Party got more than 40%, then it would be a minority situation. Right now, we're seeing the Conservatives trail by 6% in that riding for that benchmark that we were looking for them to at least hold the Liberals to a minority. They're not making that goal right now. They're short by 6% of the vote. Now, one thing that we're seeing across Eastern ridings, in rural Eastern ridings specifically, is the Conservatives are doing very well. It's the metropolitan areas that they're not really succeeding in. And we're going to see if that comes and bites them where it hurts in Ontario and in Quebec. Once those ridings in Ontario and Quebec start reporting, we'll be able to see a more full picture. But while they're outperforming expectations in rural ridings in Eastern Canada, we're wondering, is that potentially going to hurt the models that were projecting that there was even a sliver of hope for the Conservative Party. Because if their vote is not distributed efficiently across the country, as it is appearing to in Eastern Canada, there's a question as to whether or not the Conservatives can break in Toronto and elections, and people are in disbelief. Disbelief with how many people are actually showing up for these, and the polls are just not reflecting this. When you compare rally to rally, Mark Carney in Toronto to Pierre Poilievre in Edmonton, it's just not even remotely similar. So, do you see the polls as being accurate? What could the flaw be, or are the polls right? Is Mark Carney on his way cruising to victory?
Well, we had a stop by Mark Carney in our riding, and it was a very subtle kind of 65-person event versus I think the bigger rallies that you're seeing Pierre Poilievre attract, and the energy and the people lining up around the block and willing to come hours before just for the chance to hear one of his speeches, be part of the energy. I think it's night and day. It's black and white in terms of how they're approaching the campaign. I think the distrust in polls is natural because we sort of have these dated systems where what are they using? Phone calling? How many people are picking up their phone from these random numbers? Like, I don't think it's really getting at the heart of sort of the silent majority of conservatives that aren't really tuned into giving their voting preferences on these. So I think there's got to be some kind of innovation, and you can't just have an online poll either. But when you look at the demographics, these boomers, these older generation tend to be liberal, and the younger people, the people with families, the younger generation is really wanting to adopt more conservative ideas. And the platform has really been resonating with that demographic. And what's interesting is the Conservatives have put out very early in the campaign their big ideas of cutting taxes, completely blowing up the bureaucracy in terms of the consultants, and how they're going to do the 1-for-1 rule of reining in spending. So that stuff was announced early on. The entire platform wasn't wrapped in a bow until a little bit into the advanced polls, but the bones were there of what the Conservatives were going to do. And Poilievre, even in recent days, announced what his first 100 days would be. Here's the plan of the implementation of the type of legislation he would bring in. Let's build the homes, let's fix the budget, let's stop the crime. And here's how I'm going to do it. We're ready, we're willing, and we're waiting for Canadians to have their say in this election. So I think that those type of things matter because people are just so tired of, to me, it's fascinating that people describe Carney as sort of this blue liberal, where he has this sort of aura of, I'm an economist, I'm going to rein things in. But then when you look at the platform he presented, it just blows the rails off of even Trudeau's crazy debt spending and deficit financing. So I think his honeymoon is going to be over soon. I hope it ends tonight. But if it doesn't, I think his honeymoon will end soon, and we need to have these new faces in the Conservative bench in place to really hold him to account, because I think he's going to make a lot of errors and continue to stumble if there is anything but a Conservative government come tomorrow.
Do you think that it's realistic to expect Pierre and Yves-François Blanchet to actually create a functioning minority government? Or is it, in the case of the Conservatives, majority or bust? Stephen Harper did work with the Bloc famously in the early days of his tenure, but it didn't last long. So if it's a minority situation, are we going back to the polls quickly, or do you think that there could be some sort of long-term agreement with the Bloc and the Conservatives in the same way the Liberals had it with the NDP?
Well, just judging by the leaders' debates, I think Blanchet said that he would come to the table with the leaders, and as long as there's things that the Quebecers that he represents can get behind, I think he would play ball. And I guess we're going to have to see how the numbers roll in, but I frankly think anything's possible. We've seen the Liberal NDP coalition govern for so long and do so much damage that anything is a step up from that. So if the Conservatives do have to, have a bit of an agreement going to get some of our big, bold, transformative ideas in there, that's a lot better than having Carney as our prime minister. So I think it will be exciting to see where those seats come in. It is unfortunate that, we're sort of having a discussion if the NDP will even have official party status. I think if they were a real alternative, those three-way seats would have been a bit easier for the Conservatives because, you do have the collapse of the NDP generally favoring the Liberal Party. But the fact that we have I'm looking at the clock, the seat count tick up just below the screen.
Seats are changing. Yeah, you're
Yeah,
right.
we have,
The Conservatives are
yeah.
moving up. So is the Liberals. Polls are closing across the country. As we speak, polls are starting to close, and we're starting to get results as far as the prairies. I'm not sure if these are advanced ballots that are coming in or not, but I think it's safe to say that Alberta is going decisively Conservative. The riding that I'm in right now of Bow River has the first vote results come in. The first poll, one of 221, and David Bexte is sitting at 93% of the vote, if you can believe it. It's pretty crazy to see the different. We're picking apart percent by percent, maybe 0.1% out east, and then you just see these blowouts in the prairies, and it's you're from Alberta, so you know this, but it's hard to relate this to our colleagues in the media and in politics as well out east. Exactly what it's like to be in the most conservative places in this country. You hardly even need to go door knocking to win a campaign here, which of course makes the campaigns out east jealous. I remember when I was an intern, a political intern, and they were teaching you how to campaign back when I was younger. They were very jealous, and they thought that we were incompetent political operatives, frankly, because all we needed was like a pizza party to win an election. But obviously, out where you're campaigning right now, it's a little bit of a different story, where it's going to be pretty tight, I think. But I'm just hearing from the back room that we have Candice coming back on here soon. She might come on the screen here at any moment. But while we're wrapping up here, do you have any last words to say to our viewers and to Canadians about where you think the campaign came from and where we're at now?
Well, one thing I would like to say is, we've got the Conservative Party, but then we also have the conservative movement. So having conservative media, having conservative institutions to really help change the future of Canada is what we need to do going forward. We can't just rely only on the Conservative Party. We need to have all the other pieces in place. So I'm glad to see, Keean, you taking this initiative and doing the results and the decision desk here. I think it is also interesting, you're talking about how in Alberta, we can have really strong efforts, but there is a race in the nomination process. So we do get fresh faces, and it's great to see David Bexte. I don't know if you've called it for him yet with that one.
I think we are actually preparing to call the race for David Bexte right now. It is graphic coming on screen shortly. And there it is. David Bexte will be the next member of parliament for Bow River in Alberta. It's the first race that we're calling here today with an overwhelming majority. I'm thrilled because I know that David is going to be a wonderful member of parliament. That is a wrap for the campaign for him. I can see the campaign here is not shocked by the results. I'm looking sort of at them now, but it is official. That is David Bexte will be the next member of parliament for Bow River, joining a few new Conservative MPs from Alberta. As you mentioned, the nomination process really is the election in this part of the country. It doesn't really matter which Liberal runs. It doesn't matter which NDP candidate runs. It is all about the nomination, and they're usually tough fought. Since it was a little bit of a surprise election, I think there were some appointments that were made by the Conservative Party, especially in areas like Calgary Confederation, where they appointed Jeremy Nixon, and then in Northeast Calgary, where there wasn't time for a nomination race or whatever reason they decided to appoint those candidates. But in the cases of nomination, I mean, William Stevenson, I believe his name is, he ran a really tough race where he actually ended up beating an incumbent, I believe, which is not common, but it does go to show that there is a pretty healthy democracy in Alberta, even though the Liberals are not really in contention in rural Alberta. We're just waiting on our back room to throw Candice back on the screen. Amber, if you do have to go, I don't want to hold you. I want to be respectful of your time. I'm just going to go through some riding results here as we start seeing results come in Ontario. We have Perry. Oh, and we have Candice here. Candice, we're just talking that we just called the race for my dad's riding in Bow River.
I saw. Congratulations, Keean. Man, you must be excited.
I am thrilled. It's just as I said, the room is not surprised by
Right.
the result call here at all. But the numbers are starting to get serious here. We're seeing 36 for the Liberals, 27 for the Conservative Party, and the Bloc is sitting at 12. Now, I'll note about the Bloc what we're watching with our models. If they exceed 23 seats, we are expecting the Conservative Party to have a very good night. Now they're at 12 right now, and we'll see how that goes. If they dip below 20, the Bloc, it makes it very easy for the Liberal Party to start forming a majority government. So we'll see how that goes throughout the night. But right now, you can see the numbers, they're growing. And for that majority government number, we were talking about this at the start of the stream, Candice, it's 172 that any party needs to make a majority government. Now that includes a speaker, and the speaker would be breaking ties if it was that close, razor thin. So I'm expecting a minority government right now, the way things are turning out. We'll see exactly how that goes. But Amber, I do want to thank you for your time. I appreciate you coming on. It's always great to talk to you. Good luck in your campaign, and we'll see you when you're back in God's country in Alberta.
Thank you so much.
Great to see you, Amber. I did get to say hi, but I heard you're working out in my neck of the woods in the 905, so best of luck to you in that campaign.
Absolutely. Thank you, and congratulations, Candice, on this wonderful broadcast and this program.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All the best.
Thank you. Okay, so I guess this is where it's all going to come down to. I don't know if you made the announcement, Keean, but the polls have closed across most of the country. So we now have Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta, all the polls closed at the same time, 9:30 Eastern time, 7:30 Mountain time. And the results are going to come in fast and furious. The Conservatives did overperform in Eastern Canada, but just because they did well in the rural parts of Atlantic Canada does not necessarily mean that will translate into rural Ontario. We know that in order for there to be a pathway for victory for Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives, the Bloc must perform well. We're looking at the need for upwards of 25, possibly 30 or more seats from the Bloc. And if we don't see that, the path for victory becomes very hard. It's going to come down, like I just said to Amber Ruddy, who is working on a campaign out in Newmarket, Aurora. It will come down to the 905. It will come down to these outer suburbs of Greater Toronto and how these voters will decide for the future of our country. It's frustrating for many that a small group of people get to determine the outcome of election after election after election. But here we have it. I would really like to bring Matt John and the decision desk into the conversation. So to the control room, if we could get Matt John on, that would be fantastic. Here he is now. Okay, Matt. We haven't talked to you. We need the information. What are your updates? Give it to us here.
Well, helpfully, Elections Canada's site has crashed, so that's good timing on their part, as most of the country closed. I will say I'd look at a couple things just to pull the viewers back to the Atlantics. There's still a riding in Newfoundland that has not been called yet that the Conservatives are leading in, very close. But if they win that, it would be a pickup. There's also another riding in Nova Scotia, Central Nova, that the Conservatives are leading in over Sean Fraser still, but again, very close with a large amount of advance vote. And then on the negative side, we talked about South Star St. Margaret's, which is Rick Perkins' riding, the riding where there's no NDP candidate. He looks to be down now by about 400 or 500 votes, maybe a bit more than that, as stuff comes in. So it's not looking great for him there, but if we pick up Central Nova, or if the Conservatives pick up Central Nova, then that would make up for potentially losing Mr. Perkins' seat.
Okay,
when I look back, sorry, go ahead, Candice.
No, I was gonna move on, but why don't you continue what you were saying?
I was going to move to Ontario, so why don't you?
I wanted you to touch on Quebec, because I was just telling the audience that my belief is that the Bloc has to win at least 25 seats for there to be a pathway for victory for the Conservatives. That was just kind of a rough guess, though. You have the numbers at your fingertips, so maybe you can correct me and make it more specific.
Well, interestingly, my number for the Bloc over under is 25. If they're over 25, then I think it's not going to be a great night for the Liberals in Quebec. If they're under 25, then some of the public polling we've seen that indicated the Liberals doing well in Quebec might be accurate. At the moment, it's still very early, but I haven't seen any ridings in particular where I would have thought the Bloc should be doing better. The riding that Keean struggles to pronounce, which I will not attempt to pronounce, flipped back to the block, and so that looks like it's a hold for them.
I want to
at
give
the
it a
moment.
shot. What is the writing? Someone send this to me. I'll make an attempt to pronounce it.
The first word is Gaspé. Outside of that,
there's just no hope.
Gaspé.
The third word I'm not going to attempt at all.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll just move on. I don't want to embarrass myself. Very poor British Columbia French here, but okay. Let's move on to Ontario then.
Yeah, so Ontario, obviously early time, lots of early stuff reporting. The GTA is starting to come in a bit. I can see some of the more liberal ridings in the GTA are coming in as I would expect. I would note very early results in Thornhill, York Centre, which is a riding I'm sure people are watching. Potential flip to the Conservatives if they're having a good night.
That is
Only one poll
Roman
reporting.
Baber's. That's where Roman Baber, who was a member of the Progressive Conservative Caucus in Ontario, he got removed from caucus for being an outspoken critic of COVID lockdown policies. He ran for leader of the Conservative Party against Pierre Poilievre, lost, and then now he's running as a candidate. Just for that context, so it looks like he's leading in that riding. Is that what you're saying?
So only one poll reporting, but he is up 60-40, which is always better to be up than behind.
Okay.
And then if I look across to another potential swing riding, Markham Stouffville, again, very early one poll reporting, but the Conservative up there as well. Those are some of the ridings that I would start to watch, but again, very early in Ontario, as I'm just clicking through some of them here. And still not a lot reporting. I would also, again, just to caution folks when they're looking at these things, the amount of advance poll vote in some of these ridings is so substantial that until we think that advance vote has started to come in, it's very difficult to make a call on some of these ridings.
So
we have some breaking news to throw to here from the riding of Beauce, Quebec. Our decision desk is prepared to announce something. We're just getting ready to play it. Maxime Bernier has been defeated in probably one of the ridings that he was hoping to win if he was going to turn the People's Party of Canada into a serious contender in this election. The results are probably, if supporters and campaigners from the PPC were being honest with themselves, probably would have been expected. And the Conservative candidate that will win in Beauce is Jason Grelot. He's sitting at 60% of the vote share. He's going to take home a majority of that riding. It's an interesting riding because the Berniers have run that riding for a long time, back when they were in politics. I suppose Maxime is still in politics, but when they were in the House of Commons, it was Maxime Bernier's riding for a very long time, and their family was the member of Parliament representing it for 2 generations, I believe. And now that is not the case, and it looks like Maxime will not be going to Ottawa as either the member of Parliament for Beauce, and it's yet to be seen if he will resign as leader of the People's Party of Canada. They notably have not had a leadership race in a very long time. People, comment. They say that the PPC is the Maxime Bernier party, and it remains to be seen as if the party can operate without Maxime Bernier. If Maxime can't win in the riding that he represented back when he was with the Conservative Party, he also couldn't win in Manitoba. What's interesting about the People's Party of Canada is that their policies resonate with a large part of the Conservative Party base, but they haven't been able to turn that into votes. Whether that's because voters don't believe that they will actually be able to win, or if they think that the threat of the Liberal Party is just too much to risk going to any alternative other than the Conservative Party establishment. It remains to be seen, and the results, but I suppose the results speak for themselves. It is unlikely that the PPC will will win any seat in this election tonight from what we're seeing here.
I speak to a lot of Conservative supporters who say that they like the ideas of the People's Party, but they just don't understand the purpose of it. Like when you have a leader like Pierre Poilievre, who is the real deal, he's true blue, actually true blue, and he wants to push the country in a more conservative direction, the need for a right-wing protest party, it just doesn't seem very evident. And I have a lot of time for Maxime Bernier. I think that he is a very passionate, sincere person. But I didn't understand the campaign strategy of going on. I mean, it was interesting to see him on American podcasts, and I wish that Pierre had done a little bit more of a more selection of podcasts and bigger podcasts as well. But I didn't really see him doing much out there. And at this point in time, it just seems like anything getting in the way of stopping the Liberals to, the average Conservative voter just doesn't really make sense. Let's go back to the polls, Matt. Are we getting anything else in? Can you help make some context of the numbers at the bottom of our screen? So we currently have, this is the numbers. Are they leaning or are they called? And can you walk us through the 55 for the Conservatives, 77 for the Liberals? Looks like NDP may have just won their first seat. So if you could provide some context on those numbers, please.
Yeah, those are ridings where the party is leading. Where we may not have called the riding, but the party is leading there. I would note that the NDP sitting at one seat in the entire country that they're currently leading in is a fairly bad result for them. I'm not even sure which riding that is. I can't even pick it out quickly. But the fact that we're now having almost the entire country reporting and they're only leading in one riding is pretty bad for them. And that would portend a bad night for them. On the Conservative and Liberal side, as you start to see some of the West come in, you'll start to see that CPC number go up. And then as that GTA comes in, we'll start to see how that impacts the LPC number. And hopefully that block number at 11, as we start again to see more ridings report in Quebec, we should see that creep up. Hopefully we can make some more calls soon, but Elections Canada is ground to a halt in terms of reporting results at the moment. So hopefully they will get their act together and we'll be able to continue to update folks accordingly.
Well, it's one of those interesting things we were talking about earlier in the broadcast, which is that if the election is close, it will be a very long night. If the polls are right and the Liberals are going to walk away with this thing and it's going to be a 5, 6, 7 point lead, we should find out fairly quickly. So I don't know if Elections Canada is dragging their feet because they're overwhelmed by the number of votes that they have to count. I mean, they could have predicted this, or if this is an indication that things are tightening up. What do you think, Keean?
Well, Canada's famous for being much faster at coming to a decision after the polls, especially when you compare us in the United Kingdom, and even the Americans. We count quickly because we're so distributed that we count locally, and there's not too much screwing around. The thing that I do want to point to and just draw our attention back to the very easternmost corner of this country well, maybe not quite the most east, but very east, Central Nova, Sean Fraser. This riding is turning out to be extremely interesting. Pollsters put him at around 99% chance of being reelected, this Liberal candidate, Sean Fraser, and it is looking like he will lose his riding to the Conservative Party, which means if the Conservative Party steal this, when pollsters were saying there was a 99% chance that this Liberal incumbent was going to be sent back to Ottawa, well, the Liberals are going to be having a very, very rough night, especially whether they win or lose. This was a pretty safe seat for the Liberal Party, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, but Bryson Jenkins, I don't think had high hopes coming into tonight. The Conservative candidate there, but he is, and I'm just going to do some mental math. He's 200 votes ahead right now, so it could flip the other way. 160 polls out of 229 polls are reporting, and he's ahead by just 200 votes. But that is, you only need to win by one, and pollsters are saying that Sean Fraser had a 99% chance of winning tonight. This is razor thin for him, given that prediction from pollsters. So it is safe to say that the pollsters were wrong about what was happen today. It just depends on how wrong we're going to see and find out at the end of the night, I suppose.
Just to give you some further context on Central Nova, the Juno model had Mr. Jenkins at 39% of the vote, and he's currently on 47%. So even with that, with our model being a little bit more optimistic for the Conservatives, he's even outperforming that. So let's see where that comes in when all the votes are counted. But he's really outperforming what I think anybody expected him to do.
So the interesting thing is that like we're saying they're outperforming, especially in these key ridings that are really interesting. But then you look at the numbers and you see Liberal Party of Canada at 86 and the Conservative Party at 64. I think 64 seems high, honestly. So I think that does mean that they are doing pretty well. But if they're doing this well, can you explain why they are not in the lead right now, and how, as we go across this country, things need to pan out for it to end up with a Conservative W?
Yeah, I would say that the early stuff that gets reported is all the Liberal stronghold, right? So you've got the Atlantics coming in, and you've got Quebec coming in. The Liberals are gonna have to build a lead in seat count coming out of those regions, and then we see where the battleground of Ontario plays out. As the Western region starts to report in, you're going to start to see that CPC number coming up, and we'll hopefully be seeing that gap close if they're having a good night. I think right at the moment, I would say the CPC is outperforming the pollsters and the models, and we should start to see that close. But the GTA is probably going to tell that tale in about an hour.
Yeah, it all comes down to the GTA. We know how Alberta is going to vote. We know how Manitoba is going to vote. We know how the BC Interior is going to vote. Vancouver will be interesting. Richmond especially is one that I'm watching pretty closely. We have John Rustad waiting, speaking of British Columbia, waiting to come on, and I'm hoping he'll join us here, and maybe you might have some questions for him as well. If we could bring John Rustad on the show here. He is the leader of the opposition in British Columbia, leader of the Conservative Party. He famously ran a campaign that almost defeated the NDP. I bet he was wishing that he was running the campaign now after this insane NDP collapse that we've seen here. John, Mr. Rustad, could you please tell us how, with the NDP having done a pretty good job at reforming, I mean, I shouldn't say good job, but they did a good enough job to form government in British Columbia. Why have they collapsed nationally when they were just able to form a government in one of Canada's largest provinces?
That's a very good question, and I really put it down to the NDP federally just having a very poor leader, running a very poor campaign, and not being able to connect with people. And when you look at the NDP in British Columbia, the NDP party in British Columbia, they're actually more aligned with the federal Liberal, or you might say that the federal Liberal is more aligned with some of the components of the NDP party. The two have really come very close together, and so I think ultimately that's just something that we're seeing in British Columbia, and it's going to be very interesting to see these results tonight.
Yeah, so when you're looking at the results in British Columbia, which are the last polls to report in this country, which areas are you expecting a Conservative breakthrough to happen in?
I'm really looking at Vancouver Island. I'm expecting to see some pickups for the Conservatives there. Ellis Ross, somebody that I work closely with up on the North Coast, I think they're going to win there. Some of the seats that I think are going to be quite interesting, a seat, for example, in Delta with Jesse Sahota that's running there. I think that's going to be a very tight race, and the polls were showing the Liberals should win that seat, and I disagree with that. I think that's going to be a really close race. Carolyn Finley's I think she's going to pull that off. I think she'll win that riding. There's one riding in the Okanagan I'm a little concerned about in terms of it, but I think really when you look at the campaign that the Conservatives are running, their efforts on the ground, they've been doing such a great job in Eastern Canada in terms of outperforming. I'm pretty optimistic at this point that the Conservatives are going to pull off and hold some of the seats, as well as do those extra pickups that they need in British Columbia to help them with potentially forming a majority here.
That would be the Conservatives forming a majority government tonight would blow everyone's expectations out of the water. But, coming from British Columbia, it's interesting to hear your take on that. I'm also curious to hear your thoughts on Vancouver Island, which is set to change entirely. There might be one riding that the NDP are able to clutch onto, but given the record of just one seat that we're reporting them leading in right now, that might even be up for grabs. Can you explain the political dynamic of Vancouver Island, and how are the Conservatives possibly breaking through this area that is not typically known to be a Conservative stronghold? I mean, this is where the Green Party does well in.
Yeah, and that'll be interesting to see whether the Green Party can even elect anybody in this election. But We had some great breakthroughs on Vancouver Island during our provincial election. We won North Island, we won Courtney Comox. We almost won another 2 or 3 ridings on the island. And there's a conservative movement that's there. And what it boils down to is a lot of people are they're tired of the fact that they have been left behind. They're tired with the poor economic performance. People just want a job. Obviously, affordability is a huge issue. And I really think that the conservative message and movement was connecting closely with people. And ultimately, when you look across the country, if the younger vote comes out in the numbers, conservatives are going to win this. They're going to win a majority government. And I think there's no question in my mind. And so the outperformance that we've seen in Atlantic Canada and the good work from the campaign there gives me a lot of hope, I think.
Yeah. So could you tell me a little bit about what it is that the Conservative Party said to British Columbians that resonated with them? You're on the ground. You know what British Columbians need. For the rest of the country who's out east watching their polls close right now, what is it that made British Columbians turn out for Pierre? I mean, we saw those record rallies in the interior. They were absolutely insane in size. What was it about Pierre that was speaking to them in a way that he was not speaking to people across the country specifically to British Columbians? What issues mattered to them that Pierre was talking about?
I mean, in British Columbia, and I think there's similarities obviously in other provinces, but I mean, when you look at the crime, when you look at the mental health issues, the drug issues, people not feeling safe, when you look at the really poor economic performance that we've had in British Columbia under an NDP government, and obviously with the Liberal government federally, the people are really wanting that change. They want to see that difference. And so I think the Liberals are going to do well in a number of ridings in the very heavy urban population, but I think the Conservatives are going to surprise in a lot of areas in British Columbia. Like I say, Vancouver Island, it may come down to that as to who ends up forming a government, whether it's a minority or majority. And like I say, I'm optimistic. When you look at areas where Pierre had come out, did rallies, and the thousands of people that came out, like that was unheard of 4 or 5 years ago, certainly in previous elections. No Conservative would ever have even dreamed of being able to have that. So Pierre has been able to connect with people in British Columbia. And, that was something that we saw during our campaign as well. Obviously, it's interesting when you look at the Conservative platform, there was a lot of things in the federal Conservative platform which were very similar to things that we ran on. And so I was very pleased to see that and certainly how that is connecting with voters in British Columbia.
Yeah, so one thing that a lot of people have been focusing on in this election is how provincial leaders have been either supporting or have been absent from this race. We saw people like David Eby, he's a New Democrat, was it seemed like he was supporting Mark Carney. He had very friendly meetings with him. They walked arm in arm into your legislature when they were having meetings between premier and prime minister. These things just don't happen between conservative premiers and liberal prime ministers during an election. That kind of photo op is something that Danielle Smith, for example, would run away from. But David Eby was doing that. So on the flip side, with Pierre being the conservative leader, and there being conservative leaders like Doug Ford, Danielle Smith, and yourself in British Columbia, what role do you see you guys playing in turning the dial nationwide and in your province when it comes to federal voters?
That's a very interesting question. Obviously, there's going to be a lot that needs to be thought about going forward from this election. And, one of the things that I've talked about a lot is the fact that we need to think about how we renew our confederation. I mean, this is the greatest country in the world. We've got a lot going for us, but we have a lot of problems because of, hopeless governments that have mismanaged things. And so hopefully we can see that change. But I think a lot of times when it comes to a federal campaign, and, obviously we're not directly aligned with the federal Conservative Party, federal leaders don't necessarily want provincial leaders to get involved because sometimes that can actually create problems for them in their campaign. And so for my part, I respected, obviously I was out supporting the Conservatives and the Conservative movement in British Columbia, but I tried to play the role that wasn't really too front and center. However, we did mail out to all of our membership in the province, asking them to vote for the Conservatives. We came out and did some key endorsements and showed that kind of support. Lots of our MLAs worked on campaigns and were involved in trying to get our MPs elected. And so, we've done what we can provincially in terms of it, but it's a delicate balance, of course, for a federal leader, because they've got to play to a much broader audience across the country, not just to the local side. And Pierre's campaign, of course, was no different than most campaigns in terms of how they like to play that.
Well, Mr. Rustad, I want to be respectful of your time. It's really great to have you on the show tonight. We might touch base with you later, depending on what's going on. But I take what you've said so far about the Conservative Party performance, and we will see if it turns out to be true that maybe they are having a better night than what. I'm used to being treated poorly by electoral results. So we'll see what actually ends up happening once the polls close in BC.
Well, when we looked at the polling results and some of the internal poll stuff that we did and that I looked at, it was a lot tighter than what the public polls were suggesting. And I think we saw that play out in Atlantic Canada, and I think it's going to be very interesting to see how that plays out in Ontario. And like I say, I'm looking for some gains for the Conservative Party in British Columbia. In terms of it would be wonderful to see those additional gains in British Columbia as being the seats that could make a difference in terms of who's going to form the next government. But thanks for having me on. I look forward to maybe chatting again later.
Yeah, right on. Thank you, Mr. Rustad. I appreciate it. We are going to throw to Sue Ann, who is at the Liberal Party headquarters with a report for us for Juno News, where she's sort of describing what is going on at the Liberal Party headquarters. We'll throw to that now, please.
Standing in front of the Ottawa venue where Liberal leader Mark Carney's election night event is to be held. And I have watched journalists from Reuters, from Washington, from the Times of London, from Slovakia, from Germany, from Italy, from Spain, walk in and be accredited to cover the event. But little old me from True North is not allowed to enter. In fact, I was told by a gatekeeper from the Liberal Party that I am not on the list. Well, folks, I am actually on the list. It's called the D list. It's called Do Not Disturb Mark Carney with Hard Questions, Do Not Pass Go, and Do Not Collect any sort of Liberal comment.
We're working on getting that video from Sue Ann. She is at the Liberal Party convention. We're just with, I couldn't even tell you the reason why that wasn't working, but we'll try to get that to you. And the back room, just so you know, you can cut me off at any time because I really do want to hear from Sue Ann, and I don't want her sitting out there for too long. I do want to point out about Roman Baber, though. We're going to look at the numbers here in York Centre. So this is one of those ridings that's just outside of downtown Toronto for people who don't know the area. York Centre, Roman Baber is sitting at 515 votes. That's 59% of the share right now, which is a pretty big number. But again, that's just with the first poll reporting. Neighboring riding, Etobicoke North, Natalie Lead is leading by just 10 votes. And then the other side of that, Willowdale, James Lynn is leading and upsetting the Liberal incumbent Ali Asai, I believe her name is. These are just really, really early numbers of single poll reporting. We're going to try and see if we can get Candice back on here because I want to ask her from her perspective. She knows Toronto really well. Candice, would you be able to tell me just what would it mean for the Conservative Party if York Centre flipped for Roman Baber and Yara Sachs was left out in the cold? You're just muted right now. I'll let the back room fix that so that we can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, there you go. What would it mean for the Conservative Party to have Roman Baber in the House of Commons, and what would that mean across the country if we were if the party was able to break in that way?
Well, there's an interesting thing that happens in Toronto, right? Like you have Melissa Lantsman, who is able to win basically in a landslide right in the middle of Toronto. So it really just depends on the demographic of the specific riding. Ridings that have heavy Jewish populations tend to vote more conservatives. That's what benefits Melissa Lantsman. And it's also happening for Roman Baber. I think he would be a fantastic representative as part of Pierre Poilievre's team. He was the most principled conservative in Doug Ford's caucus. That is why he left Doug Ford's caucus and sat as an independent, because of the Orwellian lockdowns that we experienced in Ontario. He was one of the lone voices of sanity in the Ontario legislature at Queen's Park. And I think that he is a fantastic representative. I hope that he continues to gain ground in his Toronto seat. Now, we do have some unfortunate news to report here, folks. The CBC has called it, and we at Juno News are ready to make the call as well. We don't know whether it will be a minority or a majority, but it looks like the Liberals have won the election. Yes, that is right. Mark Carney will continue to be the Prime Minister. He has been elected. As those votes are rolling in, as the numbers come in from Battleground Ontario, it seems that the people of Central Canada have spoken, and they have decided that our country needs another term of Liberals. It's just a matter of whether it will be a majority or a minority. Our decision desk is saying that they are still unsure, but they are confident that it will be a Liberal government.
It's interesting, and it's going to be a question of how well they'll be able to work with the Bloc, because you can bet that the Conservative Party will not be supporting this government, and the NDP might not have anyone to support them with. It has just been, if anything, today was not an endorsement of Mark Carney. It was an absolute rejection of the incompetent political management and maneuvering of Jagmeet Singh, who will go down in history as one of the most inept, moronic losers to have ever operated in the House of Commons. We could have called this 2 years ago when we saw him standing behind some of Trudeau's most stupid decisions. I could see if Mark Carney was operating this government and it was his record that Jagmeet Singh was negotiating with, trying to pull him to the left. That's one thing. But after scandal from the Liberal Party under Justin Trudeau, and Jagmeet Singh stood there beside Justin Trudeau with the supply and confidence agreement so that he could get his pension locked in. Well, now Canadians have told him and his party exactly what they think about that kind of behavior. He put himself before the country. He put himself before his party, and then he flushed his party down the toilet so that he could prevent Pierre Poilievre from forming government back when he was pulling, and that was his own decision, and he'll have to live with this, with his record of absolute moronic political operation.
I couldn't agree more. And it was really shocking, Keean, to hear earlier this week, or I guess it was last week now, Jagmeet Singh come out and say that he did it all on purpose. He did it all intentionally, that he didn't want to prop up the Liberals, but he had to stop Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives. And that is why he prolonged Parliament and continued to prop up the government. I don't understand why this man is so self-important that he believes that he has the right to block the democratic will of the Canadian public, that he was there to block a Conservative when they were up ahead and in the polls. I mean, look down at the bottom of your screen, folks. The NDP are sitting at 3 seats. So a big part that has allowed for the Liberal Party to be, as Juno News has declared, the winner of this election. They have 139 seats. They need 172 to get to a majority. You see, the Conservatives are holding their own with 95, but the total and utter absolute collapse of the NDP has absolutely been the story of the election. And I'm
bring
hoping
Brad
to get
Tennant on here shortly. I believe he's in the back room waiting to come on. Brad, how are you doing today? Can you tell us where are you and what are you seeing right now?
Yeah, thank you. I'm in Calgary, and things I would rather come on, not just after you guys called this election from the decision desk, but all that being said, from Calgary here, and happy to be here.
Do you think that the Liberals are going to be able to work with the Bloc Québécois? Sorry, I should introduce you to our audience. Brad Tennant, you are a Conservative strategist, longtime operative, both inside and outside the party, helping campaigns and helping the Conservative movement broadly across the country. So you know really well what it takes to win a campaign, but not just winning a campaign, what it takes to actually govern when you are there, when you are in the halls of power, the negotiating, the bartering that you have to do with other parties. Can you give us some color here? What is Mark Carney going to have to do to maintain a government with the Bloc Québécois?
Well, I think that he is going to have to give up a fair bit of concessions. But I think coming out of this too, you've got to look at it from the Bloc's perspective. What will the Bloc want to do? And I think the Bloc, we haven't seen the final results of what they're going to have, but I would think that the Bloc is going to be at what has been their recent low of overall results here. And with that, I think the Bloc is going to be aggressive in wanting to reassert their political position in Quebec. So I would think first, Mark Carney is going to be dealing with a Bloc Quebecois that wants another chance at an election, that wants to, rebuild its position. Some of which looks like they lost to Mark Carney this election. And Mark Carney, I think with the Bloc, we've known Quebec is quick to look for some concessions and everything there. But first things first, I think the Bloc is going to have to work on rebuilding here.
Well, I'm being told by our decision desk that the popular vote from the Bloc is actually looking quite good. It's just not being met and matched by the seat numbers. We talked earlier about how for there to be a pathway for the Conservative victory, the Bloc needs somewhere between 25 and 30 seats. It looks like they're kind of edging up. It just jumped up from 19, I believe, up to 21. The Bloc did just fine. I think, again, the real story of the election is just a total and utter collapse of the NDP. Left-wing Canadians saying enough, we don't need to split, we don't need to give this party our vote. Many people on the left choosing to consolidate around Mark Carney. What do you make of that, Brad?
I think that's exactly it. Jagmeet Singh gave Canadians nothing to believe in. He worked with the Liberals on everything. He helped them pass their last year and a half in office. And when it was very, very clear Canadians were done with Justin Trudeau and the Liberals, Jagmeet Singh was his only remaining ally. Even when Trudeau's own caucus members were attacking him, the NDP was making sure that they were going to hold the government together. And I think that's really the story. And I also just think the NDP, Canadians gave them a huge opportunity in 2011 and have to varying degrees in other places. But they just haven't delivered for Canadians. And I think with that, their vote became less and less solid, and to the point that we're seeing now. And they're leading in 3 seats. Some of those seats I don't even expect them to win. But it's been very, very tough for the NDP. But they also spent years building to get here.
Okay, just for the audience, we have brought Matt John, our in-house decision desk reporter, I guess. I don't know. I don't think you're a reporter, but our, the numbers guy that's reporting from our decision desk. So, Matt, you weren't on the call when we made the call that the Liberals have won this election. Can you walk us through that, please?
Yeah, I think it looks like they are doing better in Quebec than we had anticipated, despite the fact that the Bloc is starting to creep up close to that 25. But the Liberals seem to be doing better in Quebec. I would also say early indications from Ontario, GTA specifically, they look to be at least holding, if not doing a little bit better than expected. If that's the case, then I think it's going to be a very near-run thing on minority or majority. I think our model right now is probably putting the Liberals on about 167. And I think, as you noted earlier, they'd need to get to 172 for a majority. Let's see what happens as more results come in from Ontario. As we've seen, things are flipping back and forth in some of these close ridings. But at the moment, I think our call would be a very close minority for the government, for the Liberals, potentially a majority if they catch a couple breaks.
Wow, my
Brad,
goodness.
could I bring you in here a little bit and can you tell us, what does this mean for Pierre and his leadership? You could see on X, online, Liberals were just they were salivating at the idea of a Liberal win because it would mean that Pierre has to resign. There's no way he can stay on. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think that's true? Do you think it's different if it's a majority versus minority? Can you tell us what you think?
I think Liberals and media have never liked Pierre being in charge of the Conservative Party of Canada. And, that was very evident long before this election. That was very evident during the Conservative leadership. And, I think that they may keep up that case and try to put these stories in there. Look, Pierre's a popular leader. I would say at a level that Conservatives usually do not get to. Conservative leaders or politicians of any stripe do not get to. He's the story with these rallies is really unprecedented of how many people are coming out in 24, 48 hours notice. So look, I think that the party, no matter what, is going to look at election results and decide from there. But I don't think there's any question of Pierre's personal popularity within the Conservative Party of Canada. If anything, I think it's grown since he won a overwhelming mandate in a leadership race not long ago.
I want to just go to the chat for a minute and ask a question, just to bring it back to you, Matt, and Brad. You can feel free to chime in on this one too. Chad Snow's asking. He says it's very confusing. How is everyone able to call the election when the results have not even been reported fully in Ontario? So, Matt, can you take that question?
Yeah, that's a very good question, and honestly, I think one that everybody struggles with every election. My answer to that would be, you can look at trends that are emerging from certain ridings. So we've been talking a lot about ridings that are swing seats. You can see the results there. I would also say that after a certain amount of polls have reported, by polls I don't mean the public polling, I mean the individual geographic districts that make up each riding. As those polls start to report, you can start to see the trend, and it's unusual for that trend to reverse itself in most Canadian ridings. And so as we look at some of these ridings and we see how many of the polls have reported there, this election, as I've said many times, it's a bit different because, of course, the advance polls are a huge portion of that. But as those start to come in, you start to get a sense of the trend, and then the number just becomes too much for the other party to have a chance to win.
So can you talk about how the advanced polls are going to play? And I know I've asked this question for people who are just joining the live stream. Like, we had a record number of advanced polling come through. I think there's 7.4 million Canadians in advance. Those votes have not been counted yet. And so I'm wondering, how can you make a prediction if you don't have a significant portion? Like, what if it turns out that those advanced polls lean very heavily Conservative?
So I can tell you that's something we've talked about a lot at the decision desk on when and how to call some of these ridings. And in some cases, you can look at the amount of vote that's being reported and make an educated guess that perhaps the advance polls have reported in that particular riding. In other cases, you can look at the size of the lead in that riding and say, even if the advance polls came in overwhelmingly for one party over the other, it still wouldn't be enough to overcome that lead. And so I would also note that as some of the advance polls seem to have come in and been reported in the Atlantics, from what we can tell, it isn't showing much of a Conservative lead, if any, with those voters. In some cases, I think it's showing the Liberals being able to claw back leads that the Conservatives had built. We'll see what that happens in Ontario, and especially, a lot of conversation about the riding of Carleton, Pierre's riding. But with substantial amounts of advance vote in a lot of these Ontario ridings, we'll start to get a good picture pretty quickly on did that advance vote sway one way or the other for either party.
Okay, well, we'll have to have you back on a little later on. I would really like to, once we get a bit better idea of how the exact ridings broke down, I'd love to find out more about exactly which ridings have been called for the Liberals in around the 905, which ones were the ones that made the difference, if we have any friends or allies in the Conservative Party that have been elected in Ontario. So we will hopefully have you back inside an hour to go through that. Brad, while I have you, I wanted to ask you a question. This is something that's been really echoed in our Juno News chat. So folks that are watching on X, YouTube, or Rumble, we have a live chat going. You can see that there's a QR code in the bottom of my bottom corner of my screen here. And if you take a picture of that, or if you just head on over to junonews.com, there's a chat button. You can join our live Juno News chat. We will be responding to questions and reading out interesting comments in real time. Matt John from our decision desk will also be answering questions if you have technical or very specific questions about your riding or some of the polls or some of the numbers that are coming in. You can feel free to ask those questions, and we are responding. But Brad, one of the themes that I am seeing very heavily in our chat, sad to say, is, first of all, people saying that, I can't really imagine a future in Canada if the country is just going to continue to vote for failed Liberal policies. Maybe it's time to leave the country. Another one is the West is ignored. Alberta is not welcome in this country. We don't see a future in Canada as Albertans. I'm wondering, from your perspective in Calgary, what's going to happen with this news of another Liberal government And what are you hearing from people in and around Alberta and conservative politics about what's next?
Yeah, I think it varies. I think obviously there was almost people could sense a relief when Pierre was polling so high. There was a sense of hope and optimism because I think this part of Canada really just wants to be included. I think a lot of that hope went to Pierre being successful in this election. As far as like going forward, I mean, everybody's going to have a bit of an opinion. I think, sites like Juno will follow this as closely as anybody. But you're really going to have to see how stuff like that develops. There's going to have to be more results favoring Canada's resource sector, favoring Canada's agricultural sector. There's going to have to be a drastic move on from kind of Trudeau's government. Seeing Mark Carney win gives you very, very little hope for that. But on stuff like this, you just really genuinely have to see how it will play out. And, I think Albertans are going to be frustrated with this. I think they were frustrated in 2019 and 2021 as well. But again, Alberta before, there was one separatist MLA elected in a by-election in Drumheller in the late 80s. Outside of that, you haven't seen it really get any kind of on-the-ground traction. I think there would still have to be more to go. But look, I'm optimistic. I think Premier Daniel Smith has a solid hold on the United Conservative Party here. The Conservative movement in Alberta, I think results will show, is really as strong as ever. So there's some things to build from too.
Interesting. Well, that is a story that we will be following very closely here at Juno News. Brad Tennant, thank you so much. It's been such a pleasure talking to you. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you.
All right, folks, thank you for bearing with us. Thank you for watching our broadcast and supporting independent news and journalism in this country. I'm going to just give you a quick urge. Please share this video, like this video. It really helps us in the algorithm. We want to reach as many Canadians as we can. You could see by the headline we had earlier, we're trying to replace the CBC. We want Pierre Poilievre to get elected so that he can defund it, but then we need to have something in its place. And so that is what we are trying to build. We want you to join us in building the future, build a conservative, alternative media structure, independent journalists, giving you the facts, giving you fact-based news, hard-hitting conservative opinions, podcasts, documentaries. We have so much content for you. Head on over to Juno News and subscribe. We're going to have a quick word from our sponsor.
I do want to throw to commercial, but I do want to explain, why Juno News is so important. I obviously have bias. You have bias as well. I mean, my dad is running and just got elected for the Conservative Party, for God's sakes. But we don't lie about it. Rosemary Barton spends her days pretending like she is neutral, like she has no horse in this race. But at the end of the day, Mark Carney bribed her with hundreds of millions of dollars to boost their salaries, to hire more friends, hire more union workers so that they can continue on. And they try to pretend like they're impartial. And that's why Juno News is important, because we bring you the facts and we're honest about where we're coming from so you can make the decision for yourself. But in light of that, in light of the fact that we don't get 1.5, 1.6 billion now from Mark Carney, we rely on sponsors and viewers. If you want to support us, you can do that by going to supportjuno.com. We're still waiting to determine if this is going to be a minority or majority, so we're going to stay on until we have that answer for you, probably until Jagmeet Singh's resignation speech, is I imagine when we're going to be rolling. And if you want to chat with us in the back room where we're speaking directly with viewers, it's that QR code right at the bottom left. You can scan that. But also our sponsors are the folks that brought us here today. Unsmoke Canada is one of them, as well as Rumble. We're going to throw to them now so you can hear a quick message from them. We'll be right back with some more coverage of this Liberal victory.
Tired of platforms silencing your favorite creators? Want a place where your voice actually matters? It's time to switch to Rumble, the video platform built for free speech and real engagement. On Rumble, you get access to exclusive content, viral videos, breaking news, and live streams from top creators, all without censorship or hidden algorithms controlling what you see. No more suppression, no more content being buried. Just the videos you want, when you want them. Join millions who are already making the switch and take back control of your feed. Download Rumble today on the App Store or Google Play and experience video the way it was meant to be. Rumble, protecting a free and open internet.
Juno News election special has been brought to you by Unsmoke Canada, which is dedicated to helping Canadians who are looking to quit smoking understand the full range of options available. Despite decades of government programs and increasing regulations, today nearly 4 million Canadians still smoke cigarettes. Nicotine pouches, like other quitting tools, help smokers quit. But unlike gums and lozenges, pouches can only be sold in pharmacies. This needs to change. It's time to put nicotine pouches back in convenience stores to help smokers quit. Learn about how a smoke-free future can be achieved at unsmoke.ca.
You're watching Juno News, Canada's fastest growing independent news network. Our team works day and night to bring you nationwide coverage of the issues that matter. Honest reporting of the stories that put Canadians first. From far and wide, Juno is doing the work to turn the dial in the right direction, bringing you the news from the field and in the studio. Wherever it takes us, we get the job done. For you, for Canada. Subscribe today and help us replace the CBC. Go to junonews.com to join the fight.
All right, and we are now live with the food professor, someone who I met on Twitter, actually, on X, I suppose. One of the most interesting people when it comes to thinking about food processes in this country, affordable food, healthy food, and how policy from the Trudeau and now Carney government is impacting the price of food on grocery shelves, which we know was one of the biggest issues in this campaign was affordability. And when it's affordability, when you're concerned about affordability, it's not just the price of your home, it is the price of the food that you put on your table. So thanks for joining us here today. I have a question for you. I'm curious how you think this is going to play out now with negotiations with Donald Trump in the next few months, with Mark Carney becoming the next Prime Minister of Canada, or at least staying on as Prime Minister of Canada. Sorry, the crowd here is cheering for me now. Not for me, from the room. You might hear them getting quite loud. I'm not sure what was just announced. But I would like to hear from you. How do you think Mark Carney is going to navigate this as it comes to food security in Canada, supply management, and dealing with the Trump government down south?
Nation, I've been following you guys for a while, by the way. You're doing great. It's great to have independent voices out there. As far as things go, obviously it's a little too early, to be honest. We don't know whether or not Mr. Carney will have a majority, and that's really a huge asset at this point. If he doesn't have a majority, then you will have to negotiate with the bloc probably. And that's, in my view, that's probably worse than dealing with a majority Liberal government, because we saw what happened with this deal with the NDP for 4 years, and that's why we saw our debt increase, deficits increase as well. I suspect that with the bloc it could be worse, because the bloc only thinks about Quebec, doesn't necessarily think about the national debt, doesn't think about any fiscal responsibilities whatsoever, and certainly would discourage any development related to the oil and gas sector, which is critical for our country, our independency. So I honestly, at this point, given that a Carney government has been declared, actually am hoping that Mr. Carney will get a majority, so he can actually have a clear mandate moving forward, especially when dealing with Donald Trump.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see exactly how things pan out, and hoping for a Liberal majority is quite the statement to say, because but I understand.
Listen,
exactly
it's not
where you're
necessarily the
coming from.
outcome I wanted, but at this point, I mean, we have to think about how to limit damages as much as possible. And if we're looking at an extra 4 years with a Liberal minority willing to sell out our next generation yet again, I
Yeah.
don't know about you, but I don't think it sounds good.
So can you describe for our viewers, what does selling them out when it comes to food policy? Supply management is the first thing that comes to my mind. And it's something that the Bloc will not negotiate on, and it's something that Mark Carney has said is integral to the structure of Canada. Do you buy that literally when it comes to the price of milk? Do you think that that's going to be a sticking point with Donald Trump? I just want to get a bigger picture of how Mark Carney is going to impact the price of food from your perspective going forward if he's left either checked or unchecked by the Bloc.
Yeah. So if you want to start with the with supply management, I do think that Mr. Carney will have the same approach as Mr. Trudeau. To be honest, he will say out in public that the supply management is not touchable, but he will end up doing something with it, granting the Americans with more access. And of course, in return, we'll probably have to compensate dairy farmers or poultry farmers and egg farmers with billions of dollars. And of course, when you understand supply management, farmers aren't losing anything really. It's been argued out there so farmers can actually get more money from taxpayers, which is really unfortunate. So that game will likely continue. That game will cost taxpayers more money. It will actually make more sectors, the SM5, so the supply management sectors, overcapitalized, impacting other sectors like the hog sector, cattle, wheat, barley, canola. All these sectors are undercapitalized, looking for some scalability. But if farmland becomes too expensive because of dairy farmers and whatnot, it's much more difficult to expand. And you have to think about the next generation. I mean, how can you convince the next generation to take over agriculture? The reality with the Trudeau government and now with the Carney government is that you are dealing with a highly urban centric government, and urban centric governments are not friendly to agriculture.
Is there anything from the Carney platform that was appealing to you as an industry expert?
Actually, so this weekend I had the pleasure to talk to the current Minister of Agriculture, Cody Blois, who was just reelected tonight from the Liberal government. And I actually reviewed all platforms. I did tell him that I actually believe that the Liberal platform was the most detailed when it came to agriculture and food, to be honest. The conservative platform was very simplistic, easy to understand, but very simplistic, and it lacked detail. The challenge, of course, and you probably know where I'm going with this, is that will they deliver? That's the thing. Of course, the Liberals are the only party looking at processing as a very important node of the supply chain, and I agree with that. But they only plan to invest $200 million. You can't even build a new plant, a new federally licensed plant with $200 million. They are looking also at compensating farmers with agricultural stability. They're increasing funding for agricultural stability. But again, in their plan, it doesn't really acknowledge the fact that agricultural stability is an unpopular program with farmers. Farmers don't like the program at all, so they don't adhere to it. So whatever the Liberals will be doing, it won't help many farmers at all. So there's the program looks good for the Liberals, but when it comes to execution, I have my doubts.
I want to introduce to our viewers Erica Baroudis, who is the senator in waiting for Alberta, and I think you're going to be waiting a little bit longer. Can you
I
tell
think
us what are your
so.
thoughts here on the results? Do you think Mark Carney is going to respect the wishes of Albertans and appoint you as the next senator of Alberta, or are your hopes not super high?
Well, his predecessor appointed all the vacancies, and most of those people have, over a decade at least till they hit 75. So not sure that that's going to happen anytime soon, whether it was Justin Trudeau or Mark Carney. And even Pierre would have had to wait a little bit. So yes, we're senator in waiting, ellipses longer is the new title.
Can you tell me a little bit about these results that you're seeing? Is it what you expected? Were you thinking there was going to be a conservative upset? What do you make of things?
Yeah, so I will say, and thanks for having me on. I'm at Western Standard, filming live tonight. So I will say we went across the panel, and I sounded like the pessimist saying liberal majority, not because I wanted it, but that's how just my gut was feeling. And then we saw Atlantic Canada results come in, and it really looks strong uh, for the Conservatives, going up in ridings, looking pretty strong across, in some early polls. However, like I think the reason why I felt
And he
Yeah,
ran a really good, strong campaign as far as I'm concerned.
I think he ran a great campaign. I think he's been campaigning for 2 years. Where I think they're doing strong right now is because he got different people motivated to come out and vote, different demographics for our party, younger, as well as maybe people that had never voted before. Like his rallies are something to look to as getting people off their couch and into the system. So he has made, some milestones. Unfortunately, it's just not given a W today.
Yep.
Interesting. Okay, we're gonna Candice, who should be hopping on here in a second. We're joined by Sue Ann as well. We're seeing some applauses happening here in the room that I'm in. I don't know if you guys can hear that. The crowd is actually excited given the news that we've seen here with Mark Carney.
My screen has Rosie Barton on, so I'm not clapping for anything.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for joining us today, guys. I really appreciate it. We're going to cut to a quick commercial break. Thanks for hopping
Take care,
on.
guys.
I appreciate it.
Bye-bye.
Thanks. See ya.
Tired of platforms silencing your favorite creators? Want a place where your voice actually matters? It's time to switch to Rumble, the video platform built for free speech and real engagement. On Rumble, you get access to exclusive content, viral videos, breaking news, and live streams from top creators, all without censorship or hidden algorithms controlling what you see. No more suppression, no more content being buried. Just the videos you want, when you want them. Join millions who are already making the switch and take back control of your feed. Download Rumble today on the App Store or Google Play and experience video the way it was meant to be. Rumble, protecting a free and open internet.
Juno News Election Special has been brought to you by Unsmoke Canada, which is dedicated to helping Canadians who are looking to quit smoking understand the full range of options available. Despite decades of government programs and increasing regulations, today nearly 4 million Canadians still smoke cigarettes. Nicotine pouches, like other quitting tools, help smokers quit. But unlike gums and lozenges, pouches can only be sold in pharmacies. This needs to change. It's time to put nicotine pouches back in convenience stores to help smokers quit. Learn about how a smoke-free future can be achieved at unsmoke.ca.
You're watching Juno News, Canada's fastest growing independent news network. Our team works day and night to bring you nationwide coverage of the issues that matter. Honest reporting of the stories that put Canadians first. From far and wide, Juno is doing the work to turn the dial in the right direction, bringing you the news from the field and in the studio. Wherever it takes us, we get the job done. For you, for Canada. Subscribe today and help us replace the CBC. Go to junonews.com to join the fight.
Hey folks, we are back. And so it is not the results that we were thinking we were going to get, not the result that we were hoping we were going to get, but we will live on to fight another day here at Juno News. It's why independent media is so important, because we need to be there on the ground to hold this government account, to hold them accountable, hold them to account, to make sure that Mark Carney doesn't continue to get away with it. So interesting, Matt, what we saw from the polls, and again, we always take polls with a grain of salt. I'm going to ask you how closely things are lining up to what those polls were showing. But it seemed to me that the more that Canadians got to know Mark Carney, the more the sort of the shine faded away. And so he had a huge bump post being selected as a Liberal leader. And as the campaign went on, things tightened up. I know that there was a lot of comparisons. I saw a lot of people in the chat talking about how it's very similar to what happened in 2024 in the US with the Democrats, how they had Joe Biden. He was not popular. He was heading towards a historic defeat. And then at the last minute, they yanked him out, replaced him with a new candidate. And at first, Kamala Harris had this sort of like shiny new car effect. It was like, wow, isn't this interesting? This new person that could become our president, and people seem to like her. And then as soon as she sat down for interviews, as soon as she started going into like unscripted territory, it was like, wow, this person is really extremely left wing and really out of her depth when it comes to just being able to have a firm grasp of the issues. And it was at the very last minute, I think, that enough Americans saw through it that they decided they couldn't go with that. They decided to put their fortune with President Donald Trump, for better or worse. Now in Canada, Mark Carney in some ways seemed to like game the system. I mean, he called the shortest election period possible under law. He must have known that he wanted to just do this quick and dirty, fast and as fast as possible, with as little as scrutiny as possible, before his finances even needed to be disclosed under parliamentary rule. And I can't help but wondering, had the election been 2-3 weeks later, maybe this would have been a different result. So curious your thoughts on that, and also like how are things lining up with the polls at this point?
Yeah, I think he made a tactically smart call in calling the election as quickly as he did. I think you'd see that the polls, even the ones that were favorable to him, started pulling back in the last week to 10 days, and that closing of the gap in those polls is probably what's leading him to be right on that edge of majority minority. At one point early on in the campaign, the polls were predicting things like 200 Liberal seats. So certainly, as the campaign went on, he got less, and he got more well known with Canadians. He actually got less popular. In terms of how the polls are performing, overall, I think you'd start to see that the sort of that 44-40, 43-40 Liberal Conservative vote overall is starting to emerge. We'll see where that ends up as the West starts to come in more. I would note in Ontario right now that it's much closer than most of the polls predicted. I think it's, last I checked, something like 2-point lead for the Liberals, and that's I don't think I saw any public polls that called it that close. Again, let's see what happens as Toronto starts to come in more. That will probably widen it out, but it's certainly closer than I would have expected. I think it's also interesting to note in Ontario that some of those NDP areas that delivered them seats, the Conservatives are actually doing much better. And so I'd note London Fanshawe, a riding that the NDP currently hold. Last I checked, the Conservatives had a small lead there. I'd also note two of the Windsor ridings, one where Brian Massey's the NDP incumbent. I never thought I'd live long enough to see Conservatives leading at any point in time in an election in Windsor. But the last I checked, both of those Windsor seats had Conservatives leading. Again, I would probably expect those to flip as the night goes on. But it's interesting to note that with the NDP decline, it isn't just causing Liberals to win seats. There are a few interesting examples where the Conservatives seem to be benefiting.
That's really very interesting. Now, that's entirely because of the NDP collapse that the Conservatives are actually winning in Windsor? Is that right?
Yeah, it looks to me, again, I'd have to really post-election go through poll by polls to really get the sense of what's happening there. But when you see that NDP number in an incumbent riding, below 20 early on in the night, you start to wonder what the heck's going on. I think let's see where that ends up, but I'd be really interested to look into post-election in some of these more working class NDP ridings in Ontario. Did we see NDP votes moving Conservative? I think people would know, in Oshawa, as an example, that's a very working class NDP riding for a long time, and then flipped Conservative in the mid-90s and into the 2000s. And you'd wonder when would that realignment maybe start to happen in some other NDP working class ridings.
Oh, that's so interesting. Okay, well, can you walk us through other parts of Ontario? Like, I mean, what's happening in the 905? I know the rest of our decision desk are here saying that, we're calling it. It's not going to be a majority government. The Liberals will not get to a majority. We can, I think, definitively say that there is no path for a majority. It will be a Liberal minority, which may So there it is, folks. Juno News can confidently declare that it will be a Liberal minority government. Mark Carney will become the Prime Minister, but he will have to form some kind of a coalition or at least get a few opposition MPs. I don't know how close it will be. It looks like it might be very close. Remember, 172 is the line that they would have had to cross to get to that majority. So it looks like maybe we'll have to form a coalition with the NDP, the Bloc, maybe the Greens. I don't know. Matt, what do you think might happen?
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting conundrum for him to be in. With the NDP being so low, we'll see where they end up. But the Liberals and the NDP together may not have enough seats to hold the balance of power in Parliament. And if that's the case, you're going to start to see the Liberals looking to parties like the Bloc to have to prop them up. My guess is, not being an expert in either Bloc or Quebec politics, but my guess is that the Bloc would be reticent to form a formal coalition of any kind with the Liberals and more likely try to hold them hostage on a vote-by-vote basis, which could cause some interesting moments in the future.
Great. And we wanted to bring in Sue-Ann Levy, our reporter with True North, who is on the ground. Sue-Ann, we saw your report outside the Liberal convention, the Liberal headquarters. How frustrating that they were letting in all of these foreign reporters. They wouldn't even let in a veteran Toronto Sun retired reporter who's now with True North. I hear you're at the Conservative HQ now. Why don't you give us a little bit of a scene setter, tell us what the mood is like there, and describe how you're feeling tonight.
Yeah, I was banned from the Liberal event venue. I was told I was not on the list and, basically asked to leave while I watched reporters from Slovakia and Germany and, every country in Europe, Times of London, walk in and be greeted with, the pats on the back. So it obviously conservative and independent conservative journalists, longtime journalists don't count in the Mark Carney sphere of things. But here I am at Pierre Poilievre's headquarters or event venue, and we had no problem getting in, greeted with warmth and collegiality. But unfortunately, when the legacy media announced that basically the election was over, about an hour in, it kind of sucked the oxygen out of the room. They're pretty somber, although I see the results are fluctuating back and forth. And I always say, it ain't over till it's over, until the fat lady sings.
Well, that's right, especially with all these advance polls, right? We got 7.4 million advance polls. They're sealed. We don't know who they're for. Yeah, sure, we can assume that they're evenly split, but some of us may still want to hold up hope. We at Juno News have declared that it will be a Liberal minority. Sue-Ann, what's on the agenda there? What time are you expecting to hear from Mr. Poilievre? And are there a lot of people there? How are people feeling in the room right now?
Well, they're disappointed. They fear for their country. The people we spoke to are very concerned about the future, as am I, and as I'm sure many at Juno News are. But no idea when Pierre Poilievre might turn up. I think as the numbers come in, I think it's still really, really close. And I'm not saying that the CPC is going to win by any stretch of the imagination, but, I get really bothered when the legacy media declares a victory. They're hoping because they don't, particularly the CBC doesn't want their money cut off. So they're hoping. And, if they declare so, it's true. Isn't it, Candice?
Well, I guess stranger things have happened. I mean, I was watching the 2020 U.S. election. When I went to bed, it looked like it was going to be a Republican sweep, and then all of a sudden, like 2 days later, with all of those advanced polling and mail-in ballots, suddenly Joe Biden took a huge lead. And I think it was 4 days later they announced it. So hopefully it won't go on that long. Hopefully we will have a definitive answer tonight. But yeah, obviously quite disappointing. It's interesting. I think a lot of Liberals are painting this as sort of like the comeback of the century and like an unbelievable lesson. But I actually imagine Liberals are quite disappointed right now. I mean, the NDP has totally collapsed. So Matt, John's point that you might not even have enough combined to make a formal coalition. It's going to be pretty close. You can see the numbers at the bottom of our screen there. So right now it's just leading. So 159 for the Liberals, 10 for the NDP. That would not be enough. Even with that one Green vote, it still would not be enough. So it's possible to be a very unstable, very short parliament. What do you think of it all, Sue-Ann?
I really think so. And, especially with somebody who campaigned with, blocking and banning some of the people who asked hard questions. And a lot of things were swept under the rug. Mr. Carney's assets, his history, certainly his approach to anti-Semitism was a big concern for my community. And, the economy. He claimed when asked about his financial plan, well, just trust me, I'm an economist. Well, I have an MBA and I couldn't understand a thing he said about the finances that he purports to be able to oversee. So I suspect this won't last long at all. I don't know whether you have any feelings on Pierre Poilievre's future. I mean, he battled hard, he worked hard, but there were so many things against him. The media bias, Trump, the timing, everything. He couldn't have had more things thrown at him.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, I think Pierre has the support of the party. I think the base is with him. I think they're disappointed by the confluence of events that happened around him, notably Donald Trump's interference, which I've said on this broadcast. I'll repeat it. I don't think that what Donald Trump did is forgivable. I think it was the ultimate betrayal to Canadian Conservatives. I myself cheered him on and wanted him to win back in November. I thought he was going to bring in a new golden era of economic growth. I was really excited about it. And I can say unreservedly now, I feel like I have a knife stabbed in my back, that the things that he said about our country, the things that he did to Pierre Poilievre are unforgivable. It was an absolute betrayal, and we will not soon be forgetting that. But, as far as what Pierre Poilievre did, I mean, we'll have to wait, I suppose, to find out what the final numbers are. Maybe, Matt, John, you can jump in on this. But Pierre Poilievre, we're looking down at the bottom here, 142 seats. I mean, under different circumstances, that could be enough, right? If he's polling at 38 or 39%, that is what Stephen Harper got in the majority. So, the situation around him totally changed. But I think the reason that so many Conservatives felt like we were winning is because we were, right? The Conservatives were getting the kind of support, the kind of excitement, the kind of numbers that in any other election cycle would have delivered a decisive election. But just because of this circumstance with the with the NDP collapsing, the Bloc underperforming, and this shiny new Liberal leader, just the confluence of so many things happening at once led to this unfortunate result. But I think, again, that the base is still with Pierre Poilievre. That's my assumption. Matt, jump in on that.
Yeah, I think just that historical context is interesting. Stephen Harper won, as you mentioned, 39% of the vote when he won his majority in 2011. And I don't think anybody spun that as being a particularly close election, or that 39% of the vote was a disappointing result for Mr. Harper. Pierre right now is on track. He's almost at 40. And with the West still coming into report, it's possible he's going to actually go over 40% of the vote. If you told me at any point in time in the last 20 years that the Conservative Party was federally was at 40%, I probably would have said it's an easy majority. The flip side there, of course, is that the NDP is right now under 5% of the vote. Again, with the West, maybe they get a bit of a bump at BC and they go over. So I'd almost say there's a bit of a good news, bad news here, that if you'd told me that we were at 40%, I probably would have called majority. But if you'd also told me that the NDP were under 5%, I probably would have called a massive Liberal majority. And so the fact that the Liberal Party of Canada isn't able at this point to win a majority government, with the NDP essentially becoming on the same level as the Greens or some of these other minor parties, I think if I was a Liberal right now, I would probably be wanting to take a pretty hard look at the future of how we can win when essentially you're the only left of center party running.
Well, I just presume that the NDP will send Jagmeet Singh packing and select a sensible new leader, and the next election cycle will sort of be back to normal. I don't think the NDP is gone forever. I mean, you don't want to call one of these parties out, right? Like many people thought that after Michael Ignatieff, the Liberal Party were just no more and that they would never be back. And then boom, all it took was a charismatic leader with a famous last name. And suddenly, 4 elections in a row for the Liberals. So I just presume that someone like a Rachel Notley or Nab Canoe or I don't know, maybe Abby Lewis, someone will come in and take over this party. And by the next election cycle, they'll be back to 20% of the vote. What
Sorry, Candice, can I just jump in really quickly?
Yeah,
just because I'm looking at the numbers move in the bottom of the screen there.
Yeah.
If you looked at the Juno model and the Juno model with the polling that you guys did, you'd see those numbers at the bottom of the screen are very similar to what the model predicted. So not all I think we should also note that not all minority governments are made the same, right? A minority government that can't just be the NDP and the Liberals together to form a majority is a very different thing than the kind of minority government that we've had the last couple of years. Again, let's see what happens. Ontario still very early and lots of seats can flip back.
Yeah.
But I think that's an interesting
riding.
thing to note.
Don't forget my own riding, St. Paul's, in the by-election. I went to sleep and Don Stewart had lost. When I woke up, he had won. So, like I said, it ain't over till it's over. And they, the legacy media is reporting that the Liberals have gained seats when, 5 polls are reported or 10 polls. So it's like they're almost a self-fulfilling prophecy. They figure if they report it, it will happen. But, like you say, the advance vote hasn't been counted and largely hasn't been counted.
Right.
Yeah, I think sorry, go ahead, Candice.
No, I was just going to go back, but you go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, I'm just as I'm looking off to the side here, I'm trying to look at some of these results coming in Ontario. York region looks to be coming in for the Conservatives at a higher clip than most of the legacy media or the public pollsters would have predicted at this point. I'd note that in there's some heavily Chinese ridings that last time didn't deliver for the Conservatives, and this time seem to be coming in a little bit better for the Conservatives. So some interesting things afoot, and I think that's partially what's driving that CPC leading number down below is that York region is coming in more heavily for the Conservatives at this point than was predicted.
Well, our decision desk chat saying, don't reverse the call or anything, but the Conservative vote is going up in some surprising ways. So I do still, believe that the Liberals have won this election, but it might end up being pretty close. Matt, you said that this was quite in line with what our Juno News projection was based on our latest poll. We projected that the final would be Liberals with 165, Conservatives with 150, NDP with 3. I don't know how that got so low, but Bloc at 23. So, aside from the NDP number, and then if you go to our Juno News neighbor poll, we have the Liberals at 158, the Conservatives at 157. That might not be that far off. I mean, I don't know how many polls we haven't included in these bottom numbers. I mean, I could try to do very quick math. It looks like there's still 20 or so that aren't there. I guess presume that would be British Columbia, but. Interesting to your point, Sue Ann. It's not over yet. I mean, it does seem like we're pretty confident that the Liberals have won the election, but it might be incredibly close, so close that the Liberals and the NDP together wouldn't be able to form a government. In which case, I mean, if they can't combined make enough to pass a budget, I mean, we may be heading back to the polls very soon. This may be a very short, very unstable government. Sue Ann, thank you so much for your time. We'll probably come back a little later on, closer to when Pierre Poilievre speaks, but we appreciate your work on the ground and your reporting.
I just want to say that I think that once people discover that the emperor has no clothes, meaning Mr. Carney, there may be a snap election again. So I think a lot of people were sold a bill of goods, and they may find out very quickly.
Well, I think that is probably right. Juno News has another announcement. Former True North reporter Andrew Lawton has been elected. So he will be a member of parliament in the riding of Elgin, St. Thomas, London South. And we want to say a big, warm congratulations to our dear friend Andrew. We were sad when you left the world of journalism, independent reporting, and your show, The Andrew Lawton Show at True North. We're very proud of you, very excited and happy to see that you will be representing the good people in your London area riding. Congratulations to our friend Andrew Lawton. Wonderful news there. I guess some silver lining. I mean, it's still pretty close here, Matt. Do we have any idea of what the final sort of popular vote is at this point, or we're really just seeing the numbers and the ridings come in?
So, yeah, it looks like, again, I'm just checking off to the side here. It looks like it's narrowed rather significantly. It's now down to about 43.5 to 41. Again, I'd expect there's probably a lot of Alberta, Saskatchewan ridings that are now really starting to report. We'll see as BC comes in, obviously Lower Mainland and some of those ridings in the Vancouver area are going to deliver some big wins for the Liberals. What I don't have a good sense of right now, but I'll certainly try to check as night goes on, is where the city of Toronto is. I'd expect that you're going to see some Liberals doing quite well there. But I think this is another thing that I think some of the media were a bit lazy about in this election is talking about vote efficiency and the lazy narrative of the Conservative vote is less efficient, which was certainly true in 2019 and 2021. But as Liberals started to expand their leads in urban centers like Toronto or Vancouver, picking up NDP votes, you're going to see their efficiency should actually go down and the Conservative efficiency should start to go up a bit. Another example of that might be Alberta, where the Liberals are probably somewhere over 25% in Alberta at the moment. That has got them probably quite a few more votes, but not actually resulted in that many more seats. And so their voter efficiency goes down. So I think that's another interesting thing for folks to think about and for pundits to opine on after this election is at the moment, I would say those numbers below would indicate that there's a lower Liberal vote efficiency in this election than in previous ones.
Super interesting. Can you walk us through some of the 905 ridings? I'm specifically curious to find out what's happening in York, what's happening in Vaughan, what's happening in Richmond Hill, because those were sort of those were the battleground ridings that this election was fought on. I'm presuming they're all going Liberal, but maybe you could walk us through some of them.
Yeah, so I'm just going to look off to the side again as I try to read these results. But Richmond Hill South, that's a riding with a Liberal incumbent. Right now, the Conservatives ahead by almost 2,000 votes, about half of the polls reporting. Again, no way to know how much of that is advance vote, but that's certainly a pretty good sign at this point. Markham Unionville, that's a riding that fewer polls reporting, only 75, but the Conservative right now has about a 600 vote lead. And then if you look up to, I think you guys talked about Newmarket Aurora earlier in the night, 80 of the 212 polls reporting, so still some ways to go there. But the Conservative candidate there is up by about 600 votes.
Wow.
And that's with, to note there, that's with the NDP at 2.2% of the vote. I don't think there's many Conservatives in Ontario who would have thought we could win a GTA riding or have a chance to win a GTA riding with the NDP at below 3% of the vote.
And what about the Richmond Hill one? Richmond Hill, Oak Ridges, Aurora. What about?
Sorry. So that to me, 75 of the 219 polls reporting so far, and right now the Conservative candidate is about 1,400 votes ahead. Again, not insurmountable with that many polls still to come, and not knowing if those are advanced polls or not. But that's certainly a better result than most of the public polls would have predicted. There's definitely something going on here with those numbers at the bottom tightening and the overall vote percentage, vote share tightening as well. That we really need to track because this could be a much smaller Liberal minority than the Liberals had hoped for. And I honestly believe most Liberals probably thought that this was a majority government night, not even a minority government night.
Well, even half an hour ago, it seemed that way, and now all of a sudden, it seems like we, are a closer, tighter race. It looks like we have Dan McTeague, a former Liberal member of Parliament, to join us. Dan, thank you so much for joining the show.
Oh,
Great to see
Candice,
you.
good to be here. Thank you for having me.
Well, so how are you feeling? We're watching the votes come in. It seems like things are actually tightening. I mean, I know we've called it already. We said that it will be a Liberal minority government, and yet it almost, when you look at the numbers, I don't know if we can throw them back up on the bottom of the screen, but people are wondering in the chat if we combine those Conservative and Bloc numbers, maybe they could form a coalition government. I mean, obviously the party that wins the most seats gets the first chance to form the government, but wow, we could be in for something really interesting over the next few days and weeks here. So what do you make of all of this, Dan?
You can number the 45th Parliament by the number of weeks it's going to survive. I don't see this surviving. And I know both the Bloc and the Liberal and the Conservatives realize that once Orange Man Bad is out of the equation, which could be several months from now, it's wide open. The Liberals have very little in which to rely on, and this Parliament is headed for the wastebasket. We've seen much shorter ones in my time as a Liberal canvasser, Liberal going back to 1974. I remember the 79 election. I fully remember the shortness of the 2004-2006 period. I don't see this Parliament holding, especially given all the controversies. So with everything that we're taking into consideration, I think this is definitely not the victory that Liberals had hoped for. It used fear for the second election. They did it with COVID in the last election. This time, of course, it was Donald Trump and Paris. It looks like it's not going to work. And I wouldn't be surprised to see the numbers tighten to, the Liberals have a very slim 9-seat minority right now. 4 of those change, and the night is still very young. And suddenly you've got, something that could easily be a situation where the Conservatives might even be able to form government with the help of the Bloc. Not that I would want that, but it looks like the NDP is not going to have much of a factor either. The NDP has learned 2 lessons tonight. One, they can't play footsies with the Liberals anymore and pretend that they hate Conservatives, therefore it's the reason they support. A new leader, assuming Jagmeet doesn't win his seat, is going to have to take a much more solid NDP, pro-NDP position as opposed to one that's always buttressing the Liberals.
Well, it's so interesting. It just seems like we're stuck in this really strange moment in Canadian politics where the NDP has been wiped out. As soon as they get a new leader, I presume they'll be back, polling at somewhere between 15 and 20% of the vote as usual. I think the more that Canadians get to know Mark Carney, the less they like him, the more all of the obvious flaws that we point out day in and day out here at Juno News become more evident to Canadians. Dan, what do you think of the campaign that the Liberals run? I just want to ask because it seems to me every time I turn on legacy media, they're fact-checking Keean Poilievre and saying there's misinformation here. And then they're pointing out some minute details like, oh, this report that was released by the federal government, well, that wasn't actually written by the federal government. It was written by the consultants that the federal government hires, and therefore Keean Poilievre is pushing misinformation definitively. Meanwhile, you turn on Mark Carney's campaign, and he's out there saying Keean Poilievre is going to Americanize our healthcare. Keean Poilievre is going to ban abortion. Keean Poilievre, this and this and this. Keean Poilievre wants to side up with Donald Trump. None of that is true. And I didn't hear the legacy media fact-checking Mark Carney, not at all. Never pointing out misinformation or disinformation from the Liberal campaign, even though there was plenty of it. I know, Dan, you were a longtime Liberal, and I don't know if there's much love lost between you and the party today, but it just seemed very, very disturbing to see the media behave in this way. It's to see Mark Carney behave in this way. What did you think of that?
It's grift. By the way, I was mentioning that this is going to tighten 155 to 150.
Wow.
I think our paid media is going to have a hard time, Candice, trying to get around this, as will the pollsters and others who are going to have absolute egg on their face. We are going to an election in the next 9 to 18 months. Mark my words. And this is not the victory that Mark Carney and the Liberals had wanted. No, this is they were told that they were going to get this given to them on a silver platter, and they threw everything they could to try to make this look like it was going to be a slam dunk for them. But the reality is very, very different. Canadians are ticked. Working Canadians are ticked. They're a little tired of having to pay for people out there who take, frankly, a very parasitic view of this country, and they're also very concerned, I think, about suddenly our newfound nationalism. Yeah, because Donald Trump pointed out our weakness, started slapping us around a little bit. Suddenly they got the Canadian flags up. Where the hell have they been for the past 10 years? They've been out burning churches, knocking out statues, trying to erase our history. No, I think the Liberal Party, the one I belong to, by the way, I'm here with Bob or Tina downstairs, along with our good friends here at Northern Perspective with Ryan and Tanya, who say hello. And we are having a great time just looking at this and saying, this is not, Canadians didn't change in 6 or 7 weeks. What changed was extreme events being promoted by media, being promoted by pollsters, being promoted by influencers who are well paid by your dollars and mine to go out and try to push one side. But you know what? The gravy train is coming to an end. It's stopping, to use the old Rob Ford expression. I can use that. I won't talk about the other Ford, Doug Ford. Very disappointed. I'm sure that he, like Donald Trump, are not getting the result tonight that they actually wanted.
Well, it's super interesting. And again, I mean, don't count Pierre Poilievre out, folks. I mean, yes, Juno News has declared that the Liberals will form a minority government, but look at how tight that is. And again, I think that we are headed into a very interesting chapter in Canadian politics. I mean, it's already been a tremendous past 3 months. I mean, just in the last 90 days, think of all of the things that have happened. Like 90 days ago, Justin Trudeau was still the prime minister and Chrystia Freeland was still the finance minister. I don't think those two names were even mentioned much on the campaign because it's such distant history now. But you look at those numbers and you imagine, folks, you have to hit 172 to get a majority or to get a coalition, right? So even the combined Liberal and NDP numbers on the bottom of your screen, that's not enough. That's not enough to actually form government, form a coalition, pass a budget. It's hard to see how this would function. We have Keean Bexte back on the line. Keean, I'm not sure if you can hear me, but what are you thinking at this point in the night?
Well, I'm thinking that Bow River is the most conservative riding in the country, and it was an expertly executed campaign. Other than that, it's interesting to see what's going on in the Calgary area. We're looking at Calgary Centre right now, which has the Liberals leading. Lindsay Lanau is, I don't know if that's a male or female, but they are leading Greg McLean, the incumbent Conservative. I mean, I haven't heard much from Greg McLean during his time in office. I'm not sure if he's going to win or lose that one, but that's interesting because currently Calgary is returning more non-Conservative MPs than Edmonton. And, it's worth noting that Pierre had a actual rally in Edmonton, and in Calgary he had a last-minute whistle stop. Did that have an impact? I don't know. But Calgary Confederation would be the other riding where Jeremy Nixon was the Conservative candidate there. He's being led by Corey Hogan, the Liberal, by almost 4%. Jeremy Nixon is a perennial candidate who's tried time after time to win elections. He's won one in his life. And now he lost a nomination campaign in Calgary and then was appointed by the party to a different one last minute, and that is Calgary Confederation. When he was running in Calgary Signal Hill did end up turning out a Conservative. That would be David McKenzie. He won with 60% of the vote. But in Calgary Confederation, it's an uphill battle for Jeremy Nixon, and it's going to be probably a pretty tough night for him. I will point out also George Chahal, a famous Liberal, the Porch Pirate himself, is trailing in his riding of Calgary McKnight. That's with only about 20% of polls reporting, so there's still 80% to come in. But if these numbers hold, George Chahal could be upset and kicked out of cabinet, which is interesting because he was actually the Liberal MP that first jumped on board. I can just hear someone, I think our pollster, I can hear his keyboard. He was actually the Liberal MP who stood behind Mark Carney in Edmonton when they launched his campaign for leader. He was one of the first people to say, no, Chrystia Freeland is not the answer to Justin Trudeau's failures. It's Mark Carney. He launched his campaign with him, and he might lose this, which, this is the first election he's fighting since it came to light that he was stealing mail and that he actually had his campaign manager vote in a riding that she was not legally allowed to vote in. So it's going to be interesting if he loses. I kind of hope that he does because he's been a terrible representative for Calgary. But the very fact that Calgary is turning more non-Conservatives out right now than Edmonton sure is interesting.
Well, I want to bring it back to Ontario for a moment because we are seeing some news in Ottawa in Carleton riding, where Pierre Poilievre is a representative. He won with 51% in 2021. And as the first polls come in, it looks like he is behind and trailing. Now, I will say that the legacy media put out a series of coordinated news articles on the eve of the election on Friday. The Toronto Star, Globe and Mail, Ottawa Citizen, Post Media, many of them had the same article saying that the Conservatives were worried that Pierre Poilievre was going to lose in his riding, that they quoted senior sources from the Conservatives. It turned out it wasn't from the Conservative Party of Canada, it was from the Ontario PC party, so you can sort of guess who that might have been, saying that they were worried. I dismissed it as total fake news because it just didn't seem right, given that Pierre Poilievre had won with such massive majorities throughout his entire term. He's been an MP since he was 25 years old, so he's held, there's been some redrawing of the seats, but he's held his Ottawa area seat for almost 20 years. So Matt, I'll put it over to you, Matt John, our Decision Desk host. Can you walk us through that riding and walk us through any other seats in Ontario that you want to talk about?
Yeah, so let's talk about Carleton first. That is a riding with a huge amount of advance vote, as people have noted, and I think that's one of those ridings where they started counting that advance vote early. It's possible that some of those returns in Carleton right now are actually advance vote coming in. We'll keep monitoring it. I would still say that the fundamentals of that riding, as you noted, 51% for Pierre in the last election, should hopefully drag it back for him, but something certainly to monitor. It would be maximum chaos scenario if the numbers stayed this close, but Pierre was to lose his seat. A couple of other interesting things, just to call a couple of ridings. So King Vaughan in Ontario, I think we're now prepared to call for the Conservative Party, and that's a flip from the Liberals. I think back in the days of Mr. McTeague as an MP, it would have been very highly unlikely for the Conservatives to be competitive there, but here we are. The other riding I think we're prepared to call is York Centre, where Mr. Baber looks to be comfortably enough ahead that he should be able to hold on in that riding. And the last CPC flip that I think we're prepared to call is Edmonton-Griesbach out in Alberta. So again, some interesting ridings coming in. Another one that just got called is in the north, Kapuskasing, Timmins called for the Tories. That would be another flip from the NDP. So some interesting results, and that number down at the bottom there is staying stubbornly close. The Liberals seem to really have a problem getting above about 160. You'll notice they climb up to about 160, maybe up to 165, and then they come back down, and that seems to be a bit of a hard ceiling for them at the moment, which I would suggest is a pretty disappointing result for them based on where I think they all thought they were about a week ago.
Well, it's interesting. I'm looking at Elections Canada, and it's showing the popular vote right now, percentage of the vote, 43% for the Liberals, 41.4% for the Conservatives. So again, that would be a historic high for the Conservative Party of Canada. I don't know that they've ever had an election with that high of a vote since becoming the Conservative Party of Canada. Dan, what do you make of these results coming in both Alberta, Ontario, and this historic finish that we're still watching unfold?
Well, we know it's a transfer of NDP votes to the Liberals in much the same way when I lost in 2011 after 18 years, it was a transfer of Liberal votes to the NDP. These people are interchangeable, and they love their as long as they can get their grift and a little bit of money on the side, and they can be assured and that someone's got their back, and that they don't have to respond to crises that the Liberals tend to create, as they did, as I mentioned earlier, in 2021 and again now in 2025. But it's not working this time. There's just too many working people out there who are scared. Young people, I think. I saw a poll saying young people didn't vote Conservative. They actually voted Liberal. Baloney, horsebucky. They actually did vote for the Conservatives, and it's starting to show up. Look, I think this is just sort of a round two is coming up very soon, and it's going to demonstrate the shortcomings of tonight's voting patterns. If the Liberals don't win that 172 or even 173, because of course there's always someone who might be sick or decides to cross the floor, whatever the case may be. This looks a lot like 2006 to 2008. It's going to be, the Liberals are going to be forced to on their heels to try to maintain their government. Any of their policies that are going to be significantly damaging, the net zero policies, the whole charade around Mark Carney hiding or being able to hide his assets, his liabilities. Everything about Mark Carney is finally going to get exposed, and he can't get the protection, the veneer that his paid media was giving him, and the pollsters, of course, who were behind it. Now Canadians have decided they've seen through the ruse. You've given them a shock of their life with Trump, and it still didn't work. The fact that the Conservatives are at 149, the Liberals only 156, when most people had conceded it was going to be a majority for the Liberals, I think it's very telling. And I think the next couple of years, with the strong leadership, especially for Pierre Poilievre, who has experience here, the Liberals have to come back to the House of Commons. Mark Carney has to face questions, and it's not going to be very easy. The Bloc, on the other hand, they've worked with the Conservatives before. Remember 2006? They worked with the NDP and brought them down. The NDP, as you pointed out, and the LPC doesn't quite cut the mustard. As for the Greens, down to one seat. They're not a factor. So I don't want to put my running shoes away or go and help more Conservative candidates. I've been helping 12, 13, 14 of them. I have a feeling that we're going to be doing this again within the next year.
Well, it's just so interesting, just again, to look at these numbers at the bottom of our screen, because, and this is a question for you, Matt John. I mean, with the Conservatives at 149 votes and the Bloc at 25, is it possible that those two parties could, like maybe walk us through the process? Because I believe the party that gets the most seats, so that will be the Liberals, will get the first chance to form a government. If they don't have enough seats to form a government, will it then go to the Conservatives? And is it possible that we could see a formal coalition with the Conservatives and the Bloc, and that they could form government?
So I hesitate to opine on the workings of Parliament with such an esteemed parliamentarian on the call who sat through some minority parliaments, who probably knows the ins and outs of this much better than I do. But yes, the Liberals would get a chance to form government, especially if they won the most seats. I was thinking, though, about, if you remember in 2006, Stephen Harper won a minority. He won the most seats, but certainly the Liberals could have made an attempt then to form a coalition with some other party to stay in power. But declined, and Mr. Martin resigned on, I believe he resigned on election night. So there are other options besides formal coalition available to them. The Liberal Party certainly has the right to meet Parliament and face Parliament and an early confidence vote on either their throne speech or an early piece of legislation. If they feel like they don't have the confidence of Parliament, if they lose that vote, the Governor General certainly could ask the Conservatives to form a government without there being an election, if the Governor General is convinced that the Conservatives would be able to have the confidence of the House. And that's where I think, whether it's a formal coalition or not, I doubt any party would form a coalition with the Bloc. I doubt the Bloc would want to form a coalition with any party. But the Bloc may see it as advantageous to prop up one or the other, depending on what they feel they can get out of them. And so that's going to be a really interesting thing to watch. If it stays this close, the Bloc are probably licking their chops right now on what they might be able to pull off in the next Parliament.
Right. Well, I want to be respectful of your time, Dan, but I will just put the same question to you. I mean, walk us through what scenarios we might see here in the forming of this government.
Oh, it's quite right. I think we're looking at the Liberals will be asked to form government, especially if they now have 12, 15 seat advantage over the Conservatives. We'll have to see whether or not the leaders of both parties win their seats. Of course, that's always a given, but it's important tonight. But it's in that context that the Liberals are going to have to come up with something extraordinary in order to say, hey, we're forming a government based on the following, and having the Bloc go along with them with the NDP. It'll work for several months. I mean, we're not going to an election in 2025 unless something crazy should happen, like we saw in 1979 on 19-cent a liter gasoline. There's a funny issue. No wonder I like that issue. But I can tell you that, come 12, 14, 16 months, this is going to creep up on us. And some people have said to me, oh, when that happens, people are going to get mad. They get mad for the very first week, and then they forget about it and get back to the business of voting. So this isn't over by a long shot. This is not decided. And I think the unusual circumstance of things like tariffs and Trump having played such an inordinate, part of this election means that Canadians are going to want to have an election in which they focus on issues that are important to them and Canadian domestic issues, as opposed to foreign stuff that might satisfy one particular constituency in one party, but doesn't really respond to the wider needs of Canadians. And I think the numbers tonight show if anything, Canadians have become unshackled from the existing legacy media and pollsters. They have all got egg on their face, and there's a lot of splaining to do tomorrow when they all wake up and look like they've been misleading the public by these polls that really did not do what I did and many others have done, actually knocking on the doors and finding out, man, that conservative vote is really strong. It's very determined. I had this discussion with John Wright 2 weeks ago and said, are you guys even looking at that? He says, we're starting to see that the Liberal vote is not as strong, as committed as the Conservative vote. And I think that's one of the big takeaways from this election, is that people are going to take future pollsters and future media interests with a significant grain of salt.
Oh, absolutely. I completely agree with that. Well, Dan McTeague, former Liberal MP, we really appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining our
Thanks for
broadcast.
having me, Candice. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.
All right, take care. And Matt John, we will come back to you again later. We want to bring on Noah Jarvis, who is a True North reporter, and he is on the ground in Richmond Hill. And he did an exit poll for us, and I think he's coming to us from the local conservative headquarters there for Costas Menegakis, who's a former MP. He's running again. That is in the riding of Aurora Oak Ridge's Richmond Hill. And I believe we also have Mark Nixon online. Mark is a social media influencer with a large following on TikTok and X. So, gentlemen, thanks for joining us. I guess let's go to you first, Noah. Tell us about where you are. Give us a little scene setter and what you have been reporting today.
Yeah, I'm at the Caucus Menegakis campaign party in Aurora Oak Ridge's Richmond Hill, where there's a lot of energy, a lot of enthusiasm here by the volunteers and some of the campaign staff, as Costas is currently in the lead, according to Elections Canada data. He's leading the current Liberal incumbent by about 9%. And this reflects some of the stuff that myself and my colleague Clayton had been finding in the riding these past few hours. We did some exit polling at a polling station, and we asked the people who they decided to vote for, and we got some astonishing results. We had 20 people tell us they're voting Conservative, only 4 people said they're voting Liberal, and about just as many people who said they're voting Conservative decided not to tell us who they're voting for. This is likely a lot of Liberal voters, but at the end of the day, you had a lot of people who are passionate about voting for the Conservatives and the Conservative Party. And we also did some streeters, just walking around, talking to regular people. And a lot of the people who said they were voting Conservative were very passionate. So you can definitely see that based on the election results. Costas is a former Liberal Conservative MP from 2011 to 2015. So he knows this region very well. And it seems as if his campaign did a very good job getting out the vote, as they would currently hold a solid lead in the polling right now.
Well, it's so interesting.
I'll just let you know
ahead.
that our decision desk has actually, as you said that, just called Aurora Oak Ridges for the Conservative Party. Costas Menegakis will be the next Conservative member of Parliament for that riding, so you can go to the party and let them know that our statisticians in the back room think that there's no path to victory for the Liberals in that riding now.
I'll let them know.
It's so interesting because this is the coveted 905, and I would say this is a battleground. This is where the election is all coming down to, and it seems like the Conservatives are pulling out the wins that they need. I mean, we just announced that they won in King Vaughan. They're winning in Markham, Unionville, the riding where the former MP that said that the Chinese government bounty that the Conservatives should get turned over for that. So it seems like the Conservatives are coming through in some of these key ridings, and then other ones, like we were just talking about Carleton in Ottawa, Pierre Poilievre's riding where he won with 51% of the vote in 2021. Our polls are still showing him trailing in that riding. Mark, I want to bring you in on this. First of all, thank you so much for joining our broadcast. I don't think we've had you on before, but it's great to see you and have you. How are you feeling? I think you're out in British Columbia, so tell us what the mood is like out there.
Yeah. So, I was actually on another show. So first of all, thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure. And Juno News, you guys are great. So this is fantastic. In BC, I mean, at the beginning, people were biting their nails. People were frustrated. They were worried. But, I was telling people, I said, to get, when we started off with those 10 seats, I mean, this is not a bad as doom and gloom. I mean, The worst would be a majority government for the Liberals. Let's be honest. This is and so Bloc 23, that's right there. NDP with 9. I'm surprised. So one of the things that is going to allow me to sleep at night is knowing that Jagmeet Singh is finished. This is an exciting time for Canada. Like, we're sick of Jagmeet Singh.
Yes.
And you know what's funny is on my social media channels, I've been publishing Jagmeet Singh on, he does his, CPAC's got 240,000 subscribers, and 5 hours after his campaign videos published, there's 400 views and 7 likes. And you just know that, it's unbelievable. He's
you
finished.
kind of almost feel sorry for him.
Well, not really, because he not only did he destroy his party, but a lot of the votes that, the balance of power, like, the NDP was all about fighting for the workers. And, I did some spaces on X, and I had some NDP people come onto onto the discussion, and they said they've always voted NDP their entire life. And this election, they voted conservative. And I said, how could you go from NDP to conservative? Actually, a lot of people across the country went all the way to NDP. And it's because the conservatives represents the people, the workers. It's a big shift in politics. And people, when I speak to people, I say, you need to stop looking at the left or right or center. It's like, what does the party represent for you today? The stuff in the past, when they talk about Harper, I said, Harper, that's like a decade ago. The party's evolved. Each party evolves into something. And the Liberal Party has evolved into something that's unrecognizable from the past. If they used to be center, I don't even know what they are anymore. The policies that they do are destructive. This green, agenda that they've tried to push onto us, Mark Carney said that the carbon tax only reduced carbon emissions by 6% or something ridiculous. And a month before the election, they decided to remove the carbon tax so that they could get votes. But think about the 40% increase in inflation on everything. A pack, 3 steaks before the pandemic was $20. Try to get 3 steaks today. It's like $80 to $100. Meat is unaffordable. And it's only becoming more and more expensive with these Liberals, because the only thing they know how to do is open up those printing presses. They just print money. They don't understand that you have to create more goods and services, whatever money buys, in order to be prosperous. You can't just print money and expect prices not to go up. And so when they said they were going to do an additional $250 billion over 4 years, and I went onto their website and I read their platform in and out. Not once did a pipeline in all that money. There's no mention of pipeline. Can you believe that? That is incredible, because think about it. We don't have manufacturing in Canada. We did these EVs, all a waste of money. We don't create anything. What we have is an abundance of energy. We need to sell our energy to the world. That's what made Canada prosperous in the first place. If we want hospitals that doesn't have 18-hour wait lines, which we have in BC, they have rolling blackouts on hospitals. What happens when Delta Hospital closes? Then they all flood to another hospital, and all the lineups explode to like 18 to 24 hours. So you know what BC Health said? They said, this is our advice to you, British Columbia. Don't get sick. Are you kidding me? That's their advice. And the thing that people don't understand is, even if you throw a bag of money, tons of money at this, you're not creating, it's not getting better, because we're not selling stuff to the world. We're not creating. So we need to be stronger. And that's why the Conservatives, they actually had a plan to make our country prosperous again. Like, build our energy, build our pipelines, do that corridor. They were offering a solution to, 10 years of financial, so on. So right now, with 146 and 164, it might actually be better numbers, because if you look at, when I first came on here, Jeremy Nixon in Calgary Confederation is now leading.
Oh, is he?
Calgary Calgary Center is also gone blue. So Calgary's all blue.
Wow.
And
that is shocking.
and
One
if we
riding
look,
that I'll point out is Calgary, or not Calgary, Carleton. Pierre's riding. The leader of the Conservative Party is currently trailing in his riding. They said that it was all hooey, that he was not leading in that race. And it's, I have to say, getting tight for him. It's not looking good for the leader of the Conservative Party at this moment in his own riding. I think nationally, he's spent his entire campaign campaigning across the country. And I don't think that this win from the Liberals was so much a Liberal victory, so much as an NDP collapse. And in that same vein, I don't think it was a loss from Pierre. I don't think Pierre Poilievre ran a bad campaign. I don't think he didn't pivot soon enough. I think Jagmeet Singh was such an incompetent political operative and decision maker throughout his time in office and during this campaign that the collapse that we've witnessed from the NDP was something that Pierre could have pivoted 360 degrees, and he wouldn't have found a way to solve the incompetent Jagmeet Singh problem.
Well, I just want to jump in and I'll just say it. Something is not right in Carleton. There is an absolute assault on our democracy happening right now, and Elections Canada is allowing it. They're facilitating it. They're letting them get away with it. There was an absolutely anti-democratic movement. I think it was called Flood the Ballot or some nonsense like that. There were dozens, I think hundreds of independent people running in Carleton. I have no idea why Elections Canada allows this. It is an absolute mockery of our system. And so the fact that Pierre Poilievre, who got 51% of the vote in 2021, who has been an incumbent member of parliament for almost 20 years, the fact that he is at risk of losing his own seat when he ran a national campaign where his party went from 33% in 2021, it looks like they're going to finish at 42%, folks. 42%. So tell me how the popular leader of the Conservative Party, who has run an historically excellent campaign and will win more of the popular vote than any other time in the history of this party, the Conservative Party of Canada, how is it that he loses his own seat? Something is not right. I do not trust the numbers coming in. I do not trust Elections Canada to run a fair campaign when they are allowing hundreds of names to be on the ballot. It is absolutely outrageous. Mark, what do you think?
I will make one note on this, that the polls that are being reported right now from Carleton, it's 40 out of 266. So it's 20% of polls reporting, just under actually. So the results could change, and in fact, they likely will. I'm speaking with the Conservative Party war room right now, some folks inside of it, and they still remain confident that Pierre will win this. They don't think that this will go for the Liberals. I think they think there's just some early Liberal polls reporting for this. So I think that they're still confident in this result. It's just shocking to see, right? Seeing the leader as you said, historic campaign. These are huge numbers for Pierre across the country. In fact, he almost has the popular vote. If you subtract, or if you add the PPC vote right now, which is sitting at about 0.8%, to the Conservative numbers, the Conservatives would have a plurality popular vote right now. So it doesn't make sense for him to lose Carleton with the math that we're looking at. It's just, it seems to me that it's the polls that are reporting. But I agree with you. The fact that they allowed targeted manipulation of the ballot in Pierre's riding is really, really suspicious. And I think that it was anti-democratic.
I'll throw it
I
to
got
you.
two things to mention. Who saw Pierre Poilievre try to put that ballot in the box? It almost didn't go through the slot. Like, it's unbelievable what they've done there. It's ridiculous. And then for them to start counting the ballots 6 hours early, and we're only at 20% of the count. And there's another thing I want to mention about this Bruce Fanjoy. I've never seen this man before. I've never spoken to him, never even posted anything against him. I don't even know who this person is. And I went on to just like click on his thing. He's blocked me from everything. I've never talked to him. And then I found out, I made a post about it on my X account saying, hey, can you check, are you blocked by this Fanjoy? And he's basically blocked every single Conservative on X. that doesn't sit well with me. If you are going to try to become a politician, or you are a current politician, and you can't have your comment section on, you do not deserve to work in politics. You serve the public. You don't serve yourself. And if you also need to stand by what you say online. And if you can't stand by that and you turn things off, and that goes for the rest of the Liberals. I don't see anybody else blocking, not even muting, blocking. That's even further. And I just wanted to add that. I don't know what your thoughts are on that, Candice.
I don't know who you're talking about. Maybe he blocks me. I don't spend a lot of time on X these days, but I do think it's sort of absurd. I think with the new feature, though, you can still see people that block you, right?
You can still see people, but you can't communicate with them. So if you wanted to, you have to screenshot if you want to, you could see what they posted, screenshot it, crop it, and then you could comment on what they've done, but you can't communicate, and it won't show up on your feed. You kind of gotta, track them, click on them, so it's a little bit of extra work. You know what? I'm never going to talk to this Bruce Fanjoy, but these people, the public, cannot vote for someone that silences Canadians. It doesn't matter what your viewpoint is. It doesn't matter. You have a voice, and if someone's blocking you and they're in politics, they don't deserve
I have
to
some breaking news to announce here. The Juno News decision desk has just called the election in Burnaby. We have some news to share with our viewers right now. Jagmeet being defeated. Jagmeet Singh has been trounced, I believe is the word, the word I'm looking for. It is with great joy that I declare him a loser now and forever. He is not just losing, he is in third place in the riding he holds incumbency in right now, being defeated by the Liberal Wade Chang. This is the story of the election. This is why the Liberals have won, because of ridings exactly like Burnaby Central, because the NDP and Jagmeet Singh specifically looked at the Liberals, took the keys of his car out of his pocket, and handed it to them and said, "Here you go. Here's the country. You run it, because I am too incompetent to do it myself." And voters saw that, and they agreed. They said, "Yes, you do not deserve to be in public office. You were in it for yourself. You did nothing for us except for waste taxpayers' dollars on belligerently stupid government programming that did nothing for anybody, didn't sort out any problems for anyone that needed it, and his record will be one of failure." So I don't know, Candice, do you think he'll be resigning tonight?
I hope so. I don't usually celebrate when people lose their jobs, but I think there's a special exception for Jagmeet Singh for all he has done to Canadians. I mean, we heard him come out last week, just basically saying that I kept propping up the Liberals because I just wanted to block a conservative government. So I think after that, I also don't know who on earth would hire a man like Jagmeet Singh. I don't know what his post-politics career will look like. Maybe he will get into the social media influencing game. He seems to be always more interested in the clicks and the likes than actually the governing of the country. Mark, Jagmeet Singh is a representative out in your neck of the woods in British Columbia. So what do you think of this?
To be honest with you, I voted Jagmeet Singh out. It was such a glorious feeling to literally be one of the Canadians that gets to see this guy out. I live in Burnaby Central riding. And when I was voting, it felt so good knowing that he would be finished. Obviously, I voted for James Yang. He is, I knew it'd be a tight race, and my riding has always traditionally been left leaning. So to see James actually right up there is impressive. I try to help him out on X, and he came. One thing that I really liked about the conservative James that was in Jagmeet Singh's riding, he came to my door twice He knocked on every single door in the riding twice. I know because I saw him like, wow, man, that's 2 times he came to my house. Jagmeet Singh did not knock on one door. You would think that if he wanted to keep he knew that it would be a battle for his riding. If he actually cared, he would have knocked on every single door, but he was too busy traveling across Canada with, what's that, that girl that was on Only's Fan. You know, actually, when you look at his entire campaign, the only time that his ratings went up was when he was caught with an Only's girlfriend. Other than that, his campaign was terrible. It was, and you know, doesn't that make Canadians furious that not only did he not call an election in September or after he ripped up the supply and confidence agreement, and then after that we went all the way to December. He could have done it again when the budget, the whole thing, he could have done it so many times. He might have even been opposition leader, but yet he waited until he got his pension. And Canadians see this, and that's why the NDP is non-party status, and Jagmeet Singh is retiring from politics tonight. Thank goodness.
Thank goodness. No, I want to bring you back in. Noah Jarvis is on the ground at a Conservative headquarters in, I believe it's Richmond Hill, or is it Aurora? I know the riding is Aurora, Oak Ridge is Richmond Hill. I don't know exactly where the riding you're in, but can you give us an update of what's happening there? And what do you think of this news that Jagmeet Singh has lost his seat?
Well, to start off with right here, I've just heard a big eruption from the crowd behind me. I guess the CBC had just announced that Richmond Hill, Oak Ridges, Aurora had been called for the Conservatives, and perhaps Caucus also walked in. But it really goes to show that, yes, there is a significant movement looking for change in this country. The reason why Keean Bexte brings out these rallies of thousands and thousands of people, even tens of thousands in some cases, is that he has a message that is resonating, and it's clearly resonating in the 905. The CBC has showed one graph that showed that the Conservatives' vote share.
Oops, I think we may have lost Noah with his reception there. Mark, are you still there? Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, I want to ask you about this because
Past few years, I mean, and once he
entered into the just go ahead and cut Noah's audio there.
I think it was pretty clear that his party would be
him.
suffering as a result, and you know the results are here. Well,
I think
no, I don't know if you can hear us, but
yeah,
we can't see your video anymore.
Jagmeet Singh definitely did not present himself.
Okay, let's cut his audio, guys.
I know.
Sorry about that.
Shall I go through some riding by ridings right now, Candice?
No, I want to ask. I just want to ask Mark about this. This is sort of a pet peeve of mine when American sort of political commentators jump in and start talking about Canada when they clearly just don't know what they're talking about. Okay, let me just give some context here. I'm looking at the numbers. Pierre Poilievre, under any other election scenario, would have won. It looks like he's got 42% of the vote. Okay, first of all, the polls were wrong. They were spectacularly wrong. They were putting the Conservatives in the mid to high 30s, like 37, 38, 39. That was the range that the most polls had Poilievre. Poilievre would have won this election under most other circumstances had the NDP carried their weight. So we didn't see a colossal loss from Pierre Poilievre. We saw a huge collapse of the NDP vote and the surge go towards the Liberals, barely able to eke it out. We're talking about winning by just a couple of seats here. We have Patrick Bet-David. Earlier in the campaign, Patrick Bet-David called out Pierre Poilievre and said, why haven't you come on my podcast? If you want to win the election, you have to come on these big American podcasts. I don't necessarily disagree. I think that Pierre Poilievre should have had a more open campaign strategy where he would have gone on and spoken to more independent creators and independent journalists. But now to hear these American commentators basically dancing on Pierre Poilievre's grave, or at least trying to, saying, you blew it, you lost, you need to be held accountable, this is your loss. It seems to me they just don't really understand Canadian politics, because I am a conservative in Canada. I talk to a lot of conservatives in Canada. I don't think that people are looking at Pierre Poilievre and seeing a huge loss. I think people are frustrated at what the legacy media did to prop up Mark Carney, frustrated at other Canadians that have chosen to give a fourth term to this disastrous Liberal government. But I'm not hearing a lot of conservative people talking about how Pierre Poilievre blew it. And yet this is what some of these big American podcasters and social media influencers are trying to say. What do you make of this?
I'm scratching. I'm like, which one said that? Was it David?
Yeah, I can read it here. He posted on X about an hour ago. He said, "This is Patrick Bet David." He said, "Canada, I certainly hope your candidate Pierre Poilievre did everything in his power to win for you. I hope you held him accountable. I hope you drove him to earn his victory instead of being entitled to it." He goes on and on about how he should have done these big American podcasts. And then he just says, I certainly hope I'm wrong and he wins, but the future looks bright for those who campaign like their country counted on them. So he's just saying that basically Poilievre lost because he refused to go on this big American podcast. So wondering what
I don't agree with that. So the one thing is that I notice about Pierre Poilievre is he didn't take I feel like he didn't take that many chances. He kind of just, but that's okay. Like, he drove the ship steady. He did a great job. Like, look, he did, based on where we're at today, with the Liberals not getting the majority government, this is a win. This is a win for Canadians. This is a win for Pierre Poilievre. The big story, like you said, is Jagmeet Singh. Not only did he screw Canada last year, but he screwed Canada on the way out. That's a double screw. He could have done, what about all the people in the NDP? Why didn't they step up and say, hey, Jagmeet, we're not doing so good. Let's change our messaging. And if you notice in the debate, why was he going after Pierre Poilievre and talking over him the entire time? That right there showed not only disrespect, but it's almost as if, did he make a deal with Carney? Like, what's going on here? It doesn't make any sense. The whole thing doesn't make any sense. And when I watched that debate, I'm like, he got his pension, doesn't care. His party should have kicked him out and ran somebody else and actually made an election out of it. And so this whole thing just doesn't make much sense. And I'll tell you, one of the things that really infuriated me about this entire election campaign is the mainstream media. They have completely failed Canadians in every retrospect. I don't know if you saw, but what they said the other day when I'm still furious about it, is when CBC said they were defending, they said when Mark Carney was caught lying about his discussion, his phone call with Donald Trump, saying that he talked about Canada, he didn't talk about, taking over Canada, protecting. He's like, yeah, he was respectful about Canada's sovereignty. He was respectful about my position as prime minister. And he said that we're going to talk after the election and, talk about, economic and different things. Okay. So then CBC says that it's their fault for not asking him about the 51st state. And they're blaming themselves. And they're saying, yeah, we did bad reporting. It's our fault. How disgusting is that? No, it's not. Yeah, it's terrible reporting, 100% terrible reporting. And then for them to blame themselves as well. We need these people to be independent and not state propaganda, because they get their bonuses, they get paid, and they do terrible reporting. And that is also why all of the independent people and all of the that are actually working hard and providing real news stories are blowing up across Canada. This not only is this election a change, but it's also the way that Canadians receive their information. And it's wonderful to watch. Enough is enough.
Well, I think that's right. I think that the fact that 42% of Canadians still voted for Conservatives, they saw through the propaganda, the legacy media. I mean, we still have our work cut out for us. I can't say that the media has been made irrelevant, because they clearly have huge amounts of power in being able to shape the narrative and tell many, many Canadians how they should vote. But certainly it feels like there is a groundswell of people who just want real information, especially younger Canadians who get their news online that aren't sort of captured by the CBC. And because of that, I think they think more independently. So that's Mark Nixon. He's an independent content creator. You can find him on X and on TikTok. Really appreciate your insights and your time today, Mark. Thanks so much for joining us.
Yeah, I just want to mention one thing. Oh man, I was with Jagmeet Singh. I was hoping that Elizabeth May would go into the sunset as well. And I'm here right now. It looks like she's going to be winning her seat.
Oh, interesting.
Unbelievable. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, we'll have to look into that. Well, we have our Decision Desk host, Matt John, back on the line. So, Matt, why don't you pick up right there and tell us about some of the seats and some of the things that are happening out in British Columbia?
Yeah, so it does look like Elizabeth May, somehow the ultimate survivor of Canadian politics, is able to hold on to her seat. And I've never been able to explain how Elizabeth May wins elections, but she's obviously got some secret sauce in that riding. I would say, though, that on Vancouver Island, the Conservatives seem to be doing quite well with a couple of seats. We aren't ready yet to declare winners, I think, but seem to be doing well. I would also note, just to come back to Ontario for a second, when you're talking about polling misses, I was just looking at the current popular vote percentage in Ontario. Right now it's within 2 points, 47-45. Off the top of my head, I cannot think of a public pollster that had Ontario that close, even up to election day. And I think, as you guys were talking about on sort of that vote suppression thing, when you've got public poll after public poll putting the Liberals up anywhere from 6 to 10 points in Ontario, you do wonder how many Conservative voters potentially thought maybe it was over and didn't show up to vote. And in some of these, there's a number of very close ridings in Ontario, and you wonder in some of those close ridings were there voters who thought there was no chance for the Conservative Party, and so they didn't bother to vote, who might be kicking themselves now.
It's so interesting, and things are certainly tight and very close. I think Pierre Poilievre is certainly outperforming the polls by a great margin. I believe we have True North reporter Walid Tamtam at the Conservative headquarters in Toronto. In Ottawa. So whenever he is available, we'll put him up on the screen and talk to him. Keean, how are things out in your neck of the woods, and what are you hearing and seeing?
Because I'm looking at the popular vote numbers right now, and as the night has gone on, it's become more and more clear that the People's Party vote share, it's at 0.8% right now. Added to the Conservative vote share, the Conservatives would have won the popular vote, which it appears that they're not going to right now, but they have almost 42%, which is historically really a good performance for the Conservative Party. And normally you would think that they'd be able to form government with that number. Anyways, I'm curious, and I'm hoping you can come back to us maybe in our next loop around here and let us know, are there any ridings that the Conservatives would have won if the PPC vote was not there?
Just hold that thought for a second, because we do have Walid, who is at the Conservative headquarters in Ottawa. Walid, give us a scene setter. What's happening there?
Yeah, well, I'm here now, and it's quite a quiet environment, frankly. It was a very loud night. From the start, people felt optimistic. People did not believe the polling that they were seeing online. The media had called the election around, I think it was closer to 10:30, 10 Eastern time, after the final polls were closed in BC. But they were cheering, because when they saw those seat counts come close to 5 and 6 between the Liberals and Conservatives, they believed that the impossible could have became possible. So the feelings are definitely sad for the most part, and there is a quiet tone at the midnight mark, but Conservatives here definitely had a good roller coaster of emotions for sure.
And so is there any word from leader Pierre Poilievre? When are they expecting him to come out and speak?
As of yet, he has not stepped out. I don't know when that will be. Probably sometime soon, I'm hoping, of course, because there are those of us who do need to be up tomorrow morning, but we're still waiting on him to show up to the stage.
Well, it is interesting, because I know I spoke to many friends who work in the party and people in the war room, and they were optimistic. They did feel good about their chances, and I think rightly so. I mean, the polls were wrong. Poilievre massively outperformed. we're talking about 41.8% of the popular vote at this point, which again, I've said this several times, but that would have been enough to win any other election in any other circumstances. So, with good reason that they were feeling good. And still, I mean, it's so close at this point, Waleed, that, it really will come down to how they will form a coalition. Have you had any other interesting conversations with Conservative supporters? Anything else that you're hearing on the ground there?
Well, we've heard from quite a few supporters, a very, very young, energetic room, actually. A lot of people closer to my age and people that really believe that they had a chance at winning and that now they're looking at possibly changing plans for their future, looking at housing as a mainstream issue among the young demographic. We covered this previously on our report on the difference of priorities between older and younger voters, housing versus Trump. So I definitely got the sense that the room was a very good mix between young and old across the country, frankly. But I also do know I heard personally from people like Goldie Gomari, who held a seat before with the provincial Conservatives, that they believe in the leadership of Pierre. Maybe this is not the result they wanted, but Pierre Poilievre seems to have the grip of the Conservative Party still in his hands. I'm not too sure how his seat is going currently, but I do know that his party remained faithful in him. And I've asked a few supporters questions about his leadership given these results, and I think supporters remain steadfast with Pierre.
Oh, that's an interesting point, and maybe I'll bring Matt John on about this. Can you give us an update with what is happening in Pierre Poilievre's riding in Carleton, and what might happen if he does lose his seat, but his party goes on to become the opposition? Would he run in another seat, or what would happen in that scenario?
Yeah, so I'm looking at it right now. He's down by about 1,100, almost 1,200 votes. That seems to be a margin that has sort of solidified in that riding. My guess is that all of the advance vote has now been counted, and so what we're going to see now come in is election day vote. We're at 64 of 266 polls reporting. So actually, there's still quite a few polls that have to come in, but not sure how much vote is out there. I think it's going to be very close. It's pretty clear to me that in that riding, the NDP essentially collapsed their vote to the Liberal. You can also wonder if potentially all the reporting about Pierre's seat being in danger caused some NDP voters in that riding to vote strategically in a way they may not have if they had thought that Pierre was going to win that riding easily. I hope that we see those numbers close, but if Pierre was to lose his seat, he'd have a couple of options. One, if he decides to stay on as leader, he could stay on as leader and just not have a seat in the House. Other leaders have done that. Eventually, though, I think he'd have to find a seat, and more than likely, what he'd have to do is get somebody in his caucus who's got a fairly solid Conservative seat to step aside for him, so that he could run in a by-election in that seat and get himself into the House. I think it would
River, that's for sure.
I think at 150 seats for us to win, for the Conservatives to win 150 seats, and for Pierre not to win his seat would be not a result I don't think anybody could have predicted.
Well, it's wild. And Keean, you were making the point before we brought Waleed on about the PPC being a spoiler. Why don't you pick that thread up again?
So this is I'm just looking riding by riding right now to sort of analyze, and I've only gotten to Brampton so far, and what I'm seeing is really disheartening. As and I won't get into why why the PPC is doing this and whether they might fall apart as a party after this. But what is clear in Brampton North, Caledon, Sat Anand, the PPC candidate, got 1.6% of the vote. This has not been called yet, so just grain of salt. But add the PPC vote there to the Conservative candidate, they beat the Liberals. Ruby Sahota would have been defeated currently with the announced polls, which is about 50% right now. You go to Brampton, Chinguacousy Park, same thing, 1.8% to the PPC. Add that on to the Conservatives, who are trailing by less than 1%, they would have won. Brampton Centre, same story. Just shy, actually. They're just shy of adding the PPC on to a victory there, but very close, within a margin of error, and a recount might change that. And again, only about 50% of polls reporting. Brampton South, same story. Again, they are actually trailing. The Conservative Party is trailing by 0.1%, and the PPC got 0.8%. Maxime Bernier has elected Mark Carney as Prime Minister, and that is almost as unforgivable as Jagmeet Singh's incompetence, is the false comparison of Pierre Poilievre and Mark Carney. The pretend notion that that for some reason uh, uh, the PPC really is this like the true conservative party in this country. Granted, they have some good ideas, and I agree with a lot of their policy points, but I agreed with those policy points and I agreed with their leadership when Aaron O'Toole was the alternative, when it was a red Tory who was almost a liberal himself. And now we have a strong conservative alternative who could have turned the direction of this country into could have turned Canada into a country where people my age could afford a home, where people my age could start a family and afford to buy groceries. We would have had a leader who could have negotiated with Donald Trump on solid footing instead of someone who's going to compromise because really behind closed doors they're good friends with Jared Kushner. Maxime Bernier decided for Canadians that through his arrogance and through his desire to be relevant and through his desire to collect a salary from PPC donors so that he can buy more houses abroad, that we're going to have Mark Carney, and that's really disappointing. And that's just Brampton that I'm looking at right now. 4 ridings in Brampton, and it might change as the poll results come in. There might be more, there might be fewer, but when you look at these numbers, 9 seat difference between government, and 3 of them, just looking quickly at Brampton, were decided by Maxime Bernier. They were handed to Mark Carney by Maxime Bernier. That is, PPC voters are going to have to go home tonight and are going to have to live with themselves for the next 4 years potentially that because of their decision, we have Mark Carney.
It's really shocking, especially given that Maxime Bernier didn't really campaign. I mean, he was out on a couple podcasts, but we didn't really see much from him on this campaign. I'll admit it, I supported the party in the past, and I voted for them in the past. Like you said, when I wasn't happy with the direction of the Conservative Party, but with a leader like Pierre Poilievre, I mean, there's just no purpose for the party anymore. And the fact that they could actually be playing spoilers in some of these close ridings, it's really unbelievable. Matt, John, I'll get you on. Can you provide us some more insight on some of these numbers?
Definitely. There's going to be if the election stays this close, there's going to be a couple of seats that the PPC votes cost us, as Keean has pointed out. We're also seeing some interesting results coming in out west. I think there was talk in the campaign of potentially the Liberals picking up more seats in Saskatchewan and Alberta than they're currently on track to pick up, so they're underperforming there. I definitely think Manitoba, we picked up, the Conservatives picked up Elmwood Transcona from the NDP, so that's, again, another one that I don't think was being predicted by a lot of folks. We'll still see where BC is going to come in. There's some interesting stuff out there, but if throughout the course of the night some of those BC seats flip, you could start to see that number narrow even further beyond the 160, 151 that's showing up right now.
Can you talk to us a little bit about North Island, Powell River? Our friend Aaron Gunn is running for the Conservatives. It looks like he's ahead. I'm just looking at the numbers on the CBC's website. It shows him at 38.4 to the NDP's 35.2. Interesting. Maybe you can comment on that riding and talk a little bit about how the collapse of the NDP has impacted the vote so far in British Columbia.
Yeah, so it looks to me like Aaron Gunn is doing well. I don't think he's far enough ahead at this point in the night to say for sure that he's going to win. That riding has a 310 polls, which is one of the highest number of polls I've ever seen, and there's only 199 of those in. So still a ways to go there, but he's certainly doing well. And I think he's in part of a bigger trend that we're seeing, which is NDP seats that are not in some of the urban centers. They're not flipping to the Liberals; they're flipping to the Conservatives. So London, and when I say urban centers, I really mean Vancouver and Toronto, not the sort of smaller ones. So London Fanshawe, a riding that the NDP's held in a number of elections, has flipped to the Conservatives. Windsor West, a riding that I would never have believed a Conservative could ever win an election in my lifetime, has flipped to the Conservatives. We see seats in Ontario's north, like Nickel Belt, which I don't think a Conservative has won since probably the late 1960s. Flipping to the Conservatives. And then you look at BC and you see ridings like this on Vancouver Island with North Island Powell River, that again, NDP held seat flipping to the Conservatives. So it certainly seems to me that, yes, while the collapse of the NDP is certainly helping the Liberals in ridings like Carleton, it's also hurting them in some of these ridings that I don't think people gave Conservatives much of a chance of winning a week ago.
And I know I've asked you this, but I just people keep sending it to me, and it's so unbelievable to me that Pierre Poilievre appears to be losing his riding. Are we anywhere close from the decision desk to calling that? And oh, look, we've got David Knightleg back. David, welcome back. Just asking our decision desk host here, Matt John, to talk to us a little bit about the Carleton riding, which, you know, despite Pierre Poilievre leading a party with the highest votes in the history of the Conservative Party of Canada, it looks like he's trailing his own riding, and I don't know if he can come back from. I don't know if it's an insurmountable trailing that he's seeing there.
Yeah, he's down by 1,900 votes at the moment, which actually has gone up by about 400 votes in the last 15 minutes. So an 8-point gap in terms of percentage. There's still only 80 of the 266 polls reporting. So if the advance polls there, which I think were largest in the country at 21,000 votes, if those skewed to the Liberal Party, but the election day votes are skewing back to the Conservatives, maybe he can eke this back and squeak it out. But I will say it's getting very late in the game, and if he doesn't start to turn that around in the next few 20 to 30 polls, you might have a very interesting result in Carleton.
Okay, well, David, I'll bring you in on the conversation. So you were here at the beginning of the show. a lot has happened since then. So what do you make of the results as we've seen them come in here? Oops, I don't think your audio is connecting there, David. I'll give you a minute to try to get it going. I don't know if that's you or our tech team there, but I'm trying to get some more information about. Wow, it just looks like all of Eastern Ontario is really gone for the Liberals. It's totally red over here. So,
yeah, Ottawa. I would just jump in quickly on that, Candice. I would say Eastern Ontario. There's a few losses there we wouldn't have thought of, but it's the Ottawa region specifically that has really swung to the Liberals fairly heavily. I mean, take a look at Canada as an example. 57% the Liberals have right now. That's much higher than I think people would have thought. And even in ridings where, we would have taken the law, assumed the Conservatives were going to lose, Ottawa West Nepean, 63%. I mean, that's a riding John Baird held up until 2015, right? So for some reason, the city of Ottawa has really significantly swung against the Conservative Party, and Pierre is falling victim to that at the moment.
And so just one more time, like what would happen if tomorrow morning we wake up and the Conservatives have a minority government? I mean, I don't think that's going to happen, but if the Conservatives have a great showing and then Pierre Poilievre loses his own seat, like can he go on as leader without having his own seat, or what would happen there?
I think it's important to remember that regardless of what happens tonight, Pierre is the leader unless he chooses to not be the leader. And so whether he wins his seat or not, he's going to have to make that decision on whether he wants to stay on as leader or not. I would suggest if the numbers stay as we're looking below 161, 150, it would be in the best interest of the party for the leader to stay on, because I suspect in the next couple of months, there's going to be quite a lot of uncertainty, and I wouldn't want to add to that uncertainty the question of leadership. However, I can imagine there might be some who might make the point that if he can't win his seat and he doesn't have a seat in the House, that he should step aside.
Okay, let's try to go back to David Night lag. David, let's try your audio again. Can you test us out here?
Yeah, how's that working?
There you go. Yeah.
There we
Okay.
go.
So like I was saying, lots has happened in the last few hours since we had you on. So what do you think of all these results coming in?
Well, I'll make the, I guess, obvious observation, which is the Conservatives with the Bloc would form a government right now. The Liberals with the NDP would not. That's interesting. We've got a lot to figure out. It's incredibly frustrating, the point that Keean made, that we have, we've kind of, it's interesting. We talked a little bit about the self-defeating moves of the Conservatives against each other when it came to sort of figuring out some of the actual campaigning issues. And I think the other issue that's kind of happened here is the PPC killing 3 to 5 seats, or our opportunity at 3 to 5 seats.
So I think going ahead, so thanks so much for having me on. I'm Chris Sims. I'm the Alberta Director for the Canadian Taxpayers Federation. I'm taking a look at this, and I'd like to know what you guys think about this. So let's say that these numbers stayed the same tomorrow, okay? So Prime Minister Mark Carney, who's been all about Canadian unity and Team Canada and elbows up and all this fun stuff, then has to dance with the Separatist Party in order to form government. How is that going to work? Because either one of them, Mark Carney or Pierre Poilievre, is going to have to go to the Governor General saying, if these are all the same numbers, because they could change, hey, I don't have enough for a majority, but here's the dance partner that I have, and it's the Bloc Québécois. I'm curious how long that is going to last in the House of Commons as a narrative if we were all supposed to be fighting Trump teaming up together. I'd be very curious to see what you guys both think about this.
I think it's important to note that Mark Carney gets to meet the House. If these numbers hold, he wouldn't need to form a formal coalition. He wouldn't even need to go to the Governor General and say, I have the confidence of the House. He is the Prime Minister, and the tradition would dictate that he would get to meet the House. And prove whether the House has confidence in him, his government, or not. And my guess is that's probably what he would attempt versus trying to cut a deal with the Bloc. That being said, with how close it is there below, it might be difficult for him to have the confidence of the House. And that's where something like Pierre Poilievre keeping his seat or not really makes a difference, because it'd be unlikely that you'd want to take the Liberals down until the Conservatives had figured out their own leadership situation.
Right. And so you guys are keeping a close eye then. Last I checked on Pierre Poilievre's riding. Let me just refresh my page here. That looks like it's still, goodness, that's still about 1,600.
Now, it has narrowed a bit in the last 10 minutes. But
it has.
Still,
it has. That is concerning. I wouldn't lie if I were part of his leadership team. That is concerning. They have about 33% of the vote in there. Taking a look at the Elections Canada website, so they have 90 of 266 polls reporting. Now, I have some experience in that riding. Typically, now I don't know if this happened this year. Typically, they bring in the advance vote, and then they count the polls that are largely dominated by neighborhoods of government employees. So there's kind of a spur of Carleton, of Pierre Poilievre's riding, that includes a big neighborhood that is full of townhouse after townhouse of government employees. So that was always kind of tough door knocking for him. However, yeah, this would be concerning. I still think he'll probably pull it off and win his seat. But then the question I guess becomes, which member of parliament is going to take a knee for their leader? Will it be somebody in Alberta, like one of those MPs? Now I'm getting into the speculation game. Did you want to jump in?
Yeah, I mean, look, the speculation game, we could go through all 149 ridings and see which one might be the most likely to quit. But I suspect you're right that he would probably look to somewhere like Alberta and in a riding that the CPC wins substantially. to see if he can get one of those guys. If you recall, way back in the Canadian Alliance days, Stockwell Day won the leadership without a seat, and there was a bit of drama about whether he was from Red Deer, and the Alliance MP from Red Deer wasn't going to step aside for him, and he ultimately ended up running out in British Columbia, which some people might remember, and he
I do
held that
remember
seat
that.
all the way through the Harper government. So. Or Jagmeet Singh, for that matter, ended up in Burnaby because he didn't have the opportunity to run in a Brampton seat. The NDP didn't hold them. So it's not unprecedented for that to happen. It would be somewhat unusual for somebody to win 150 seats and not their own seat. But stranger things have happened, I suppose.
Yeah, Poilievre's riding. So I was a talk show host and a producer there, right in Ottawa for a long time. So 580 CFRA has got a lot of listeners, or at least it used to before it became eaten by Bell. It used to have a lot of kind of farming. It was the outlying areas of Arnprior, Carp. There were a lot of kind of military families in that area. And was out on the road meeting with thousands of people and talking with them, getting his picture with them, really building that brand. I mean, that's why we have T-shirts with his name on it and, ball caps and all that stuff. And apparently the cat was away and then the mice did play. And this is apparently the story that this Liberal challenger, who's I think still in the lead, let me quickly check Elections Canada, is leading Poilievre. So goodness gracious, what a little trick this is. Looks like it's about, if I'm reading that right, about 1,800 votes difference, 1,700 votes difference right now. So the Liberals are leading by about 1,700 using my really rough math here. And let's see how much is in. 43% of the vote is in. That's going to be a squeaker. That is going to be a squeaker for them. Goodness.
We might be watching that one till the wee hours of the morning.
Well, I know I will be. Then I think the question then is, how much are they able to keep the Conservative team together while Pierre Poilievre is trying to, hopefully gets his own seat in his view. But if he doesn't, trying to find a seat, are they able to keep their ship tight enough so that they can challenge Carney again in a speedier election? Because if these numbers hold, to me, especially if the Bloc is the one that has to vote along with the government each time in the House of Commons, I don't see it lasting as long as the deal with the NDP had lasted.
I think that's right, and I think there's also another interesting point there about if the Liberals are relying on the Bloc to govern. They open themselves certainly up to an attack of partnering with the Separatist Party just to keep themselves in power. I think you could see Pierre Poilievre being able to hammer that fairly successfully if he chose to. Just to cut in quickly on a declaration, we have now declared that Aaron Gunn is the winner in his North Vancouver Island seat of North Island Powell River. Looks like
amazing.
He's got about 39% of the vote there. So and there's 245 out of 310 reported. So enough that we can confidently say he's going to win.
So it is now official. We're declaring that Aaron Gunn is winning his seat. Wow. So Aaron Gunn, for folks who don't know him, he's a great documentary filmmaker. He was the one that did the film that you might have seen clips of called Vancouver is Dying. And then he did more of a broadband version of it called Canada is Dying. And that's where he was focusing on crime in the streets, and in particular, what was happening to the folks who were suffering in the downtown east side. Got some news here. Oh, clear that. Well, there it is. We are officially declaring that Aaron Gunn has been elected in North Island Powell River. That is a unique riding because it takes up the north of Vancouver Island, and then Powell River is actually across the strait, and it's on the mainland of British Columbia. You have to take a ferry to get over there. It's a neat mix. I always say I grew up in that riding. I often refer to it. It's a neat mix of hippies and loggers. So you're either cutting down the trees or you're hugging the trees, but most of the folks all smoke weed. So yeah.
Just to cut in with some more news, it looks like Jagmeet Singh has resigned as a leader of the NDP. That does not seem all that surprising, knowing that he's lost his seat.
Apparently he is speaking, and we are just gathering the connections and or the tape, if I can use an old term. You guys both look like you remember what that term means. And we will roll that tape as soon as we have it ready. So that's interesting. I was always expecting Jagmeet Singh to finally do something in the House of Commons after, of course, he qualified for his pension. So we will have to be able to calculate. I'm sure that Franco Terrazzano, my colleague, has already calculated Jagmeet Singh's pension as he goes off. To that point, I just need to marvel at this a little bit more. Because when I first started on Parliament Hill, I was a cub reporter for CFRA. That was back when the Canadian Alliance was there. And we were always taught that the NDP had to do really, really, really well for the Conservatives or the Canadian Alliance to do really well. And to see the Conservatives over, let me refresh it again, over 41% of the vote, basically on their own, because the NDP has collapsed. They're 5.9% of the popular vote right now. Like, most of the time the Conservatives are thinking that the NDP needs to soak up about 15%. So to have the NDP crater down to 5.9% and seeing the Conservatives at over 41.7%, I'd be curious at both of your opinions. Have we now become kind of a two-party situation, or do you eventually see somebody coming up the middle for the NDP again? Maybe someone, Wob Canoe speaks French. Yeah, I found that out. I found that out a few weeks ago, and I went, well, that certainly changes the game now, doesn't it? So yeah, Wab Canoe, Premier of Manitoba, speaks French. So I'd be really curious to see if this is the end for the NDP, and this now becomes more of a two-party system, or if the NDP is able to resuscitate itself. They've got more seats than I expected. I thought they were going to get 4 seats, but they've got 7. So, okay, we are just waiting to hear from Jagmeet Singh. Apparently our team is busy getting the speech ready to go here, and he has just resigned. So let me take a look here. I'm just trying to refresh and update folks on Pierre Poilievre's writing. Yeah, that is really stubborn.
Gap there seems to have gone back closer to 2000 last I checked.
Yeah. So right now, the Liberal contender, Bruce Fanjoy, has 16,256 votes. And Pierre Poilievre, the incumbent Conservative, has 14,144 votes. And I will just check to see how many polls we have in there. Still less than half the polls returning. So they've got 46% or 47% of the polls returning there, and that is of course in the riding of Carleton. All right, let me take a look here. I think do we have Jagmeet Singh's swan song? I'm just waiting to hear to see if they've got the tape ready to go here. No, it doesn't look like it yet. All right.
He's destroyed the party.
Do you think so?
Yeah, he really has. I think because the way that he approached the narrative of this election was, and you saw this in the debates, he had lost completely what used to be actually quite a strong kind of moral authority for the NDP, which was speaking for the working class, speaking for the middle class, speaking for people that were, down and out, and just trying to be the moral conscience of the safety net.
Oh, I think this is his speech here. Let's see if we can turn this up so folks can hear him.
Can you guys hear?
No. I can't hear him, not yet. I don't know if our viewers can hear him. Viewers, can you hear Jagmeet Singh speaking there? I'm just checking our comments. We can't hear him in our ears yet. They're all saying no. Yep.
I know how hard you worked. I spent time with you. Amazing. I'm so sorry you're not going to be able to represent your communities. I know you're going to continue to fight for them. I know on how many doors you knocked, how many family dinners you missed, how many nights your kids went to bed without you there to tuck them in. I know it was a tough sacrifice, and I just want to thank, and we can get a round of applause to every single candidate that ran for us. Thank you. Yeah. Thank all those incredible candidates and their incredible teams, because no candidate can do without a team. The volunteers, the staff, thank you to all those candidates and their incredible staffs. One more time. Choosing to commit your life to politics obviously comes with some sacrifice, but we choose this life because of the chance to change the country we love for the better. We may lose sometimes, and those losses hurt, it's tough. But we are only defeated if we stop fighting. We're only defeated when we believe that those that tell us that we can never dream of a better Canada, a fairer Canada, a more compassionate Canada. I have met New Democrats from coast to coast to coast who will never back down, even when they're told that there's no room for them at the table. We make room for everyone because we believe that there is enough wealth in Canada for all of us to live the life that we deserve. Honestly, I got to avoid making eye contact with certain people because then it's going to get too emotional up here. So I just made the mistake of doing that, so I'm going to look away now. You know who you are. Don't look at me again. Almost 8 years ago, I was elected the leader of this incredible party, this incredible movement. I've worked really hard to be worthy of this trust, to live up to the legacy of our movement. Hold on a second, guys. Thank you. One more sec. Tonight, I've been informed our party leader that I'll be stepping down as party leader as soon as an interim leader can be appointed. Now, I could not have done this incredible job without, here's a point, give me a second to break down a bit. I couldn't have done it without the incredible support of my wife, Keean. She has been my rock. She's been my foundation. For the past couple of years, I've been regretting that I didn't thank her on the night of the last election. So this is my opportunity to make up for it. She has literally been my rock. I couldn't have done this without her. She's backed me up and supported me. Yeah. She has made so many sacrifices. She convinced me that she's enjoyed them all, but I don't know. But she's amazing. I'm just so thankful. Thanks for being on this journey. I'm gonna give you a hug. Hold on. Also, I might break down this part because, and Anhad and Dani, my daughters, remind me of the future. God damn it, that we are fighting for. That's just because I get emotional anytime I talk about my kids. I'm very sappy when it comes to my daughters, so I just get a little emotional. I've also been supported by my family, and I got to thank my parents who are here today. They're amazing. Love you both. My brother, I wouldn't have been on this journey without my brother. So big shout out to my brother, Keean. And honestly, this may sound funny, but my in-laws, I literally couldn't have done this without my in-laws. They're amazing. Where are my in-laws? They're somewhere here. Wherever they are, they're here. I wanted to look at them and point at them too. Oh, there they are. Yeah, I couldn't have done it without them. Literally, if you're a parent, you know how important your parents are, and your in-laws too. It turns out. So, huge thank you. They've supported us. They've kept me grounded, given us great advice. I'm so thankful to my family. You can't do this work without great people, and you can't do this without a great family supporting you. So, thank you to my family. I'm spilling my water and everything. It's getting a little bit, trying to be graceful here, folks. I also want to thank my NDP caucus. This is a team that together we brought historic change for people. We brought real change to the lives of Canadians. I know that people are concretely better off because of our work over the last 8 years, and no election result will ever diminish that. So thank you to my
Well, that cut off abruptly. Maybe they didn't pay their bill. So that was it. I will say that was the first time I can remember seeing what I would describe as authenticity coming from Jagmeet Singh when he was tearing up there. I'm not trying to pick on the person. I know he just lost, but usually I found him to be very kind of slogany and Teflon-y, and he would just say stuff and move past things without really listening to what people were saying. But him breaking down there, I did notice that was a big change. And so just curious to get your thoughts on that now, like you just said, do you still feel that he has destroyed the party, or do you think there's a chance, I don't know, that the kids in the back room can... Okay.
No, he's a man-child. He had zero messaging discipline. He acted juvenile during the debates. It's one thing to sort of be tactically capable of interrupting somebody effectively with clear points that counteract their influence, but he didn't have any of that. He was undisciplined. He had no message discipline. He didn't differentiate himself from the Liberal Party, and the fundamental conceit of the entire Jagmeet Singh moment as the leader of this party was entirely self-serving. And people knew that. I mean, the discussions about his pension, he could never deal with the pension discussion in the way that I thought was incumbent on him to deal with it, which is to say, I work for the working class people here. This is not about a specific time frame. This is not about a specific moment. This is about making the arguments that count that the Liberal Party will forget about if I'm not here to be their conscience. And here's why I'm going to make those arguments, and here's why I'm the one that's most capable of making those arguments effectively. He literally had, when a conservative like me can make a better NDP argument than he can.
Oh, sorry, Dave, we're just going to get you off. We have Pierre Poilievre, leader of the Conservative Party, who is
now
here
my
giving
message to Canadians. The promise that was made to me and to all of you is that anybody from anywhere could achieve anything, that through hard work, you could get a great life, you could have a nice, affordable home on a safe street. My purpose in politics is and will continue to be to restore that promise. Thank you. To the candidates who ran under our banner as Conservatives, to the volunteers who knocked on the doors, made phone calls, put up lawn signs, rallied at our events, donated their hard-earned money to our cause, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. To the millions of people who voted for the Conservative Party and put their hopes and dreams in our vision, thank you. It will be an honor to continue to fight for you and to be a champion of your cause as we go forward. Ça serait un grand honneur de continuer de me battre pour vous, parce que c'est un honneur d'être votre voix, c'est un honneur de me battre pour les valeurs conservatrices pour lesquelles vous avez voté, et surtout, ça va être un honneur de continuer d'avancer la promesse du Canada, que chacun ici au Canada qui travaille fort peut avoir une belle vie, une belle maison abordable dans une communauté sécuritaire. C'est ça notre vision et on va le ramener chez nous. Merci beaucoup. To my fellow Conservatives, we have much to celebrate tonight. We've gained well over 20 seats. We got the highest share of vote our party has received since 1988. We denied the NDP and Liberals enough seats to form a coalition government, meaning and we did all of this in a very difficult environment. That said, we are cognizant of the fact that we didn't quite get over the finish line yet. We know that change is needed, but change is hard to come by. It takes time. It takes work. And that's why we have to learn the lessons of tonight so that we can have an even better result the next time the Canadians decide the future for the country. Canadians have opted for a razor-thin minority government, a virtual tie in the vote count. So I would like to congratulate Prime Minister Carney on leading this minority government. We'll have plenty of opportunity to debate and disagree, but tonight we come together as Canadians. We will do our job. Yes, we will do our job to hold the government to account. But first, we congratulate people from all political backgrounds on participating in the democratic process. And as I said, while we will do our constitutional duty of holding government to account and proposing better alternatives, we will always put Canada first as we stare down tariffs and other irresponsible threats from President Trump. Conservatives will work with the Prime Minister and all parties with the common goal of defending Canada's interests and getting a new trade deal that puts these tariffs behind us while protecting our sovereignty and the Canadian people. I want to thank my Conservative team, my caucus, my members of the Conservative staff and others who've helped reshape the entire political landscape in this country. Conservatives have achieved major breakthroughs tonight. We brought in record support from blue-collar and unionized workers, youth, new Canadians. We gave voices to countless people across this country who've been left out and left behind for far too long. We won the big debates of our time on the carbon tax, on inflation, on housing, on the drug crisis, on crime. Conservatives have been leading the debate, and we will continue to put forward the best arguments to improve the lives of our people right across this country. But we will not stop there. Every single day, our Conservative caucus and I will be holding the government to account on behalf of the millions of Canadians who believed in the message of change. En tant que parti, on a grandement élargi notre soutien et chaque jour, le caucus conservateur et moi allons travailler à Ottawa pour rendre des comptes du gouvernement au nom des millions de Canadiens qui ont décidé de voter pour un vrai changement. J'ai eu l'honneur de parcourir le pays, parler aux milliers de personnes qui ont partagé leurs préoccupations, leurs peines, leurs espoirs. Everywhere I went, hardworking people took precious time out of their day to tell me about their struggles, their pain, their fears, but also their hopes and dreams. Welders and waitresses, farmers and factory workers, seniors, small business owners, and single mothers. Young Canadians and young families pleading for the chance to own a home. Parents who worried that their kids would never be able to move out of their home. Grandparents who saw their grandchildren suffering from the shortfalls of our economy, and countless others who are afraid to go outside because of the rising wave of crime. All of these stories touched my heart and gave me inspiration to work towards something better. These people continue to need voices, and I will continue to fight for them every day, and every day we will never give up on fighting for the Canadian people. Thank you. We hear your stories. We will carry those stories with us into Parliament. We will not forget the people for whom we work and for whom we fight every day. Now, I know that some of you might be disappointed that change did not get over the finish line tonight. Change takes time. Most of all, it requires that we never give up, because our people and our country are worth fighting for. Je vous ai entendu et j'ai apporté vos histoires avec moi tout au long de cette campagne. Et vos histoires vont rester avec moi lorsque je me bats avec mon équipe conservatrice pour vous défendre et pour avancer vos intérêts. À ceux qui ont désespéré besoin de changement, je sais que vous êtes déçus. Le changement est difficile et ça prend du temps. Surtout, ça veut dire qu'on peut jamais lâcher. Parce que notre pays et son peuple méritent qu'on se batte pour eux. I will never give up on fighting for everyone who stood with us today and the millions of people who voted for other parties. And so, my message tonight, for the single mother working 2 jobs but still has an empty fridge and an empty bank account, for the young people who despair at never being able to afford a home, for the seniors on fixed incomes whose savings are eroded by inflation and no longer feel safe in their local neighborhood parks, for those who are now living in fear and terror because of crime, for those worried about losing their jobs because of unacceptable tariffs from the United States of America, for all of those who feel left behind and forgotten, my message is one of hope. Change will take time, but we will fight for that change, and we will deliver that change, and we will never give up on fighting for the great Canadian promise that anyone from anywhere can achieve anything, that hard work gets you a great life in a beautiful house on a safe street protected by our brave troops under our proud flag. Canada first, Canada always. Let's bring it home. Thank you very much, Canada. Merci beaucoup, Canada.
Yeah, we fight for what's right. We're wild and we're free from the mountains above us. And all you can see is more than just a place where freedom roams. It's our home. There's something tender about. There's something hidden about.
What time are you waking up tomorrow morning?
There's something all generations can have and can hold. We break down the walls and break out.
Coming back to us here. Here we are. Hi, folks. Okay, we're into hour 7 of our live broadcast here. We just heard from Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre on stage there with his wife, Anna Poilievre. Anna joined the show about 5 hours ago now. We had her on to start off the live show at 7 p.m. So, yeah, about 5 hours ago. Chris Sims, thanks for stepping in here and helping us out with hosting. Appreciate that. I'm not used to looking at these bright studio lights, so I'm like taking breaks to just go outside and get out of the bright lights. But I'm wondering, what did you think of Poilievre's speech? He seemed to hit all the right notes. Obviously, there's a bit of disappointment on the Conservative side, particularly for Poilievre. I mean, it looks like he will lose his own seat, which is truly unbelievable. But aside from that, there's just so much good news. When you look at the numbers, it's really almost shocking to see how wrong the pollsters were, how much better Pierre Poilievre performed. I mean, he mentioned that he got a higher percentage of the popular vote than any Conservative party since the 80s.
Yeah.
Really, I mean, this is a tremendous, it should be victory. It looks like they have held a Liberal NDP coalition to below that majority threshold. So, there's lots and lots of things to be happy about. And yet, obviously, it was not the result that Pierre Poilievre would have wanted. So what are your thoughts?
Especially close to home. Like, this is a really weird election. This is a really weird election. I'm just looking at Elections Canada right now. As of right now, the Conservatives have 41.7% of the vote. As I was saying, to give people perspective, Prime Minister Stephen Harper won his strong, stable majority government with, I think, 39.6% of the vote. So, Poilievre's right in that he's got a huge popular vote for a Conservative party and a Conservative leader. But the strangest thing is happening back home. So while he was busy crossing, Canada and going to those rallies and meeting with the people that he was just talking about there, and I know he's been meeting with them, which is why he's got people like the Boilermakers Union supporting him and the Pipe Workers Union supporting him. And just full disclosure, I've known Poilievre for quite a while, a long time. We were staffers at the same time We're the same generation. We basically hit Parliament Hill at the same time. And so I've worked quite closely with him. I used to book him on my show all the time when I had a radio show and a TV show there in Ottawa. If he loses his seat, this is going to be hard on him, because he was a really young member of parliament when he won that riding first. He took it away from a sitting cabinet minister. So he was a big upstart, upset kind of guy back then. That was long before he became a husband and a dad. And I would say this of anybody, no matter what the party is, we grow. We grow as we grow up, and we, find somebody to marry and have kids. And so if he does lose that seat, that will be difficult for him. But him coming right out of the gate and saying, I will remain on and I will continue. He kept using the word continue. I think that will give a lot of I would call it the conservative movement, a little bit of stability going forward. So we will have to see, does this mean then that he asks one of his members of parliament in, say, Alberta, for example, to step aside and allow him to do a by-election? Because I was mentioning before you came back, Candice, that I can't really see how long this current setup, if these seats stay about the same, how long these current setup will last in the House of Commons when it's the Bloc that is holding the balance of power that the Liberals are having to rely on. How is that going to fit the narrative of Team Canada, strong, elbows up, and all that jazz? So very odd election tonight. To your point, there's been a lot of seats that have flipped, like in the conservative column. So the Conservatives are definitely winning more seats than the polls were saying they were going to, and they're flipping some pretty important seats. Have we confirmed whether or not Andrew Lawton has won his seat yet?
Yes, we called it. Elgin,
Nice.
St. Thomas, London South. So Andrew Lawton is your new member of parliament. We're very excited about that. Andrew, of course, is a longtime radio host in London, and he hosted a show, The Andrew Lawton Show, for us at True North. He was a longtime friend and colleague, and we're very excited for him. And Chris Sims, our other former caller. Actually, I don't know if you had overlap with Aaron
I
Gunn,
did, yeah.
when I was at the Canadian Taxpayers Federation, he was the director of the program called Generation Screwed, trying to engage young people at the time in university campuses. And he went on to become an independent journalist, a documentary filmmaker. And, I hate to lose independent journalists to the party machine, but that said, I think that this, out of all the party machines out in the country, I think that the Conservative Party under Pierre Poilievre is not a bad one to lose these young or these former independent journalists and now members of parliament. David, I want to bring you in on this. We're just waiting for Mark Carney. He's expected to take the stage any moment now. We will throw to that as soon as it comes on. What did you read from Pierre Poilievre up on stage? How do you suspect that he's taking the news? And do you think he has any concerns that there might be a movement to replace him as leader?
Look, I think one of the themes has been conservative infighting. We talked about the marginal way in which the PPCs affected several ridings unnecessarily for no gain for the conservative movement.
Well, I'll just quickly jump in and then I'll go back to you. I'm looking at these Brampton ridings. There's 3 ridings in Brampton. Brampton is very difficult to understand through polling because it's quite heavily ethnic Indo-Canadians. But we're talking about Brampton Caledon riding. Looks like the difference here is fewer than 200 votes. Brampton Centre is separated by 120. We have Brampton South separated by 250. And of course, in each of those ridings, that's more than how many the PPC got. So PPC got very, very small numbers, a few hundred, but that's the difference in all of these ridings in and around Brampton. So, just right there, that's 4 ridings that the Conservatives could have won if that vote was consolidated. Apologies for interrupting. You can continue.
No, you're making the point, and I think the other angle to this was the obvious dynamic between Doug Ford's team and Pierre's team in the middle of the campaign, and some of the confusion, I think, for Canadians around the Liberal Party attempt to litigate Donald Trump instead of the past decade of their mismanagement of the country. And unfortunately, there was the Liberals did a good job of splitting the conservative movement, at least playing on the tension that exists between Pierre's campaign team and the Ontario campaign team. So I think one of the themes here is that it's disappointing. I think he was addressing that in his first remark where he said, "I will lead on." I think, he has to address what's happening with Carleton. He's got to address the fact that obviously there's people that would position themselves to replace him. I think it's really one of the features that I've got to get the numbers on this, but voter turnout apparently was only around 60%. So for this extraordinary change election where everything's hanging in the balance, incredibly consequential, I think a lot of Canadians, are kind of, I don't know what the word is, if it's apathy or something like that. I think the other theme that is so interesting about this election is just how wrong these polls are, especially the aggregating polls. 338, it should just quit. It's complete misdirection. Effectively, we knew that there were polls that they include that are, pure kind of register voter bell curve polls at best that don't do any of the necessary preliminary work to frame the cohorts that they're measuring or compare them to previous cohorts or to try and arrive at a likely voter cohort. And yet in Canada, this somehow passes and gets included in national metrics that people use to guide how they're thinking about it. And that does a disservice to the Conservative Party. I think a lot of people, Candice, you said, just listening and watching the polls just made you depressed all the time. If I had said to you, the way this will turn out, it'll basically be like 42% to 42%, right? You'd have been thrilled at how close it was. But I think these polls and the way they're measured needs to be questioned and understood. I think we do need to figure out the get out the vote strategy. Somehow it's got to be slightly more sophisticated, slightly better. And we've got to figure out how to consolidate our own team a little bit. A few of those marginal differences and you'd see a Conservative majority. I think one of the big, so the big losers, the pollsters, especially the poll aggregators, mainstream media, which didn't hold Carney accountable and didn't really follow up on a lot of the key stories, and also the NDP, the complete self-destruction of what used to be a party that had significance in Canadian politics. Now they can sit in an SUV.
Well, I just want to jump in with one more big loser of the night, I think. And this is a point that I heard Ezra Levant making about an hour ago on his broadcast. I'll repeat it because it's so interesting. But we heard during the campaign from people around Doug Ford, specifically Corey Teneycke, who is his chief of staff and ran his campaign. And the whole idea was that they were saying that Poilievre needed to pivot, that he was running a bad campaign, that it wasn't going well for him, just interfering in a really unappealing way. I mean, it is not good, not a good look to see Conservatives infighting. There's no reason for it, right? During the campaign, support your team. After the campaign ends, raise your criticism. But for them to come out in the middle of the campaign was so unbecoming. Ezra made the point that in the last election, which just happened a few months ago in 2025, Doug Ford was elected with around 42% of the vote. Well, we're being told right now that the popular vote coming in Ontario for Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives is 45%. So Pierre Poilievre is getting 45% of the vote in Ontario, not nationally, in Ontario. That's where it is right now. Doug Ford only got 42. So no to Corey Teneycke and Doug Ford and the people in and around Queen's Park saying that they could have run a better campaign, that Pierre didn't do very well. That is wrong. Pierre outperformed you in Ontario. Shame on you for getting involved in this election in a negative way. I don't want to hear from you unless you're promoting the candidate. Again, raise your criticisms after the campaign. And I think that Pierre's performance hopefully should quiet them up.
Yeah, it was wild to watch. Did you see the interview with Tucker Carlson and
Maxime Bernier?
Maxime? Yeah.
I purposefully did not watch that one.
Well, it was, you have an opportunity to basically go on the offensive against somebody like Mark Carney, who's got a series of really destructive, very progressive, climate alarmist policies that will set Canada back another half decade if he's allowed to persist in them. And yet you spend that time going after your cousin, your sort of conservative cousin, Pierre Poilievre, and pushing, Tucker Carlson to make these mindlessly uninformed views. and promote them. You know, I know a lot of that stuff is just theater, but it's unfortunate theater. It hurts us. It hurts the spirit of what needs to be a coherent conservative movement to try and turn Canada around based on just better ideas. And the stakes are so high to try and get this right, try and find a cooperative, collaborative way to articulate what the country can be for our kids, for everybody's kids. And you know, if you spend that time fighting each other and allowing the Liberals to persist in all of these, you know, terrible ideas that are degrading the country, then it's just a missed opportunity. And I think that's one of the things that I hope, you know, when people are talking about litigating the outcome of this election, I think they were thinking about, do we have to, you know, talk about another leader? I don't think that there's any place for a leadership conversation right now. I think the conversation has to be a really solid look inside and asking what we're doing with this PPC movement, letting the perfect be the enemy of the pretty good, and what we're doing with our provincial versus federal division of labor, and what we're doing, frankly, with just how organized we get tactically in terms of sharing critical data between some of the municipalities and the provinces and the feds, if we're running a coherent conservative campaign. I think the balkanization of the conservative movement is something that has to be addressed, because without it, these numbers would look very different. We'd be in a position potentially to form the government. And we can't keep losing by defeating ourselves anymore.
Well, 100%. And one of the things that I've noticed, and it's just becoming a pet peeve, but you know, you said that Tucker Carlson sort of mindlessly making comments uninformed. I'm seeing a lot of big conservative American accounts kind of coming down on Pierre and repeating this nonsense narrative that he blew a 20-point lead. I mean, yes, that on like a very shallow, superficial understanding of politics, sure, but it became a totally different race when Justin Trudeau stepped down and Mark Carney stepped in. And if you're looking again, just to go back to the popular vote, but I mean, Pierre got 41 or 42%. Like that's a win. That's a victory. That's a majority government under different circumstances. So to sort of like ignore all that context and pretend that he just blew a 20-point lead is just such a surface level misunderstanding. And I don't have time for these big American accounts who are out there. I don't know what they're trying to do, like rage farm against Canadian conservatives. Like, hey guys, we were doing just fine up here, right? Until you guys started interfering in our election narrative. And it was President Trump that put the dagger in our back. And I think it's unforgivable what he has done as well to Canadian conservatives. So I'm a little frustrated by people who don't really know very much about Canadian politics, pretending that somehow, you know, they're going to own Pierre Poilievre by pointing out something really stupid that isn't true at all. Chris, what do you think?
They loved him. They loved him. You know, I got more comments from people watching him munch the apple and talk to the reporter. I mean, that played in the States. He's had a couple of these that have really played broadly in the US. They really liked him. I think what's happened there, Candice, is the conservative movement in the States has its own Achilles heel. And one of those things has been that the populism under Donald Trump has taken over. And there's a little bit of a witch hunt for anybody that's a Republican in name only. And you can see this in very unusual situations like Thomas Massey. There's a great guy out of Texas. He's the guy with the eye patch. His name escapes me right now, but
Dan Crenshaw. See, I've kind of flipped on him. Oh, look, it looks like Mark Carney is coming up. So not that I want to do this, folks. I'd actually rather sit and talk to David and Chris here. But this is our prime minister. He's won the election. So let's go to Mr. Mark Carney.
Hello. That is Nepean. That is the spirit of Nepean behind me right there. Thank you. Bonsoir tout le monde. Bonsoir. Oh, quel bonsoir. C'est un bon bonsoir. I have a question. Who's ready? Who's ready? Who's ready to stand up for Canada with me? And who's ready? Who's ready to build Canada strong? Okay, we got that settled. That's good. Avant de commencer, je voudrais féliciter les autres chefs du parti, de leur campagne et de tout le travail qu'ils ont fait. Je les remercie pour leur service envers le Canada, maintenant et dans le futur. I want to thank the leaders of the other parties. I want to salute the contribution of Jagmeet Singh. I noticed his remarks. Leading on progressive values. Elizabeth May will be returning. François Blanchet. And I want to congratulate Pierre Poilievre on a hard-fought, fair, good campaign, his commitment to the country that we both love. They all have many, many more contributions to our land. Thank you, Diana. Thank you, Diana, for your work on this campaign. Thank you, Diana, for the commitment and compassion you bring to everything that you do. Tonight simply would not have been possible without you and without the support of our 4 children who inspire me to service every single day. I also want to salute the women and men who put their name on the ballot from all parties. Thank you for standing up to serve our country at this critical time. And for those who were elected, particularly those Liberals who were elected, I am looking forward to working together to deliver for Canadians. I'm going to say Bruce. And Bruce, yes, Bruce Vanjoy. I'm looking forward to working with Bruce Vanjoy. Fantastic. He will be a great MP. We're going to have fun tonight. Yes, we're going to have fun. Bien sûr, je tiens à remercier les milliers de bénévoles ici ce soir et à travers le pays qui ont donné de leur temps pour cogner au port, pour faire des appels, pour échanger avec leurs voisins et les membres de leur communauté, pour nous donner un gouvernement fort. Ouais, c'est ça. You know, I chose to enter politics because I felt we needed big changes in this country. But big changes guided by strong Canadian values. Values that I learned at the dinner table from my parents, Bob and Verley, and from my siblings. I appreciate this more in retrospect from my siblings. My siblings, Brenda, Sean, and Brian. Values that I learned on the ice from my coaches. Values that have been reinforced as I've met with Canadians across this great country. And those include 3 values that I want to highlight this evening. Humility. It's Canada after all. Ambition. It's Canada after all. And unity. It's Canada. I love you. Right back. Right back. These are good values. These are Canadian values. Values that I will do my best. I'm just getting worked up here. These are values that I will do my best to uphold every day as your Prime Minister. You betcha. Okay, well, you have to judge after this next section because I am going to begin with the value of humility and by admitting that I have much to be humble about. That's true. Over my long, that's not an applause line, it's just a statement of fact. Over my long career, I have made many mistakes, and I will make more. But I commit to admitting them openly, to correcting them quickly, and always learning from them. Humility underscores the importance of governing as a team in cabinet and in caucus, and working constructively with all parties across Parliament, of working in partnership with the provinces and the territories, and with Indigenous peoples. And at this time, it underscores the value of bringing together labor, business, civil society, to advance the nation-building investments we need to transform our economy. Humility is also about recognizing that one of the responsibilities of government is to prepare for the worst, not hope for the best. As I've been warned, America wants our land, our resources, our water, our country. Never. But these are not idle threats. President Trump is trying to break us so that America can own us. That will never ever happen. But we also must recognize the reality that our world has fundamentally changed. There is also, for me, as I stand before you this evening, humility in recognizing that, well, many have chosen to place your trust in me, trust in the Liberal Party. Millions of our fellow citizens preferred a different outcome. And my message to every Canadian is this: no matter where you live, no matter what language you speak, no matter how you voted, I will always do my best to represent everyone who calls Canada home. You know, during this short campaign, I went to Saskatchewan and Alberta a couple of times. Even though, you know, we're Liberals, it's tough. It's tough out there. I grew up there. But I went because I intend to govern for all Canadians. And au cours de cette campagne, plusieurs Québécois et Québécoises m'ont ouvert leurs portes, m'ont accordé leur confiance. J'en suis profondément touché et je vous en remercie. La langue française. La langue française, la culture québécoise, elles sont au cœur de l'identité canadienne. Elles définissent le pays que j'aime tant. Et je vais les défendre sans relâche. Avec la forte équipe de députés québécois que vous venez d'envoyer à Ottawa, nous allons faire en sorte que le Québec continue de prospérer au sein de Canada fort. Et que vous soyez un travailleur des sables bitumineux à Fort Mac, une infirmière de Joliette ou un comptable de Toronto. Il y a plusieurs comptables à Toronto. Mon gouvernement va travailler pour vous tous. So, as we come here after this most consequential election, let's put an end to the division and anger of the past. We are all Canadian, and my government will work for and with everyone. I began with humility, but Canadians are ambitious. And now, more than ever, it is a time for ambition. It is a time to be bold, to meet this crisis with overwhelming positive force of a united Canada. Because we are going to build, baby, build. Exactly. Throughout, not for well, no, we're building now. We've gotten over that bit. Throughout our history, there have been turning points. Throughout our history, there have been turning points when the world's fortunes were in the balance. That was the case at the start of the Second World War, just as it was at the end of the Cold War. And each time, Canada chose to step up, to assert ourselves as a free, sovereign, and ambitious nation, to lead the path of democracy and freedom, and, because we are Canadian, to do so with compassion and generosity. We are once again at one of those hinge moments of history. Our old relationship with the United States, a relationship based on steadily increasing integration, is over. The system of open global trade, anchored by the United States, a system that Canada has relied on since the Second World War, a system that, while not perfect, has helped deliver prosperity for a country for decades, is over. But it's also our new reality. We are over the shock of the American betrayal, but we should never forget the lessons.
But you're going to take us forward.
We have to look out for ourselves. And above all, we have to take care of each other. When I sit down with President Trump, it will be to discuss the future economic and security relationship between two sovereign nations. And it will be with our full knowledge that we have many, many other options than the United States to build prosperity for all Canadians. Nous allons renforcer nos relations avec des partenaires fiables en Europe, en Asie et ailleurs. Et si les États-Unis ne veulent plus jouer un rôle de premier plan dans l'économie mondiale, le Canada leur fera. We will lead, not the Americans. Nous sommes maîtres chez nous. Nous allons bâtir des millions de logements, une superpuissance énergétique, de bonnes carrières dans les emplois spécialisés et une seule économie canadienne par 13. We will chart a new path forward because this is Canada and we decide what happens here. We will need to think big and act bigger. Your phone's ringing. Sorry, just okay. All right. Just hang on. It's okay. Yeah. It might be important. We will need to do things previously thought impossible at speeds we haven't seen in generations. It's time to build twice as many homes every year with an entirely new housing industry using Canadian technology, Canadian skilled workers, Canadian lumber. It's time to build new trade and energy corridors, working in partnership with the provinces, territories, and Indigenous peoples. It's time to build hundreds of thousands of not just good jobs, but good careers in the skilled trades. It's time to build Canada into an energy superpower in both clean and conventional energy. And it's time to build an industrial strategy that makes Canada more competitive while fighting climate change. We will build a Canadian economy, not 13, with a government committed to free trade in Canada by Canada Day. The point is that we can give ourselves far more than the Americans can ever take away. But even given that, I want to be clear. The coming days and months will be challenging, and they will call for some sacrifices. But we will share those sacrifices by supporting our workers and our businesses. Les défis devant nous sont intimidants, et c'est normal. Les grands changements, comme ceux que nous vivons, sont toujours inquiétants. Nous avons beaucoup de chemin à faire, mais j'ai confiance. J'ai confiance en vous. J'ai confiance au Canada. Because Canada is more than a nation. We are and we always will be a confederation, a sacred set of ideas and ideals built on practical foundations. That we know we're not always perfect, but we always strive to be good. We do things because they're right, not because they're easy. That we see kindness as a virtue, not as a weakness. Most importantly, we know that our strength lies in our resolve to work together as a country. It relies on our unity. You know, on the second day of this campaign, I went to Gander, where on 9/11, they welcomed thousands of passengers into their homes without question or hesitation. I sat down with two of the many heroes of the time, Diane Davis and Beulah Cooper. And during our conversation, they showed me a thank you card that they'd received from a young girl called Ellie, who wrote, "Your kindness motivates me to use my kindness." That touching phrase captures what Canadians instinctively know, that virtue is like a muscle that grows with its exercise. We become just by doing just acts, brave by doing brave acts. When we are kind, kindness grows. When we seek unity, unity grows. When we are Canadian, Canada grows. And united over our history, we have done hard, seemingly impossible things. United, we have built one nation in harsh conditions, despite a sometimes hostile neighbor. Yes, they have form on this, the Americans. United, we have confronted our own past with Indigenous peoples. Unis, nous avons bâti un pays qui rassemble des langues, des cultures et des croyances différentes. Unis, nous avons bâti des institutions culturelles essentielles comme CBC Radio-Canada. United, we have created universal public health care. And now, in the face of this crisis, united, we are buying Canadian. We are exploring everything this country has to offer. We are supporting our friends and neighbors in the crosshairs of President Trump through a crisis that we did not create. Unite and build the strongest economy in the G7, an economy that works for everyone. Au cours des derniers mois, les Canadiens et Canadiennes ont fait leur part, se sont rassemblés pour défendre notre pays et notre façon d'être. Je promets que lorsque nous sommes menacés, nous allons nous battre. We will fight back with everything we have to get the best deal for Canada. We will protect our workers and businesses, and above all, we will build an independent future for our great country. A future that makes the greatest country on the earth even better. Together, we will build a Canada worthy of our values. We will build Canada strong, Canada free, Canada forever. Vive le Canada. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Let me just unmute myself. Well, interesting speech there. One thing I want to note is that he doubled down on the strange idea that our relationship with the United States was over. You know, I heard him say that once on the campaign trail, and I thought it was like a gaffe. I didn't think that that was a good message for the prime minister to say. It seemed out of place. And then again tonight, it's like, why is he declaring this at this moment? A couple of other things that didn't sit well with me. He was congratulating his colleague in Carleton. The riding hasn't been called yet, but he was sort of jokingly congratulating him, saying that he had, I guess, taking a jab at Pierre Poilievre, saying, "Can't wait to work with you, Bruce Fanchoy." It does look like Bruce will win and that Pierre Poilievre will lose his seat, but it seemed totally classless from my perspective for Mark Carney to be making that point. And even just hearing him talk about taking the higher road and choosing hope and not division, from a person who ran what I thought was a fairly nasty campaign, just in terms of personal attacks, totally mischaracterizing what Pierre Poilievre believes, what his platform was, what he planned to do. You have this opportunity after an election to really try to unite Canadians, and I just saw something very kind of petty and partisan from that speech. David, what were your thoughts?
Well, there are aspects of this speech that I think rang the right bells. The problem with Mark Carney is that I'm never entirely convinced that that's an authentic thing and not simply a PR move, that he knows that those are the right bells to ring. And the reason for that may sound a little bit petty, but the reason for that is because he has these moments. You've referred to one of them, but throughout the campaign, at multiple points, he backed away from things that he had said as concessions. And I think he's very pragmatic. I think he's technocratic. I think he knows that he had to do what it took to win, and he's done that, and he's won. But I think that there are some real gaps right now in the country, and unfortunately, I didn't see the seriousness that I thought. There's sort of this kind of smirky, had to go to Alberta, Saskatchewan, boy, it's tough there, we're Liberals. There's a little bit of that, which I think wants to kind of treat, like the op-ed that Preston Manning wrote, the reaction to that by people like Carney is sort of an eye roll. And I don't think they are nearly, I just don't think they're coherent on the scale of how the East is entirely supported by the enterprising West, period. And I think that gap in the East and I've talked to friends in Quebec, they have no idea that Alberta funds Quebec and makes Quebec plausible, right? They have no idea that people in Ontario have no idea that they're poorer than Arkansas now. They don't know that, right? They're unaware of it, or they're sort of left with the sense that it's okay, or that there's some sort of gaming of per capita GDP or something. The idea that the country is systemically poorer, more crime-ridden, suffering from depression, suffering from drug use, like the sort of the decline of the nation over the last 10 years is so significant and so serious. Then the bright point of a Carney takeover of this party is if he is a serious person and he does intend to get industry built and he does intend to make us a conventional and clean energy superpower, and he will be humble. In other words, if everything that he said is true and it's not simply a PR move, then there's hope, because this is what the country needs. If it turns out not to be true, then I think that the conversations I've been having, and we talked about this a little bit earlier, are that people have had it now. And I don't think that when I see some of the jokey stuff, I don't think that the seriousness with which people see the decline of their cities and their purchasing power and their dollar and what they get paid and the decline of the public services that they pay an enormous record-breaking tax load to support and get treated very poorly by is being taken seriously enough. And so I hope the best for Mr. Carney. And I think, it took my son to this Anglican church and he wondered why we really had to pray for Prime Minister Carney. I said, because that's what we believe. We believe that that's an essential part of what it means to be, Christian, and to sort of have this idea that we want him to lead with wisdom and grace. But for that to be taken seriously by large parts of the country, it's got to be accompanied by some serious action. I think he's going to have to act very quickly to just say, we're expediting the Northern Gateway pipeline and we're going to take the KXL pipeline concept to President Trump and get that signed off and get that built. I think if he does those two things, you'd have a reprieve from the current sentiment that's in the air in Alberta. If he goes in the direction of industrial taxes and finding a way for that to shadow box the energy industry in Alberta, which is what people here really fear, then that energy tax sort of loophole that he's using to go back after, the fossil fuel sort of bogeyman that they are always concerned about as climate alarmists will become a breaking point, I think, for the country. And I don't sense from his response right now that he's kind of stepped right into that. There's something still kind of performative about the way that he speaks that doesn't leave me with conviction. I hope that doesn't sound petty, but that's my immediate reaction as I sort of hear it.
I know it was perfectly articulated. Chris, did you want to jump in on that?
Yeah, to your point, and you make a very good one there. I think partly why he sounds performative is that it is performative. He's kind of back in the game, so to speak. I personally, when I saw his video with Mike Myers and they were talking about like references from about 40 years ago and really nothing new, that really spoke volumes to me. And to your point exactly, I sense a really big disconnect between himself and average working people. So people are so strapped right now. We get emails every single day at the Taxpayers Federation, somebody saying something along the lines of, I've worked my entire life, I'm holding down a job, but I just can't afford rent. Like I can't afford food. There was a really interesting moment during the campaign just a couple of days ago where Pierre Poilievre was in the Lower Mainland and he's doing a rally. I think he was in Delta, and a gentleman who looked like he was in his, late 30s yelled out, I'm working 3 jobs and my rent is $5,000 a month, which is true. Like that is standard for a detached house in Vancouver. Now, the house this gentleman was renting was 4 bedrooms. It was built in the 1960s, not updated. That is standard. Anybody can go look it up online. And I think that there's a big disconnect between how hard somebody will need to work to afford $5,000 a month for a basic house, and Mr. Carney, or Dr. Carney, I should call him, because he has his PhD from Oxford. When he was at the Bank of England, for example, his wage was about $800,000 Canadian, and his housing allowance on top of that was close to $500,000. Like, there is a disconnect here. And exactly to your point on energy, I'm very alarmed by Mr. Carney, or Prime Minister Carney's statement that he wants to be an energy superpower, but he won't say what kind of energy. Because he states directly in his book repeatedly, Values, which I read, 80% of oil and gas must remain in the ground. 80. That's how he feels. He also stated that, he quoted, that 90% of our energy needs around the world can be met through wind and solar. So if this is something that he believes, I just don't see how that lines up with the interests of places like Alberta and Saskatchewan. And also, to your point, there's so many areas of Eastern Canada that just don't understand that it's Alberta's oil and gas industry and our workaholism out here that is funding things like their healthcare system in Nova Scotia, to give you an idea. So I heard a lot from Carney tonight, but again, it doesn't sound like it's actually, it doesn't feel like the chain is actually hitting the gears here. But we'll have to wait and see if he's actually going to offer an olive branch to Alberta, because I'm already getting text messages from people saying how upset they are. I need to stress, though, how odd this feels tonight. To take a look again at the popular vote, if I may, I think that the Conservatives are still at 41.7% of the popular vote, which is a huge high watermark for the Conservatives. Again, Prime Minister Stephen Harper had just over 39% support when he won his majority. And here Pierre Poilievre has got close to 42%. So, and they've flipped a lot of seats blue, including apparently a big one in Windsor. I didn't get a chance to see what the actual name of it was, but I just got a text message from a supporter saying, I can't believe that my riding went blue. So a lot of hard-fought places have turned blue, except this really strange situation with Pierre Poilievre. While he was out campaigning and meeting people for the past 2.5 years, back home, there was a brush fire starting with Bruce Fanjoy, and I guess nobody smelled the smoke in time, because it looks like Pierre Poilievre is actually going to lose his riding of Carleton. to be fair, it is a very tight race. Back in 2015, it was a really tight race too. I think Pierre Poilievre won it by about 1,200 votes then. Right now, there's about 2,000 votes, a little less than 2,000 votes separating them, and the Liberal is in the lead. So in this situation, Candice, I'd like to know what you think about this. In this situation, then, is if he's able to, consolidate his support from his caucus, which I think he'll be able to do. He's quite well liked by the people in his caucus. I think he's got a lot of loyalty there. Where do you see him trying to go to get a by-election going? A lot of folks are saying to come out to Alberta. I mean, his mom is here. His brother lives here. They're all in Calgary. He grew up there. Do you see him trying that angle?
It's an interesting question. I hadn't ever considered it because I didn't think it was a possibility that he would lose his riding. And, for folks who don't know Ottawa very well, I had this misperception when I first came to be a political staffer. I worked in the Harper government briefly. And you just kind of assume that everyone in Ontario is kind of a liberal. And then when you get out here, it's actually like, wow, parts of Ontario are super conservative. And some of my Ontario conservative friends are like, just as conservative or even more right wing than the Albertans. Sorry to say that, but it's true.
No, it was true.
And for a riding like Carleton, it's full of farmers. It's full of beef farmers and other kinds of farmers. So it's quite a rural riding. And so it is quite surprising to see the results here. I suppose maybe it's becoming more suburban, or maybe, surely, the Ottawa area is filled with government bureaucrats, and they seem to be the Liberals' biggest constituency. So, yeah, I don't know. I can't say that I know Pierre Poilievre very well. Chris, you seem to know him quite a bit better than I do, or you've worked with him through the years. So I don't know where his family lives or where his sort of second option was. I would assume that he would look for a seat in and around Ontario, close to home, so that he doesn't have to travel so much with his young family there. But yeah, it's certainly an interesting scenario where we have a party leader who is, I think, the conservative base, the conservatives that I talked to on the ground, there doesn't seem to be much of an appetite to replace the leader. The only people calling for that seem to be people who are from either the Liberal Party or the PPC party, but I'm not hearing it or seeing it from a lot of conservatives. So yeah, I guess that will be the challenge for Pierre going forward, because it does look like he is losing his seat. And I talked about this earlier on the broadcast, but it seems to me that this is going to be a very unstable government. You see the numbers at the bottom of the screen. They have ticked up for the Liberals. So 172 is what they need for a majority. So if things go the way that they are looking, it looks like they could team up with the NDP, and that would be enough to pass a budget and to create a government. Of course, the NDP doesn't have a leader right now, so that'll be interesting as well. David, did you have any final thoughts? We'll wrap up the live stream in a few minutes here. It's getting close to 2 a.m. and my kids wake me up early. My children are usually up before the crack of dawn, so
Yeah, I think we're all going to need coffee and maybe something stronger on the weekend to process this. It's too early to really, I think, process everything. I think that it's time to step back. I think the numbers actually show that there's a strong conservative cohort in the country. And I am still amazed. I want to look into those voter turnout numbers. There's something in that I just can't believe. How can you have 60% of the country only turn out in an election like this?
I'm very surprised by that. But
yeah,
understanding the affordability stuff and how just broke people were. And yeah, I'm shocked by that low voter turnout. Sorry to interrupt.
And we got to look into it and make sure that's right. That's just a note that I got from somebody. I think it's going to be a chance for us, and there's you don't want to kind of make this whatever the language is, just sort of try and see it as a glass half full. But I do think that Mark Carney has an extraordinarily hard job in front of him right now. This lost decade comes with an unbelievable debt crisis, an unbelievable productivity crisis, an unbelievable crime crisis, an immigration crisis, a housing crisis. I mean, the Trump crisis that they've used as sort of the piñata that they can keep hitting, hoping that it will influence the boomers to vote for them, worked. But at the end of the day, that's going to go away quickly because it's ephemeral. And what we're going to be left with is all the things that we caused, or that the Liberal Party created as problems for the country. And now they have to hold that bag. And so I do think that there's an opportunity, probably in the next 24 months to get our act together, hopefully to get more consolidation of the Conservative vote, and to come up with a game plan and also a narrative that's so attractive that in the next election we win by a huge landslide and are able to actually invoke really serious change. It might have been a very, very hard situation to come in and be the minority Conservative government desperately kind of hanging on to a party, whatever the alternative party would have been, where you just wouldn't have been able to have any purchase politically. And that would have been deeply disappointing and would probably fracture the Conservative movement even more. I think we have a chance to create unity, figure out our game plan, and come back stronger, hopefully within 24 months.
Well, it's a very optimistic note to end it on. So I think we'll wrap it up here, folks. We've been going live for some 7 hours. Started out with you, Chris Sims, and finish up on the back end with you as well. So really appreciate your time. Chris Sims is the, are you the Alberta?
I'm Alberta director.
Okay, I couldn't remember if you were out in British Columbia. It's been a long night. I'm pretty tired. But
Yes.
the Alberta director of the Canadian Taxpayer Federation. And then we have David Nightleg, who is a political commentator in Calgary. All right. Thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate all your time and all of your insights. And to the audience, thanks so much for sticking with us, bearing with us throughout the evening. We really appreciate your support and your support of independent media and Juno News. We'll be back with analysis and updates on the Candice Malcolm Show tomorrow and throughout the rest of the week. So thank you so much, everyone. And we'll see you soon. God bless.